It was a beautiful and quiet morning, with the sun shining, birds singing, and many young people wishing each other a good time. As if to refute this, the statue depicting an elderly, mustachioed man in a strict suit, cracked, and not just anywhere, but in the most important place, the face. The students immediately noticed this, stopped what they were doing, and stared intently into the distance, like frightened deer, as each of them had a bad feeling of foreboding. The narrator added that people usually don't like to feel at the mercy of something out there, so they think that luck can be controlled through all sorts of koi fish and the like. The thought of him coming back here was not a fright, but a real panic. So much so that one kid was now running, tearing his throat out, and yelling that he was back and coming here. After that, the narrator triumphantly added that for the carriers of global bad luck, there is also a certain name, and this is the name. All the boys and girls stood tensely, unable to bring themselves to look away, as the messenger continued to run toward them, screaming at the top of his lungs. The nightmare lord of bad luck turned out to be an ordinary teenager, even if he looked like an aggressive, constantly ready to jump into a fight cub, but he gave off a creepy aura. And all the other kids were incredibly frightened by his presence, just like the hens who suddenly found a fox in their chicken coop and caused a commotion. They were yelling at no one to go near that monster, or else, look at the messenger. He tripped and fell on his face to the ground just because he was there. But the screamer quickly came to his senses and in horror tried to crawl away, babbling pleas for mercy. Because he is a good man, helps the elderly, there is nothing to punish him for. The Lord of Bad Luck continued to stare at him with that sinister, wolfish gaze, and the teenager quickly went from abject pleas to a high-pitched, girlish squeal. It is difficult to say how this farce would have ended, because the performance suddenly changed format when someone pathetically ordered the so-called sinner to stop. Like angry, punishing bodhisattvas descended from heaven, a whole team of teenagers descended from above, looking like the stereotypical antagonists of a school slice. Guys with pom-pom hairstyles, girls with model looks, to the caricature of a huge jock, they were all champions and great masters in their fields. These glorious heroes called themselves extraordinary warriors, and it wasn't until the name was loudly announced that they finally lined up in front of their opponent. He was, to put it mildly, unimpressed. In fact, the scarred youth looked so angry, as if he was having a hard time keeping himself from smashing their heads in. Unfortunately for him, these Goonies hadn't finished speaking yet, and they also needed to read a pompous superhero speech about how they were about to punish the nefarious villain. They talked for a long time about how they wouldn't let him do whatever he wanted, how this asshole would get the full benefit of it, because they, the warriors, were on the lookout for order. Only then did they finally launch an attack, with each of them carrying a makeshift weapon, starting with training dumbbells and ending with a paintbrush. After that, the Lord of Bad Luck finally exploded with rage and growled that if those clowns were done, then get the hell out of here. He was late because of them. It was as if an enraged god had let out this cry, and it contained such incredible power mixed with superhuman hatred that it was an absolute loss. There was no question of trying to continue to resist this monster. All these glorious young heroes were brought to their knees in disgrace. This was the true power of the Lord of Failure, they groaned, desperately trying to rise again, and with just one cry, he cursed them, defeated them, and reduced them to shameful infirmity. The head of these clowns tried to save at least some face, and shouted that their defeat meant nothing. This demon would still be knocked down, to which the second youth only swore. The main character's name was Lin Shuken, and he was the one who was called the Lord of Bad Luck, because everyone in this school saw him as some kind of walking plague. After this awkward episode, the action shifted to school classroom number 3. At first glance, everything inside was very ordinary, as it should be in classrooms. Teenagers were having fun, talking, showing each other mismatched memes. But all the fun died instantly as soon as the main character appeared in the classroom. People would react with less horror if a bloodied maniac broke into them. The main character did nothing wrong and did not even say, he just went to his place. But these contemptuous, disgusting whispers still flew at his back. Every repulsive word, every disapproving look fell on his shoulders like a large and very heavy stone. But the protagonist forced himself to go on in silence. It even got to the point that as soon as Shuchen got close to his desk, the teenagers sitting nearby cursed and scattered like a school of fish that sensed a shark. But the teenager not only did not say anything about such a disgusting attitude towards himself, but even carefully pretended that he was too cool for such non-entities. However, a person is still a social creature in any case. So yes, it was unbearably painful and sickening for him to be seen as some kind of vile monster. He had just returned from the hospital, so he thought that if there was one person in this class who had every moral right to curse fate and fortune, it was definitely him. As for these little hypocritical freaks, they were secretly only too happy that they could just accuse him of all possible sins at any moment. Even those who didn't care about these things would never stand up for Shuchen to protect their own asses. That was the despicable instinct of the crowd. Just a small spark was enough to ignite a fire of panic among such an amorphous mass, with only one brain gyrus in their heads and among superstitious chickens, of course. To put it succinctly, Lin was just a typical school outcast, persona non grata among his peers, and all this talk about the curse was just a convenient excuse. Because of this, no one has ever even approached the main character, except for the girl who was sitting on the next chair right at that moment. The shocked protagonist turned his head very slowly, and you could almost hear the gears in his head moving with a desperate creak. It also didn't take much observation to see how desperately the schoolgirl's hands were shaking and sweating. She was as scared as if she was trapped in a cage with a man-eating tiger, so Lin couldn't help but wonder why she had come here in the first place instead of spending time with her group. Then there was a shout, the author of which was asking Lu Ling how much longer she would have to wait for the promised performance. The young man also noticed this very well, and therefore measured his unexpected neighbor with an even more intense, studying look. It was as if he'd read her mind, heard that nasty whisper that promised to leave her alone, but only if she hit the king of bad luck in front of the whole class. And then it turned out that it wasn't even a whisper. All these arrogant girls were seriously threatening this poor guy, that they would ostracize her if she didn't comply. The hero, who had seen a lot of shit in his short life, was not surprised at all. It was just that the local bullies found a new toy to chew on in his absence. They'd been bored by Lin's weeks in the hospital, and they'd been tired of trying to get under his skin when this poor soul had appeared. In another situation, the main character would probably even feel sorry for her, but now he just didn't care. He had enough problems of his own to worry about others as well. Meanwhile, the school bullies continued their pranks, whispering and urging Lu to finally take this crucial step. In the end, Lin made up her mind and very slowly got up. You could even hear the creaking of her young bones in her legs and knees. Shuchen gave her his trademark wolfish look and mockingly asked if she had decided to become the obedient puppet of those swaggering, hard-hearted chickens. There was no need to think that these parasites were capable of true friendship and camaraderie. They would simply pull all the juice out of their new victim without giving anything in return. Lu just stood there sweating for a good minute, unable to bring herself to take the last step, until she finally looked up and whispered how sorry she was. Without another word, she grabbed the protagonist's arm and threw him over her shoulder with such insane force and speed that the guy didn't even have time to curse out loud. If it had been some poor fool, he wouldn't have counted his teeth on Poe, but these bitches still didn't know who they were trying to contact. The main character stopped his fall by stretching out his arm, and then, using it as the main support, made several steep and long jumps in a row towards the window. The rest of the students watched it with such fear, as if they were watching not gymnastic tricks, but some disgusting, blasphemous ritual. The main character did not bother to hide that he was responding to the contempt of others with the same coin. From his point of view, they were all nothing more than smelly pieces of rotten garbage. But it wasn't just that he was considered a living embodiment and a magnet for bad luck, because he managed to embarrass himself in the most ridiculous way, slipping on a banana peel. No, seriously, Lin had managed to fall into the same trap that was now only seen in old American cartoons, and even he was shocked by it, especially after gravity and inertia. Two of the most heartless bastards in the world had dragged his body further, through the window pane, to a height of several meters. Adrenaline was so high in the young man's blood that he had time to realize exactly what was happening to him and swear profanely, even if only in his head. One young Christian, stroking the silver cross on his chest, even hypocritically prayed that Shuchen would forgive them after his death and not try to take revenge in the form of a spirit. One would have expected the young man to panic, scream in fear, and wave his arms, but no, he was falling quite calmly with his hands in his pockets. Even for him, with his long history of all sorts of accidents, this was the first time he had fallen from the height of a multi-story building, something of an achievement in life. This was his lot, his fate, and his curse. And no matter where Lin was, what he did, or what he dreamed of, everything would end as badly for him as possible. But he wasn't some loser who was about to turn into a bloody puddle on the asphalt. He was, damn it, the true favorite of the goddess, who is the opposite of fortune. With these thoughts, he let out a shrill, martial, samurai cry, and then in a matter of seconds opened his large umbrella, made of red, very dense fabric. 10 years of being harassed by a wide variety of misfortunes didn't kill the hero, but they did harden his body and mind, turning him into a first-class survivalist ready for anything. Even now, he simply used his umbrella to slow his fall and then steer his body towards the nearest tree that grew under the school. Assuming a pretentious pose worthy of the protagonist Senin, he flipped the umbrella over, blocking the sharp branches, and thought with a grin that failure would never break him. The main character's fall, however, continued until it hit the ground with such force that it even kicked up a cloud of dust the size of that headmaster statue. It would seem that at least this should destroy the teenager, or at least break a lot of bones in his body. But then an umbrella was already folded through the cloud. As a result of everything that happened, he was completely alive and well. Not even a scratch appeared on his skin, and even the suit was not damaged. It was a personal moment of Juchen's splendor that he genuinely enjoyed, but only until something big cracked on his umbrella. As the thing rolled down and stopped, it became clear that it was actually the head of the headmaster monument, completely broken off as if it had been hit by a hammer. For the first few seconds, he stared at her without any hint of emotion. But the longer he went on, the more he realized that this was going to be an absolute disgusting, total suck. So it happened, he was accused of vandalism and demanded to pay a fine of $8,500 American for the statue, trees, and glass in the classroom. To say that the schoolboy was furious would be a huge understatement. It's just a loose rock, and he'll stick it back on himself with super glue for $700. Student Council President Quan Bo sighed wearily, pushed his glasses up on the bridge of his nose, and whispered that such bullying of art was heartbreaking. Then he showed the protagonist a figure of a girl in a bikini and coldly replied that for the specified price of $700, you can only buy such a small figure. And this is if you are lucky enough to find a cheap duplicate, because a prototype made directly by the master will cost much more. And here we are not even talking about a toy for collectors, but about a monument to their Jasper director. They all did a huge job to preserve his image for centuries, and it all ended up with the precious spirit of their former head being brutally, heartlessly trampled on, humiliated, and defamed by this vicious, barbaric goblin. This vile bastard, this despicable asshole, this despicable wretch simply left the school with no choice but to apply the cruelest punishment of all. A fine of $700, which is exactly the amount that the main character must pay in the very near future. Otherwise, he will have to answer for the consequences before the law. The schoolboy was about to turn around and walk away to collect his thoughts and figure out what to do when Quan coldly told him that it was time for the main topic. He wants the main character to get the hell out of his school during this year and never bother him with the image of his scarred face again. It really did get under Lin's skin, so he stared wide-eyed in fright, then frowned and very quietly inquired about the reason for his banishment. The Platinum Youth just took out a very, very long list of all the comments, fines, and punishments Juchen had managed to earn in just 2 months of studying here. He was responsible for inappropriate behavior, acts of vandalism, late and premature departures, absenteeism, and God knows how many other crimes available to the student. But the most important thing, of course, was the rumors that the main character was spreading bad luck around him, like a faulty reactor spreading radiation, which scared everyone. Juchen scratched his head with an exaggerated nonchalance in response, and then asked in a cheeky tone if this kind of rumor was specifically his fault. Bo, in turn, threw out the figures depicting the main character of an old Japanese game and chibi waifu on the table, and then said that if you remove the source, the problem will disappear. Looking at this sleek, thoroughbred, greyhound-like beauty with genuine contempt, the protagonist said through gritted teeth, "What a brilliant solution." Calmly putting the figurines back in the locker, Quan tried a popular populist tactic, starting a speech about how terribly busy they were and how much trouble they had. Then again, he wasn't going to kick out the main character forever. Let him take a year off so that his classmates would graduate and take all the rumors with them. Even Juchen himself couldn't help but admit that this was an inherently elegant solution. But the problem was that he basically wasn't going to bend to others. Bo's already sedentary face went completely rigid as he realized that this nut wasn't going to be as easy to crack as he would have liked. Just as Lin was about to leave the office, those cold, curt words came from his back again. Half a month. It was after this period that Quan was going to drive the protagonist out in disgrace, in front of the public, and he got so angry that he took off his glasses and threw an expletive. The dark-haired man gripped the handle of the umbrella very tightly, clearly imagining driving it very deep down the throat of this hypocritical asshole. This was a challenge that no man with even a grain of pride would dare ignore. So if Juchen had to rub the school lord's noses in, then so be it. After this incident, Lin couldn't calm down for a long time. Even while enjoying the soda, he mentally cursed that bastard from the student council. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. And the angrier he got, the more he wanted to destroy something. In the end, he just crushed the empty jar, threw it to the ground with great force, and growled that Bo was a lying piece of shit, and his logic was sick all over his head. Unfortunately, this animal rabies has so completely obscured his sanity that he has completely forgotten about his eternal companion, namely, chronic, infernal bad luck. Even now, the can bounced off the asphalt in an abnormal way, then off the trash can, and then almost hit the young man's skull with the speed of a bullet. In response, he simply dodged, gave the projectile the middle finger, and threw that if this can is so bold, then please let him try to match it. However, the empty drinking vessel calmly continued its flight, only to reveal a black bird relieving itself from above, a vile feathered creature that sought to defile the protagonist with its waste, and Lin, the champion of the goddess of bad luck. It was truly a legendary confrontation. However, the teenager was also faster this time. Opening his favorite umbrella, he practically growled through his teeth that he would never allow fate to lay him on his shoulder blades. He did a sharp backward somersault and very slowly put the umbrella back in its place on his back, wearily glad that this time, too, he was not defamed. But after a few moments, he froze with very large, bulging eyes from which all expression disappeared. With his own hands, he put the bird-shit-smeared umbrella in the bag, the same damn bag where he kept his food, among other things. A few minutes later, the whole street came running to see the commotion, and after all because some strange kid decided to chase a bird. The bird in question had just passed the two gossiping men, and to their complete disinterest, it had flown past them as if such a sight was normal for them. The same could not be said for the main character, who ran after the unfortunate animal, swinging an umbrella like a mad berserker with an axe and paying no attention to anything. Mercilessly pushing everyone from the elderly to the children out of his way, he continued the chase, hoping at all costs to turn the vile crow inside out. When he saw her turn the corner, he quickly overcame the barrier himself, growling various threats and insults under his breath. He froze as dozens of razor-sharpened cleavers flew in his direction, and the terrified cook shouted that they flew out of his hands on their own. The young man opened his umbrella again, which was made of cloth so strong that the sharp steel bounced off it, blunted by the impact. Then some pervert managed to accidentally throw an inflatable adult doll in his direction, and the main character automatically burst it with a blank face. He was experiencing more disgraceful moments by the second, which made him even more infuriated, and Shushin resumed the chase, swearing that the damn animal would die today. Nothing could stop him now. Even if the Buddha himself descended from heaven and buried Sun Wukong under the mountain, Lin would casually kill him and continue the pursuit. As it turned out, he had greatly overestimated himself, because the Buddha was not needed. Just a simple woman was enough to make Shushin collapse on his own ass. It could have been a classic scene from a romantic comedy about a fateful meeting with a future lover, but the characters were not at all fun. Rubbing his throbbing head, the protagonist growled out if the girl even had eyes, but the latter reacted much more strangely. Slowly moving her hands on the ground, she whispered, "It was you," in a faint voice, causing Lin to calm down and look at her in surprise. It turned out that she wasn't a beautiful young woman with cobweb blonde hair, as one might think, but an old witch-like hag, and she was very angry. This juvenile bastard dared to bump into her when she was in her rightful place, so now he just has to pay her compensation for future treatment. Onlookers watched with great pleasure, especially when the protagonist, to everyone's surprise, knelt down. They were even more surprised when they saw how the main character completely lies down on the ground and then rises, standing on all limbs, like an animal. He was just fed up with the fine that the school had already imposed on him, so now he decided to do the most prudent thing and just run away. I had to give it my due. The main character was moving so fast that no one was able to stop him, but even Trite failed to react. But still, after a few seconds, the entire street was almost deafened by the furious squeal that the old woman, who was offended to the core of her soul, let out. She stamped her feet and waved her arms like an angry monkey, calling out all the possible punishments of heaven on the head of this disgusting, obnoxious puppy. Oh, if only she knew that what she was yelling about now, about karma and a string of bad luck curses, had been commonplace for Lin for years. With some such thoughts, he continued to run away, not suspecting that a strange accessory appeared on his umbrella in the form of a black ball on a string. When he was finally able to arrive at the school, The students immediately covered him with vile insults, which the protagonist chose to ignore as usual. But even he stopped and listened intently as soon as he heard shouts coming from the classroom, as if someone was having a lot of fun. The two rich school bullies, the blonde and the brunette, were sobbing now, not out of sadness, but just the opposite, out of monstrous, hysterical laughter. They put a literal piece of shit on Lulin's plate and ordered her to eat it with disgusting, sweet smiles, saying it was their special sauce. The victim of bullying desperately whispered that she did everything as they demanded, to which the blonde trash frowned and sternly asked who here does not want to be friends with her. Shuchen watched this as if it were a long, tired, stupid TV show, while the hooligans continued to make fun of their new prey. And they were willing to go much further, physically assaulting Lin so that they could, as they put it, make her a mayonnaise face mask. No matter how indifferent Lin was to the suffering of other people besides himself, even he thought it was too much, so he firmly grabbed the blonde's hand. The woman quickly tore out her limb with a disgusted look on her face, as if she had been touched alive by a ragged man decomposing from leprosy. But she quickly regained her composure and chirped in a gentle voice that it was incredibly rude to offend such gentle girls like her. She also recognized the main character as a local, shall we say, star, and mockingly admitted that his performance today was truly beyond praise. The way he soared through the thick canopy of a tree with an open umbrella, like Mary Poppins without so much as a scratch, was amazing. It looked just like a monkey. The two assholes finished in very loud voices for everyone in the cafeteria to hear, and with disgusting grins. No one but the two of them was laughing, especially Lin himself. But the two hyenas were already laughing so hard that one of them even had a physical stomachache. The main character didn't say anything, but his gaze eloquently showed that he was fully prepared to face any subsequent mockery. After that, the villain approached Lin, bent down in front of her, and said in an emphatically carefree voice that their relationship was a friendly joke for the inner circle of friends. The victim had been sitting in a frenzy of fear all this time, especially when the abuser leaned right in front of her and quietly demanded to confirm her words, explaining everything to Shuchen. The brown-haired woman was silent for a few seconds, probably because she was desperately clinging to the remnants of her pride. Then she bowed her head, as if offering her neck for the blows of an executioner's axe, and spoke in an even lower and slower manner. The words came out of her with the same desperate resistance as the remains of an old toothpaste tube that had already begun to harden to concrete. But in the end, Lu broke down, said they were friends with a panicked look on her face, and thus confirmed that she had finally become a punching bag. The main character's face was filled with an unimaginable disgust, and it was hard to tell which he hated more, the spinelessness or the bully themselves. As for the blonde, of course, all she did was smile in such a disgustingly sweet way that it was worth checking for tooth decay afterwards. Not wanting to have anything more to do with these bitches or their new toy, the protagonist just snorted angrily, turned around and wandered off on his own business. But before that, he added that he just wanted to remind you about the banal human boundaries. Nothing more, because he is too lazy to understand other people's dirty laundry. The brunette, after receiving a silent order from her mistress, rushed forward with a bloodthirsty, sadistic grin to kick Lin for daring to teach them. If she knew the Lord of Bad Luck better, she would also know that it was because of his speed and reflexes that he was able to live up to his age with such a trait. Instead of kicking the boy in the bridge of the nose and laughing at the nasty crunch of his vertebrae, she screamed in horror when her foot collided with the tip of the umbrella, literally screeching because the point of the umbrella ended in a long, thin and sharp tip, like a spear tip, and he let the little bastard bleed. All the people who had been in the dining room and had pointedly pretended not to notice anything were now gaping in horror as if someone had killed a person in front of them. Tellingly, even Zhuchen himself was very surprised. He may not have sympathized with this soulless villain, but he never planned to cripple her in return. In the end, the brunette herself collapsed on the floor and began rolling around on it, holding onto her leg, while the blonde and concerned citizens bustled around. Again, although her wound didn't look deep or dangerous, Chief Bully made a big fuss out of it, as if her henchman's entrails had been emptied, no less. All the other hyenas who attended this school immediately joined in another group denouncing Lin for being such a scoundrel that he even carried a gun. But in any case, the protagonist was not up to it, because he only now realized how epically stupid he was, taking the thing of that quarrelsome old woman instead of his umbrella. After a while, the teacher was reading a speech in the classroom that student Shuchen should be punished to the highest degree for causing a terrible injury. After all, they weren't some shabby second-rate school for losers, but an elite and wealthy institution that cultivated the same flowers of society. And he tried to explain how special each of these flowers was, even if it was a real vegetable in every other way. But no one was listening to the mentor right now. Everyone was thinking about the embarrassment that had occurred, including Lin, the key participant, while the teacher added that no, Lin would not be expelled just yet. For the reasons described above, they are ready to give him another chance to get out of his vicious path of a villain and a wicked man with a heart of stone and become a decent person. The mentor also hated the protagonist, and when he realized that the king of bad luck wasn't even listening to him, he let out such a terrible roar that the glass in the window shook. To give Zhuchen his due, even now he wasn't going to play along with these two-faced sycophants, so he just slept with his feet on the table and the textbook on his face. He had 2 more weeks to spare, but the other students immediately whispered that such a short period of time was pointlessly short. It was just a mockery and not a real last chance. Then again, the main character had already listened to all this in Quanbo's office, and he didn't want to mess up his brain a second time by devouring such nonsense. But it also made him more determined to wipe the nose of that nasty, cute, bespectacled guy and all those old farts in the high offices at all costs. What he didn't realize, however, was that he wasn't the only one currently harboring sinister plans, and some people didn't think that waiting 15 days was a must. Some people just didn't know how to learn, no matter how many times the strict teacher of life struck them with a rod, and these vengeful girls were just such people. But they, in turn, did not think that the other person could predict their intentions as easily as you can read the text from an open book. Lin didn't like what she saw and heard, so much so that she visibly hesitated, trying to decide which side to take in the end. No matter how long this disgusting school day was, it eventually ended, and the teenagers slowly dispersed to their homes, dorm campuses, or whatever. Lin was no exception, as a terrifying black shadow had grown up behind him, and this silhouette was holding an absolutely unambiguous bat. However, over the past 10 years, Shushin had gotten into all sorts of trouble countless times for the most far-fetched and, let's be honest, abnormal reasons. But not only did he not die, but his instincts were sharpened to the point where they could easily match Peter Parker's legendary spider sense. The unmistakable threats, the approaching dangers, the bad omens, and even just the negative desires directed at him, Lin sensed them incredibly clearly. It was thanks to this ambiguous blessing that he didn't even flinch when he felt some bastard trying to smash his head in with a bat. No, not at close range. This young mercenary wasn't that stupid after all. Instead, he threw the sports equipment at Shuken, waiting for him to let his guard down. But he never lost it, as I've already said, and thanks to all this impromptu but very brutal training, the protagonist could have dodged it even in his sleep. Making a quick reflex movement, he turned around with a face that clearly said that the teenager was about to beat all the kidneys off someone. However, he didn't have time to do anything when the unlucky assassin himself ran towards him, not to fight, but to take out that unfortunate umbrella from his bag. This trick already surprised the main character very much, because he expected anything, but not that someone would try to rob him like this. Dozens of other students who were rushing home after school saw all this, but none of them thought to interfere, because it was an unusual sight, and they all didn't care about Shuchen. In a rage, pushing people out of his way so that they soared into the air like leaves, the main character gave chase, growling that he would not leave this scumbag unpunished. The blonde-haired bully just muttered something unintelligible through tightly clenched teeth and continued to run away until he reached the alley next door. And then he stopped suddenly, as if the pursuit had drained the hapless thief of all his strength. But it was not that the teenagers were so tired that they were ready to fall off their feet, but that the gateway ended in a solid and smooth stone wall. After taking a deep breath, Lin took a few steps towards the villain, slowly opening his arms and warning that if they returned his umbrella, the villain wouldn't die a terrible death. Shuchen stopped at once and cast a sidelong glance over his shoulder as a sad-looking man of the most thuggish appearance entered the alley, carrying a piece of pipe in his hands. This kind of facial expression was so common among middle-class Asian criminals that it was easy to think that they were all raised in a clone factory. Right, that was the point. The fat man had been trying to lure the main character into a trap from the very beginning, so that Lin would be dealt with by his sworn older brother. But the older thug was in no hurry at all, as he clearly belonged to the breed of people who like to play with prey. He even put a pipe to the wall to create a squeak. It could have looked very creepy in an ordinary, staged film, but the main character, to be honest, was rather annoyed by such gestures, He wasn't going to show his fear of these jackals even for a moment, and only pointedly, calmly clarified exactly what they wanted from him. Grinning nastily, enjoying the feeling of power, the trumpet-wielding bandit replied in a sweet voice that they were here to teach Lin a lesson. In response, the Lord of Bad Luck just rolled his eyes in disdain, snorted, and said that the two of them were nothing but a set of human trash. This simple insult was enough to infuriate the fat man, who was still holding the umbrella, to the point of foaming at the mouth and make him attack. Since he was nothing more than a vicious fat teenager who had also lost all control over himself, the hero defeated him in one blow, kicking him in the stomach with terrible force. The blonde capitulated unconditionally, his eyes bulging so that they almost popped out of their sockets, and Lin, without even changing his face, demanded the next one. The older thug didn't say anything, and even his disdainful and indifferent face didn't change much, but he was actually extremely angry, just like a berserker. Gripping the pipe so tightly that the fingers on his hand turned pale, the man threw himself at the young man, mentally ordering him to die in terrible, indescribable torment. The Lord of Bad Luck deliberately picked up his new, pointed umbrella with his foot and then tossed it up. Next, he caught it in the area of the shaft, but not with great force, but just firmly, so that this improvised weapon would not fall out of his hand at some point. After that, with just one mighty blow, Lin knocked the pipe out of the criminal's hands, and even with such force that it flew far up, and the man himself almost fell, but was able to hold on. 20 seconds later, the pipe crashed to the ground ingloriously, and with such a distinctive muffled sound, like a symbol of shame. After this small display of his true physical strength and martial prowess, Shukin calmly put the umbrella back on his back and beckoned to the enraged opponent with his hand. I had to give the man credit for being incredibly skilled with his face. It was impossible to tell how angry he really was right now. He just said in a low, growling voice that he wouldn't lose so easily, because he'd been in the boxing section for a while, and he proved it with a perfect stance. The main character also did not give vent to true emotions, but this news scared him. It was dangerous to fight with an enemy who could do much more than wave his hands hysterically. At the same time, a girl in a distinctive short green skirt was coming down the stairs very quickly, almost breaking into a run. Lu Lin urged herself to go as fast as she could, ignoring the ache in her tired muscles because the whole damn thing was her fault. That was exactly what she thought, and she felt it was her sacred duty to do something about it, even if she didn't know how. She didn't know exactly where Lin Shushin and his opponents might be, but she quickly realized that the best way to go was to follow the sounds of fighting, heading towards that window in the corridor over there. As it quickly turned out, the main character was doing much better than expected, and his larger opponent was forced to go into a blind defense for self-preservation. He was very unpleasantly surprised that this little scarred asshole was not only fast and agile, but also strong, and he fought like a maddened honey badger. Just as Lin was about to turn all of her enemies into barely living, groaning masses of flesh, Lu opened the window with terrible force and speed, slapping the young man across the face. She had just wanted the boys to stop fighting and talk to each other peacefully, like civilized people. But Shushin's legendary bad luck had once again played a trick on him. From the outside, it looked very much like a scene from some bad farce, and even the thug that the main character was fighting with froze, unable to say anything. But after a few seconds, he turned his head to look directly at the schoolgirl, and his face once again resembled the monstrous mask of a ruthless demon. The schoolgirl was so afraid for her life that she fell into a real tantrum and ran away, waving her arms and not seeing ahead of her because of tears that covered her eyes. As for Lin, he was already recovering, but by the gods, it was just disgusting, and his head hurt as if it had been sledgehammer, 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 sledgehammer. He was not allowed to get up and continue his resistance because a foot landed on his chest, and its owner, after all, was larger than a teenager and weighed more. Looking at his enemy like a cockroach turned over on its back, the bandit indifferently called out to Meiki. He had already neutralized the victim, which means it was time for her to come out. The fat blonde man, who had been forgotten by everyone, had also stopped writhing in agony over his bruised belly, and only then did the organizer of all this come out of the shadows. As expected, this was the rich blonde trash who used the unfortunate Lu as a slave and personal whipping toy at the same time. He tried very hard to remain calm, so as not to give even a moment of pleasure to his tormentors, but he was beaten with such force that his body simply betrayed him. Right now, a single crushing blow to the solar plexus was enough to send Shushin proud, defiant, and unyielding, down on his knees in front of these bastards. Maki didn't get her hands dirty, and she was a fragile and noble girl to do it. But that didn't stop her from verbally mocking the protagonist. She reveled in her game of being a noble and gracious lady like a well-fed viper, whispering that she would let the guy go today if he humbly apologized to her and her girlfriend tomorrow. Her bone cruisers, too, did not stay away, letting out loud and mocking laughter and demanding that the so-called rat boy shower their employer with thanks. Without raising his face, Lin made an unintelligible, choked sound, and Maki moved a little closer to better hear the desired pleas. In the end, the protagonist managed, even with great difficulty, to raise his head and contemptuously say that the blonde and her henchmen were just pieces of shit. For one brief moment, it was enough for the mask of a gentle and kind rich girl to fall from the villain's face, and her green eyes revealed her true cruel essence. Without another word, she took out the main character's red umbrella from his bag, and Shuchen shuddered in horror against his own will, realizing what was going to happen next. No, the scoundrel didn't use this item right away, but first she looked at it with an exaggerated interest, asking if it was really the most terrible weapon. And then there was the old woman's heart-rending cry, like the croaking of a crow telling someone not to touch something. No, it didn't refer to the hooligans who beat up the main character, but to an unknown guy in some store. But the poor guy was still very scared and almost collapsed on the floor. Then he shouted that he had cut his finger while cooking, so the old witch couldn't have been any kinder to him. But the old woman calmly said that's what she did. That's why she ordered the scullion not to touch the red umbrella that cheeky puppy dropped, and that he thought it was harmless, so he's just a fool. In fact, it was a ghostly umbrella named Pipa, a nightmarish supernatural weapon that was already many hundreds of years old, and that had spilled a lot of blood on the ground. Many years ago, some unknown hero was able to knock out the fangs of this monster and subdue it with great difficulty, but a drop of the young man's blood would have been enough to break the seal. That is why this hero of the plate and Tarok must stay a kilometer away from the umbrella. And to convey her message, the old sorceress painfully grabbed his bandaged finger. However, she wasn't just going to keep this dreadful relic. Far from it, her plans were much more ambitious. She wanted to completely purge Pipa of filth. Because then, damn it, she could become a legend and earn a lot of money, which caused her disciple, who was momentarily filled with reverence for her, to sigh heavily and tiredly. After confirming that his mentor had disappeared from his sight, he disobeyed her order and approached the ghostly red umbrella to examine it as closely as possible. It looked absolutely gorgeous, like some legendary sword like Excalibur, with that beautiful metal handle and cool, durable red material. Looking at this beauty, the young man finally convinced himself that this is a completely ordinary modern household item, and his mentor is just a greedy and possessed hag. As for the main character, it was much harder for him at this time because Maki was hitting him in the face with an umbrella like a heavy war club. The thug in white warned the blonde to stop doing this, but not out of pity, just marks on her face, which is sure to raise a fuss in society. The teenager had hurt the bitch's fragile, bloated ego very much with her trivial insult, so now she was trying very hard to pay him back in kind. But no matter what insult she used, no matter how hard she glared at him with hatred, all she got in return was his own defiant look of contempt. No more playing the noble and civilized lady, and she was spewing out all sorts of curses that came to mind in an attempt to offend Juchen. But then her sophisticated brain came up with some other tactic, because the blonde stopped swearing, knelt down in front of the protagonist and showed him the mirror. And already this devilish plan was working, because Lin stared in shock and horror at his own face, battered, bruised, and dried blood, not at all threatening. It was a classic technique from the psychological torture course, trying to prove to the victim that she was worthless, that she was just mold under her feet, all of which Maki whispered in Shuchen's ear. And it also worked at least partially, because the main character didn't have the words to send this crazy stuff to very deep and smelly places. And she had gone so far as to order the bone crusher in the shirt to use an umbrella to leave an inconspicuous but very painful and humiliating wound on the victim. He didn't have any objections to this, and the blonde, considering her role in this performance completely finished, preferred to return home to a soft bed. For a few moments, the thug looked very carefully at the sharp tip of the umbrella, and you can guess what he was thinking, whether it was worth it or where it would be better to put Shuchen in this thing. As it quickly turned out, he was still thinking about the second one, because he quickly decided, took a very strange pose, which supposedly should cause a sense of pathos, and prepared. With the words that Lin had asked for it, the bully attacked with all his might with the umbrella, as if with a spear, But at the last moment, the teenager intercepted the base with his own hand. There was no living place on the boy's body, and his hands were shaking like an old man suffering from tremor. But he still desperately tried to resist, much to the bandit's shock. Holding the sharp metal as if his life depended on it, the teenager started muttering to himself that if it wasn't for his curse, he would have just destroyed his enemies. If it wasn't for his curse of bad luck, he would never have been expelled by that smug, rich, platinum-plated bastard calling himself the school board president. With each word, the boy gripped the makeshift weapon tighter, not noticing how it sliced through his own skin, how it cut the muscles in his palms and released blood. Literally, the only thing that bothered Lin at this moment was that he was cursed with bad luck, condemned to a life of misery, disaster, and humiliation, like a criminal. The fat blonde snorted in disdain and ordered the main character to finally shut up with this childish babble of his. They didn't really care what kind of problems he had. Since his victim was already beaten up and couldn't resist with all his will, this brave warrior came over and happily kicked Shuchen in the side to make him let go of the umbrella. This did not have any effect. The main character held the point with an unbreakable grip and continued to hold it, so the hooligans agreed to beat him up again. Punches and kicks rained down on Lin's thin, bruised body from all sides, but he no longer moaned or screamed, as if he could no longer feel the pain. Right now, he was like a person who was frozen to the point where he felt hot instead of cold. Only the protagonist could only think about his unlucky curse. And then he saw it, a colossal monster, indescribable in its ethnicity, born out of emotions like his, out of rage, hatred, and shame. It was not a victim, but a destroyer, a scourge of the earth, under whose paws everything dried up and died, and the non-entities who caused its rampage could only cry out pathetically and desperately. Lin wanted nothing more than to become a monster like this right now. He would have given a lot to let it out. But of course, these were just the naive dreams of a loser. And the drop of blood which belonged to a man who had experienced unimaginable rage, hatred, shame, and anger did what the old woman had warned him to do. It woke Pip. No, it wasn't some huge horned beast that rose out of thin air and devoured those two little bastards. It was just that the red umbrella, in some strange way, opened on its own. The fat hooligan frowned in disbelief, not understanding what kind of games his older brother was suddenly playing. But the thug in white threw out in fright that it wasn't him, it was the thing itself that did it. The so-called Lord of Misfortune's green eyes opened very wide, as if a real fantasy dragon or something had suddenly appeared in front of him. No, it was much worse, for a hideous demon with a hungry mouth appeared before him, made of darkness and shadows, and he was about to quench his thirst with the young man's blood. Without quite realizing what he was doing, the main character grabbed his trusty umbrella and opened it in a familiar, defensive gesture, as if a simple rock had been thrown at him. From the outside, it might even look funny. A completely ordinary human child was sitting in front of a shadow creature that looked like a huge leech that had grown out of an umbrella. However, Lin was predictably not amused by the situation, and all he could think about right now was trying to figure out what kind of surreal stuff it was. And for a moment, you might have thought it was really just a hallucination caused by severe beatings and stress. But then the monster started talking again. With its eerie, supernatural voice, unlike that of any human or animal, it promised to devour the protagonist and immediately tried to do so. To say that it looked disgusting would be a huge understatement, because this ghostly essence began to enter the poor guy. The unfortunate teenager was in so much pain that even the hooligans noticed it, and the fat man noticed that it seemed that their prey was being torn to pieces without their help. They had pragmatically decided to let strange spasm do all the work for them, and if it turned out that vile Lin was vile in his pretense, they would just beat him up again. In any case, they personally didn't risk anything for one trivial reason. No one would approach this place now and catch them in the act. The first thing Shuchen realized after he regained even a bit of consciousness was that there was only an endless, universe-old darkness around him. Endless, like the world's ocean, it surrounded the student from all sides, but it was by no means empty, because the main character very quickly felt the presence. It would be hard to describe what it felt like for him at that moment. The poor young man thought that he was drowning, sinking to the bottom of the ocean, unable to finally touch it. But even worse than this mental drowning was the hideous voice in his head, a voice that whispered with voluptuous, greedy anticipation about stealing Lin's body. The protagonist did not have time to recover from the shock, as the image of an otherworldly monster appeared before him again, which mockingly asked if it hurt him. All that Shuchen was experiencing, as it explained, was just a side effect of the two souls being bound together. Now they could hear each other's thoughts and feelings very clearly. But the demon quickly added that this would end quickly. Once he absorbed the poor boy's consciousness, he would be the sole owner of his body, as if it had always been his. He wrapped his tentacles around the main character and hissed bloodthirstily for the latter to start begging him so that the assimilation process would go as quickly as possible so as not to prolong the pain. And the pain was so intense, and even if it wasn't happening in the usual physical reality, Lin still felt as if hot nails were being driven into his body. Dozens of inhuman arms and tentacles were gripping his torso with bone-crunching force, but Shushin didn't raise his head and spoke without any hint of defeat. Trying his best to look cocky, he grinned through clenched jaws as he asked if the monster was really naive enough to think it would break him. The monster was even impressed in its own way, as it acknowledged with a grin that the main character did indeed have marbles, and he was clearly toughened up before in the scrapes. Well, it would love to see what interesting things Lin had experienced, but it still didn't matter much. Their souls had already started the process of merging, and that meant one thing. Now was the perfect time to swallow this pathetic human soul whole, like a ripe berry, which the demon tried to do. For a moment, it was easy to believe that this was the end of Lord Badluck's story, that his very being would be destroyed by some supernatural parasite. But then the ghost itself stopped, and its already huge pink-red eyes bulged like an ordinary person who has tasted something disgusting in his mouth. All this bad luck that Lin had suffered for most of his life wasn't just a string of coincidences. The evil spirit now saw him as an endless vortex of dark power. Even this ancient, powerful, and vicious creature was horrified by such a curse, while also wondering how a mortal could have stayed alive with it for so long. And it knew right away that if it consumed Shuchen's soul, it would infect his bad luck like a disease. But damn it, their essences were already fusing together, and the infection had already begun. Like a fever, the curse of failure spread through the ancient creature's astral body, moving slowly along its tentacles to its worm-like torso. With even greater horror, the ghost monster realized that it had fallen into a trap, foolishly trying to devour not just any soul, but a deadly poisonous human soul. Because of the synchronization of entities, the protagonist knew what it was thinking. So with a mocking grin, he asked if even a demon was afraid of evil fortune. The spirit narrowed its eyes fiercely, desperate to punish the pathetic mortal bug for its audacity, but it was unfortunately impossible to do so in such a situation. He didn't have time to argue anyway, but he had to get rid of this parasitic energy before it consumed his own spirit. The monster had tried to get out the same way it had gotten in, and that, you can be sure, was still as disgusting as ever. Thankfully, the task looked a lot easier than it looked. With those two bastards still hanging around, all you had to do was touch their souls to get rid of the taint. But that was the problem. The demon just couldn't get far enough away from his new body to even touch these idiots with his fingertips. And with each passing second, it grew more terrified as the bad luck continued to spread, now covering most of its ghostly body. The demon had no better choice and accepted that he would have to give up 70% of his soul to pass the curse on to these strangers. No, even 7 dozen is too risky. You will have to cut off almost everything from yourself, as much as 80%, to guarantee safety for yourself. Realizing this, the evil spirit didn't hesitate even for a second. His body turned into a shapeless cloud, and a tiny Pokemon-like fragment of his personality flew away. It was incredibly humiliating for such an ancient and powerful spirit, so he growled so that no one would even try to stop him again before disappearing in a flash. What used to be his body bulged horribly, preparing to spew poisonous miasma at the two unsuspecting hooligans who still couldn't see anything. If someone with supernatural eyesight saw all this from the outside, they might even laugh at how strange and ridiculous it all looked. But the thugs themselves felt it in some strange sixth sense, as if they were very sharply hit by a strong, icy wind, which was not even the wind at all. That, at least, was the way the fat man felt, and there was a hint of worry and even fear on his face, as if he was beginning to suspect that he was in some bad mess. But then he noticed that the main character had finally woken up and was now trying to get to his feet, making very loud and heavy puffs. Sweat dripped down from the youth's face like hailstones, as if he had just tried to do a hard workout without first warming up, and even his face was noticeably flushed. The blonde bandit didn't have time to do anything when his sworn older brother stepped forward, squeaking that things seemed to be going well with the kid after all. And since that was the case, the bastards were going to beat him up again, just as they had originally agreed, so that he wouldn't be able to recognize himself in the mirror afterward. Meanwhile, in the student council president's office, a schoolgirl brought in a confiscated model of a dwarf, and Bo indifferently ordered it to be thrown away. This actually surprised the woman, because she thought that Quan would want to send it to the storage room where other similar toys were kept for collectors. In addition to all his other shortcomings, the handsome platinum blonde man was also an arrogant perfectionist, and the dwarf didn't live up to his standards. As she walked down the corridor, the schoolgirl wondered why that place was called a storage room at all, when in fact it was just a cabinet in this otaku's desk. Complaining that working for the student council had become pointless, she opened the window and then threw the small sculpture out, because she didn't need it either. The not yet beaten main character, still breathing like a hunted horse, wondered if the ghostly leech-like creature had simply disappeared. But that honestly didn't give him much joy, because those two ugly, smug trolls still loomed over him like rocks. Well, Lin had no choice but to admit that if his luck failed him once again, he was dead for sure, and no amount of subterfuge would save him. At the same time, the little metal dwarf continued his epic long fall, preparing to slam into any object with the crushing might of a true son of Darren. He sensed it much earlier than he saw it, and all thanks to the very analog of spider sense that the protagonist had to develop in order to stay alive. The thugs hired by that blonde bastard still didn't notice anything, but the main character very quickly looked up and saw the falling toy. This development did not please him at all, because Shuchen, unfortunately, had no reason to think that the heavy toy would not fall on him. And Bone Crusher, with the umbrella, annoyed that the victim dared not look at him, raised his makeshift weapon to shove its line where the sun didn't shine. If he'd known more about the genre, he would have followed the gaze of the Lord of Bad Luck and seen a toy dwarf knocking a cinder block off the top shelf. And both of these heavy objects landed directly on the heads of the young robbers, which would even be fatal if their skulls really contained brains. But the damage, admittedly, was already devastating enough to make these little freaks' eyes pop out of their sockets and turn white, and their noses spew rivers of snot. Lin also bulged his eyes in shock, unable to believe that Bad Luck, his most hated and constant opponent, hadn't hit him while the fat man fainted. Bonecracker with an umbrella, who had previously looked like such an insensitive combat robot, now began to get hysterical at the sight of his blood and demand an ambulance. The main character might have been wondering what the hell was going on with him for a long time, but then a voice sounded in his head, demanding that he pick up an umbrella. He recognized the unnatural, ghostly whisper immediately, though as all the gods and Buddhas know, he would have given a great deal for it to be nothing more than a nightmarish hallucination. And then to his own shock, he obeyed the whisper, rising to his feet like an obedient robot under orders from its master. Juchen's once green eyes were so full of bloodlust and revenge that they looked like two small crimson lanterns, and it was hard to tell if it was still him or if it was already a demon. Moving deliberately slowly, he made his way to the last conscious bully, and the self-confident, cold-blooded bully immediately lost all the polish. Now that the forces were suddenly not on his side, he calmly begged Lin for mercy, appealing to the fact that he was now a victim. Shuchen, to put it mildly enough, already felt contempt for these disgusting jackals, but such cowardly and selfish behavior made him even more furious. The bandit, not realizing that with each word he was only burying himself even deeper, stammered that if the problem was with the umbrella, then it was okay, he would return it to its owner now. After that, the schoolboy's already frayed nerves finally gave out, so he punched the bastard in the face with all the strength he could muster. He hit the older and larger man with such force that the latter flew back many meters like an empty can, and Lin threw after him that he would take his own thing. Not that the scoundrel had any chance to respond, given that he continued to roll on the ground until he finally disappeared from sight over the horizon. As for the titular red umbrella, Shuchen no longer needed to touch it for the beloved attribute to be at his disposal again. It had already gained its life. Literally, the object jumped into the teenager's hand like a small and perfectly trained dog, with only a wobbly tail missing for a complete resemblance. However, it would be a big mistake to think that such tricks can deceive the main character and make him forget about the chthoni that he recently saw. Oh no, he kept his cold gaze fixed on the ball on a string attached to the handle and demanded that the demon, or Mr. 20%, speak to him. For the first few moments, absolutely nothing happened, as if the evil spirit was now trying its best to pretend it didn't exist and Lin had suffered a brain injury. But then the toy attribute quickly spun around like a wind-up toy, and the ghostly voice calmly admitted that he apparently had no other way but to introduce himself. His name was Pipa, and he was a great evil spirit, but as he said this, the monster felt noticeably awkward, considering that he was now smaller than the smallest human hand. Like a child who has decided to poke an anthill with a stick out of interest, the main character began to beat the umbrella on the ground with terrible force, until the ancient archdemon begged for mercy. Lin, who was a bit of a petty and vindictive bastard by nature, ordered the ghost to continue begging him with a straight face. Perhaps then, he would make this torture quick. Pipa cursed inwardly at how vindictive this brat was, conveniently ignoring the fact that soul-devouring wasn't something that was usually easily forgiven. In the end, he broke down, begged, and then explained that now their souls are connected to each other. They will have to share even the remnants of the curse of bad luck that they could not pass on to another person. Sweating profusely from not wanting to talk about such a dangerous topic, Pipa also very sternly warned Lin to never get more than 5 meters away from him, or else. He hadn't even finished speaking when the main character, with a completely indifferent expression, threw the umbrella that was now inhabited by the spirit at least 7 meters away. The result was unexpected, and the little demon screamed with such desperation as if it was being slaughtered alive, and then it was pulled like a magnet to the main character's head. One good thing was that it didn't feel like a body horror abduction of a human body anymore. Instead, Pipa just soaked into the teenager's scalp like water on the ground. But, as Shuchen mentally admitted, it still made him feel like he was suddenly and very much out of breath, and it was unpleasant. However, Pipa was much worse off. He was forced to give up almost all of his power, so now it was he who was drowning in an endless sea of hero essence. When he was dragged out in a semi-fainting state, the imp croaked that he would never lie again, to which Lin coldly replied that he understood his pain perfectly. The spirit was ready to be humiliated for a long time, but the young man interrupted him with a laconic and important question. What would happen to him now that he had unwillingly lost such a companion? Shuchen was about to throw the umbrella down again in a rage, and Pipa screamed that he wasn't lying. They were almost one now, and one's wound was another's wound. To be fair, any other person would have been a lot more confused in this situation, but this was Lin, the king of losers, and he was used to just about anything. And realizing that this horse would not be interested in any carrots that came along, Pipa shouted that he knew how to finally get rid of this infernal bad luck. The young man was already interested enough in this that he immediately grabbed the umbrella ball that had come to life, as if it were some kind of stress relief toy. Shuken very slowly and quietly clarified whether the ghost was really capable of this, and it was said in a very dangerous tone, clearly warning about the price of another lie. Oh yes, the little demon was still very scared, but now he felt that he was at least partially in control of the situation, so he forced a smile and answered in the affirmative. He had to admit that he didn't know how and when the hero got infected with this stuff, or how he was able to live up to his age in the first place, but he was probably lucky in his own way. But that didn't really matter now, because now that they were working as a team, they could find some sacrifice to make him or her the new bearer of the curse. And who knows, if the stars come together, they might even turn this thing into their own weapon, which would be hilarious. However, the young man turned to him and cautiously replied that luck can't be controlled by anyone, which caused the smug monster to fall silent in surprise. Oh, in another situation, he would have liked to argue about this, but the forces were not on his side at all, so Pipa chose to wisely agree with the owner. He still ventured to ask if the young man was planning to, well, take over this miserable world someday, to which an exasperated Lin ordered him to just shut up. What bothered him even more was the fact that for the first time in his life, his fateful bad luck had betrayed itself by hitting someone else, and he wanted to try it out again. The protagonist beat up one bully and watched as Pipa's probability magic knocked out another, but it wasn't enough for him. The real culprits went unpunished. With thoughts of how he was turning the existence of these two smug bitches into a veritable underworld, the protagonist slowly walked through the busy city streets. The traffic light near the road was red and showed a person standing still, thereby warning pedestrians that they should not yet cross the sidewalk. Most of them waited patiently for the image to change, though at least one pair of feet tapped the ground in exasperation, like a rabbit waiting. As in any megacity located in a developed and rich country, giant buildings resembling corals made of metal, concrete, and glass were visible everywhere. Multi-ton buses, which could be ironically described as large metal boxes with attached wheels, passed majestically through the streets. And of course, no human city was complete without such things as advertising. It was enough to look to the side to see the banner of some Western movie. All these simple and familiar things to Shuken delighted Pipa, an ancient demon who had spent many years in prison and was used to wooden carts and stone castles. The teenager grumbled that he expected the spirit to be his umbrella, but it was just a small black ball, which made the imp spin violently. What Lin had foolishly thought was a silly toy attached to an umbrella was actually a sphere of black jade, the epitome of Pipa's temporary state. The indifferent teenager muttered that it was very inconvenient to touch someone to get rid of bad luck, but his symbiote angrily shouted that, in fact, it has a name. First of all, he was madly annoyed to endure all this impertinence and abuse, and secondly, he had lost almost all of his power. He would not be able to dispel bad luck curses on every whim. In any case, he added, Shuchen should be grateful that, in addition to her many failures, she also left him with the opportunity to infect someone else with it. But right now, the only thing that interested the main character was the green light of the traffic light, and after waiting for it, he calmly stepped onto the paint-covered road. For obvious reasons, he was very respectful of security rules and strictly followed them, but alas, his uninvited symbiote was much more interested in banners. As a punishment, Shuchen tied Pipa in his ball shape very tightly to a nearby tree, to which the demon gritted his teeth viciously and said that the teenager couldn't leave him anyway. In response, Lin simply made his face as menacing and indifferent as that scumbag in the white shirt and asked if the imp wanted to get punched again. The familiar didn't want to, of course, so it hastily bit its tongue, looked down, and generally tried to pretend that it was a very nice and quiet boy. But after this comical scene, there was a very sharp change of mood, and it was shown how a huge black car, similar to a tank, was rushing somewhere with all its might. The protagonist's eyes bulged in horror, but his body worked before his brain. It made his legs jump much further away from the scene of the future accident on pure reflexes. Just a few moments were enough for the student to overcome a few meters from the pedestrian crossing on the road to the sidewalk and let the crazy driver pass on. Although like a madman, the owner of the car actually slowed down his transport quickly and then stopped altogether, which surprised Shuchen more than the fact of the existence of demons. Even Pipa grumpily asked if his master really thought he would end up on the road, hit and bloody, and this caused Lin a kind of existential crisis. He didn't snap back, didn't try to hit the spirit, and didn't react to anything at all. So the former archdemon couldn't help but wonder how much his eternal bad luck affected the guy. Without trying to play nice, he muttered that there was no reason to panic. He had already spared Shuchen and the lion's share of the curse, so they were both safe until noon. He laughed theatrically, shouting that all the credit was due to him, the amazing, the magnificent, the incomparable. But of course, the Lord of Bad Luck didn't hear him. Even after everything he'd experienced, seen, and learned in the past few hours, he couldn't quite believe that the hand of fate that had been tormenting him all his life had retreated so easily. Pipa, having finished singing his praises, simply told the boy that one day he would get used to what it was like to live like a normal person without being afraid of spilled oil on the roads. And then the ancient demon cackled viciously. They would finally be able to start fulfilling his innermost dream and squeeze this little blue space ball in their fist. The imp was snatched out of his fantasy in the most unceremonious way, but in such a way that for the first few moments he couldn't even understand why all the space in front of his eyes was blurred. Like an experienced dog handler watching a naughty dog, Lin automatically chastised Pipa by twirling him around the umbrella so that he wouldn't get caught up in such daydreams again. At school, the morning began exactly as it always did, with numerous boys and girls rushing to the campuses, greeting each other, and politely wishing everyone they met a good morning. As before, they gathered in frightened groups, letting the main character pass through, even though even these superstitious schoolboys sensed the absence of Shuchen's sinister aura. Suddenly, there was an angry yell that would have been perfect for a bear who saw someone injure her cub, only it came from the direction of the headmaster's monument. No, the reason was not that someone had ruined the monument, which had long been attached to the head back. On the contrary, it was the fat man who recovered from the cinder block, demanding revenge. Pointing a finger at his battered and half-unconscious friend in white, he demanded to know the name of the bastard who had committed such a crime. Someone in the crowd of onlookers said that there had been no attack, that the guy had foolishly slipped on a banana peel, but that only made Bully angrier. He would never admit that his esteemed and powerful named elder brother was capable of making such a mess, so he demanded to name the culprit who planted the trash. No one confessed, so the thug, almost bursting with anger, simply began to beat his hand on the monument, cursing the unknown enemy with everything he could think of. Oblivious to the ancient headmaster's head starting to fall off again, he growled that once he found the bastard, he would make him wish his mother had had a miscarriage. The other teenagers who were watching it like it was a free show quickly stopped having fun, opened their mouths in horror, and some tried to point out the danger with their fingers. The fat man eventually noticed that there was a sudden change of mood with his audience and slowly turned around. But by this point, it was all too late for him. A large and heavy stone head smashed into his own skull near the temple, causing the young villain to release two huge, cartoon-like trickles of blood from his nose. As he collapsed unconscious, a terrified boy screamed that the headmaster was now chasing them from the other world, to which another student pointed out that he was still alive. And while the young men continued to shout like frightened monkeys for someone to call an ambulance, Pipa calmly noted that their failure still haunted their new victims. He then turned his gaze to Lin and opened his mouth in surprise, because the teenager looked like his entire body was in the grip of a violent tremor. Without saying a single word, the main character took a step, then another, and so on until it transformed into running. To everyone's surprise, Shuchen ran as if he was being chased by all the demon executioners from Naraka, not knowing the road and not thinking about what the witnesses would say later. In just a measly minute, he had covered the long distance from the center of the school park to the campus, found a room where bats and balls were stored, and locked himself in it. The king of bad luck's heart was pounding, and his throat was tight with heavy, hoarse breathing, but Pipa only asked what Lin had forgotten in this place. When the host didn't respond, the ancient demon looked at him sideways, and judging by the single drop of sweat that rolled down his round face, he didn't like what he saw. The young man looked like a madman, his eyes glazed, his face covered in hailstones of sweat, and an unnatural sound came out of his chest, like a mixture of shortness of breath and cackling. And then he threw back his head and, no, to call it a laugh would be a huge understatement, he was laughing, incredibly loud, long and gloating, almost breaking his jaw. Shuchen continued to laugh, unable to stop himself even as his insides felt like they were being twisted by an invisible but steely fist, forcing him to lean his back against the wall. Perhaps most eerily of all, even Lin himself couldn't understand why he was still laughing like he'd been drugged with Joker gas. And to demonstrate just how loud the sounds it made were, dozens of people outside were shown dropping everything they were doing and staring at the building. The main character laughed so long and desperately that passers-by, fearing for their own safety, hurried away so as not to disturb this maniac, with the exception of a single girl who was the only one who was brave enough to finally approach the door of this back room. But even if Lin's body was being tormented by invisible hooks and forceps of spasms, he couldn't bring himself to stop laughing for even a second just to catch his breath. For that to finally happen, and for him to fall silent in fright, spitting out the residual air, it took the girl to finally open the doors and walk inside looking dejected. She had wanted to just pick up the equipment, but now that she was face to face with the mysterious laughing madman, she felt terribly uneasy, even though she wasn't the only one. On the scale of embarrassment, this case was below the entrance to the already occupied toilet stall, but only a little, so both young people tried to ignore each other. The schoolgirls did their best to pretend that the only thing she was interested in was the sports equipment she had chosen, but she was frankly bad at it. And the crowd, ubiquitous and diverse, followed the pair with all their eyes, whispering among themselves as if they were a lamb leading a huge lion on a leash. They immediately pretended to be completely uninterested in what was going on, and there was still a lot of work to be done if Lin Yi looked at them closely. After some silence, the brown-haired girl with the box suddenly expressed her gratitude to the protagonist, quietly but sincerely. The main character did not respond to this in any way, because firstly, he was surprised that people started talking to him about this, and secondly, he did not really like to communicate with other people at all. But then he finally broke down and asked if this stranger was afraid to be around him for such a long time, with all this talk about the curse of bad luck. Without looking up, she quietly replied that she knew all the idiots who created and spread such rumors were really just shameless liars. The main character's face did not reveal his true emotions, but he still looked at this strange girl very carefully and intently. As it turned out, it was Lu Ling, not just an Asian woman who looked like her, and she was doing this job because that rich bully's scratched leg still hurt. Shuchen immediately understood who she was talking about, and after what Meishi had arranged for him, he wasn't going to be patient with them, so he asked why the brown-haired girl was groveling in front of them. Being a typical bullying victim, she couldn't give a single honest and logical answer other than I'm weak-willed and dependent on the opinion of the crowd, so she kept quiet. But then she realized that she and Lin actually had a lot in common, so she plucked up some strength and confessed that she was also a recluse in middle school. She was a recluse in the crowd, hardly speaking to anyone, but unfortunately the demon-possessed blonde and her minions were in the same class as her. To lure another victim into their web of manipulation, all they had to do was lie that Lu would make friends if she followed their every word. In her heart of hearts, she knew what a quagmire she had waded into in her desperate search for companionship, and the more emotionally mature Zuchen knew it even more clearly. There's no telling what he would have ended up saying to her, because the teen's eyes bulged as his spider sense screamed danger and a ball whizzed nearby. After knocking it away with a single crushing blow, Lin growled viciously at the terrified teenagers, asking if these morons were even looking in which direction they were hitting the ball. Unfortunately, because of his anger and fear, he completely forgot that he had brought a box with other balls, dumbbells, ropes, and other sports equipment in his hands. As he stood there looking awkwardly at the mess he'd made, the brown-haired girl was the first to recover and ran to the pile itself to put it back in the drawer. This wasn't some weird public display. She actually squatted down and began to carefully put the scattered items back together. And she, like some kind of robot, began to whisper in a strangely frightened voice so that the main character would forgive her and not think any thoughts about her. Unfortunately, she was a natural scapegoat victim, and she knew this very well, so she warned Lin that he might also be dragged down because of her. Lan, however, kept telling herself that it was only temporary, that everything would be fine soon, but because of that, the main character only let out a bitter laugh in his mind. He knew exactly what her future would be like if she continued to let bitches wipe their feet on her. As Lin finished cleaning up and encouraged him to continue on their way, he also admitted in his mind that, strictly speaking, he shouldn't care about her fate at all. What he couldn't get out of his mind, even if he wanted to, was how easily and expertly she'd thrown him over her shoulder. A beginner in martial arts would never be able to pull off such an action without mistakes. He wouldn't even be able to throw a person over himself, but Lu did it all. Apparently, behind this cowardly and weak-willed girl's appearance, there was a real hardened steel, and Lin wanted to put it to the test immediately. He hit her in earnest, not trying to play down his power like an actor on stage, but aiming directly at the back of the girl's head, not inches away. Everything worked out exactly as he wanted. Lana's reflexes worked faster than her sanity, and she incredibly deftly hooked Shuchen's leg, then grabbed his forearm. A few seconds later, a tiny girl with tear-stained eyes and the face of a mouse afraid of everything threw the larger guy over her, trying to drive him into the ground. However, his plan worked even too well, because he did not expect that the schoolgirl would be not only experienced as a kung fu master, but also strong as a bear. Lin was saved from a humiliating and painful facial massage using local asphalt only by a basketball, which gave a similar massage to Lin's. Realizing that he was no longer being held in the ironclad fists, he quickly regained his balance and stared at his companion in shock. Lu looked downright bad, and it wasn't the pathetic trickle of blood that came out of her nose, but her eyes, which were exactly the same as those of a shell-shocked fish. Without saying anything, she just collapsed, losing consciousness, while the guilty basketball players started running in different directions, shouting at each other and at Shuchen. Pipa, who of course had not disappeared, had seen and heard everything, doubtfully replied that hitting a sports ball in the face was somehow too soft for the victim of their curse. Lin was angry that this demon was being so rude about Lin, so he demanded to know immediately what the hell he was talking about. The demon, uncomfortably surprised that he even has to choose such things on the protagonist, explains that last time he infected 3 people with part of the curse. 2 of these people were obviously the same hooligans who had beaten him up on Makey's orders, but the third one, oh, that was when Lin Yi turned cold with the realization of what had happened. In another situation, Pipa might have lied, but being literally bound by each other's souls, he decided not to cheat without any sense, but to directly confess without compulsion. While those gorillas were beating the shit out of Yuchen, Lu could hear it from behind the thin wall of the corridor. She didn't actually run away, so she earned the curse. But there was a silver lining, Duke hastened to add, because now they have a first-class opportunity to see from the outside how effective the transmission mechanism is. No, the main character didn't slam the little bastard into the nearest wall because he was too busy trying to figure out how to fix it for him to get angry. As for Lin herself, she had been lying unconscious on the ground all this time, and no one had even tried to move her to a more comfortable place or help her in any other way. In fact, no one really looked at this poor fellow anymore, because all eyes remained fixed on him, the nightmarish and legendary Lin, the Lord of Bad Luck. Even the athletes who injured the schoolgirl did nothing, and even more so, they admitted that they did not want to have anything to do with it, so as not to get infected with bad luck. Words can't tell you how much the teenager wanted to smash their skulls in, but that wasn't the most important thing. It was trying to get Lu medical attention. However, if he had known that it was at this very moment that a certain group was betting huge amounts of money on being expelled with great enthusiasm, he would still have laughed. All these glamorous schoolboys, the city's youth elite, were now acting like greedy bookies at underground fight competitions, shouting at each other and passing money around. Even when the school prefect appeared in their field of vision, who, in theory, should strictly prevent such behavior, they only enthusiastically offered him a bet. As expected, Liu Xin refused unreservedly, but did not punish his charges, instead simply warning them to stop brawling. Soon their school was going to have a standard competition to select the best students, so he ordered everyone to focus so that they could get into this circle of favorites. The young bookmakers only laughed good-naturedly and said they were just fooling around, and their precious prefect simply never changes his character. The bespectacled man's face was touched by a small, barely noticeable smile, but he wasn't really flattered, only puzzled, not knowing how to understand this comment. From his thoughts, it was clear that this was just another arrogant scoundrel who saw himself as a living god, and Wen Lin as just a pathetic mortal. Meanwhile, the rampaging teens quickly switched from betting on the elimination of the main character to the idea that it's so cool to win honorary titles. Maki watched them from the sidelines like a group of screaming monkeys, and she muttered to herself in disdain that this whole thing was just a rare piece of nonsense. To distract herself, she turned her gaze to the window and saw something that immediately made her forget about school fools, namely Shuchen carrying Lu on his own back. Yes, the main character, who initially seemed embittered by the bitter Ice King, helped the girl gratuitously and even endured Pipa's tantrums. The ball-shaped demon was twisting and turning so much that it almost fell off the umbrella, and he didn't even want to think about them taking this fragment of the curse back. Lin responded by humbling him with his trademark sinister look, and in a voice as cold as Arctic ice, he told him that he hadn't asked for the opinion of some pathetic imp. But the evil spirit was now so shocked and angry that it refused to be intimidated and continued the scandal, clearly believing that Shuchen had just gone mad at some point. And when he heard from the teenager that the latter hoped Pipa would do him this favor, the former archdemon was so angry that the veins in his temples almost burst. Trying his best to keep his anger in check, he tried to explain in as calm a tone as possible that the situation right now was such that his abilities didn't matter. He readily admitted that the Lord of Bad Luck had the right to bear his title with dignity, as he had the willpower to withstand all the blows of fate. But he was used to the old rules, adapted to them, and avoided damage automatically. And all this is now in the past. Now any factors of bad luck will be completely different. Unimpressed by this speech, the main character simply asked if he had ever told his unexpected symbiote that he had existed with a similar punishment for 10 years. Yes, he had endured one cruel mockery of fortune after another for 10 years, endured the most terrible disasters and failures, and was ready to face everything that the future held. The demon clarified in a tired tone that it wasn't that he was underestimating his human partner, but that they would now receive two types of curse due to the soul connection. Lin, as before, will suffer from his purely human bad karma, as for years before, but he, the great Pipa, will suffer heavily in the spiritual spheres. And if he tries to take away the previously given fragment of impurity now, it will destabilize their bad karmas, and they will simply merge with each other like water with urine. Then Shuchen wouldn't get off with some pathetic accidents or rocks on the skull. Oh no, he would have to face the most disgusting horrors from the spirit world. Without allowing his face to flicker, he asked the demon if he would have to face another evil force, but a nervous Pipa admitted that it was not necessary. The most important factor was that if they made even one mistake, they would never be able to pass on their curse to anyone again, and they would fight it themselves. This argument was strong enough to make the main character, who was often stubborn as a donkey, really stop talking and think hard. His face also became grim, like a funeral mask, as the imp earnestly advised him to just ignore Lan and not risk his life for a stranger. They were still spirit symbiotes, in case anyone had forgotten, and Pipa could hear his human partner's every thought, including that Shuchen might not hate Ling. In the end, what difference does it make to either of them what happens to some loser they choose as their prey, as long as the duo themselves are doing well? Each of these words weighed heavily on the protagonist's soul until he simply ordered the demon to shut up, which, however, caused Pipa to have another fit of anger. He paused in surprise, however, and stared very hard at the teenager as he promised that he would never ask him to return the curses again. Instead, he would just deal with Lu's failures, just like he did with his own, causing the evil spirit to explode with choice curses. Resigned to the fact that he couldn't get any better results with this noble donkey, the spirit continued to grumble softly and Lin tiredly repeated that he hadn't asked for his opinion. This caused people to cough irritably, and in a very serious voice, he asked the young man if he thought it would be better to show his familiar more respect. None of them, absorbed in this argument and other tasks, noticed how they were mercilessly recorded in the smallest detail by someone's phone. Phones, cameras, and social networks were not only useful tools for modern people, but also a great way to once again troll someone. Even now, she was looking with predatory curiosity at the photo she had taken, where the protagonist continued to carry the unconscious schoolgirl and the aura around her darkened. In the office, where a red flag hung with a pretentious inscription, "Absolute Justice," someone told someone that he was destined to achieve great success in the future. Bo, like any self-respecting bureaucrat, fawned on his companion, praising both his grades and the fact that he was the son of a very rich entrepreneur. However, no matter how much he valued his own career, he couldn't help but notice that the picture was strange. If you believe the facts, then this young man did not gain even a week of visits. On the other hand, the 3 times that this Shueishin fan still attended class gave off a hell of an impression that couldn't be ignored. In any case, Kwon admitted as respectfully as he could that if it wasn't for Lin Shuchen's existence, this rich blonde would have been the first in line to be expelled. He also tried to make it clear that he really values his standards and ideals much more than money, so he will not be able to bribe him with any bribes. Discipline was the only deity he bowed his head to without question, and Bo would punish even Shui without hesitation if he saw fit. Oh yes, let that rich little dandy with the stupid rose remember that he doesn't matter here, and Kwon is the real king of the ball. Xinfang, also known as Boss, didn't react to this angry rebuke, as if he was watching a dull, long-board show that couldn't be skipped. And in the end, the only thing he asked Kwon in an indifferent voice was if the president was done with his speeches and if he could go about his own business. The platinum blonde just held up his hand and said that if Shui wanted it, then please, he knew exactly where the doors were, and he wasn't tied to a chair. In the doorway, the golden-haired young man almost bumped into a girl who, without raising her focused gaze, quietly apologized for this small domestic embarrassment. The man, who looked very much like an archetypal fairy prince, pretended not to notice and walked on while Kwon and his assistant went about their business. But it soon turned out that the boss wasn't nearly as emotionless as he seemed, as he threw his rose to the floor without any mercy and then began to trample it violently. After finishing the massacre of the poor flower, Xinfan, with the same bored expression, expressed his deep disgust at everything that only surrounded him here. The very air in this disgusting school was simply disgusting, such that Shui could barely stand it, so he made it his goal to purify it one way or another. After that, the action once again returned to Lin, who was desperately running somewhere while wearing her school sports uniform. Another episode of humiliation, which she had to endure from others, this time dissatisfied with the fact that she allegedly ran too slowly, like a turtle. It was because of her, they thought, that their team had taken last place, and one man even grabbed her by the shoulder and angrily asked if she had even tried to exert herself. In response, Lan, without meaning to, kept a look of fright and pity on her face, grabbed the guy by the arm, and knocked him to the floor in a professional move. A second later, another man grabbed her shoulder, asking her what the hell she was doing, and his eyes glowed with a real supernatural golden fire. The man looked like a monster, but he was also helpless when Lin threw him to the ground with even more fear and anguish, as if someone else was controlling her body. It wasn't real, but a hideous nightmare in which monstrous, human-looking mannequins with black mouths and eyes hurled accusations at the girl. Even if they lay on the ground in unnatural and broken positions, they still inspired their victim with unspeakable horror, calling her a monster and a dangerous, crazy freak. The brown-haired girl, sobbing and whining with fear and grief, tried to prove to them that she did not want to harm anyone, that her body was abnormal and acts on its own, but of course, to no avail. Monstrous, black-eyed and black-mouthed doll faces were everywhere you looked, and they were all mercilessly chanting the same word: freak, nature's fault. Suddenly, the dream changed so that she was sharing a bed with Makey and her black-haired friend, who were whispering sweetly that they wouldn't tell anyone about her past. But their beautiful young faces were replaced by even more creepy and soulless puppet masks when they demanded that the girl become a monster like themselves. The unfortunate heroine felt a horror that could not even be expressed in words, and the only positive aspect in this was that she finally woke up. Lin's heart was pounding, like it was going to crack her ribs and throw herself out, and her skin and clothes were clinging to each other with sweat, but she tried to calm herself. It soon dawned on her that she was in the school infirmary, and she realized with a shock that she must have been brought here not by anyone, but by the main character himself, the Lord of Bad Luck. The same brunette that Shuchen had once injured her leg entered the room, not to take care of the heroine, of course, but to get her to go back to work. With a sickening smile, she pulled out her seemingly ordinary keys and chirped that Lan, as a good little friend, was obligated to help her with something. Meiki was there, too, crouching against the wall near the doorway, but neither she nor the other bully noticed the hawk-like gaze of the protagonist scanning them. He wasn't going to put up with the disgusting scheming and bullying of these monsters anymore. No, he had had enough. It was the long-awaited time of fiery retribution for them. From the outside so far, everything looked peaceful and standard. Teenagers came and went from the infirmary, and the calmly smiling blonde continued to stand against the wall. Lin's plan was very simple, and even beautiful in its conciseness. He only needed to find the right opportunity to curse this bitch with bad luck. Unfortunately, this could not be done from a distance, with a convenient ritual or a bad look. As Pipa had said, only touching the victim directly would work. It would have been easy to do if there was a man in the place of this scoundrel, but she was born a woman, and what can you grab a woman for so as not to get yourself in trouble? It was as if he were seeing these failed attempts, which ended in the most ridiculous and embarrassing way that only the human imagination could draw. And since this trash was obviously rich and powerful after all, Shuchen would probably go to prison after that. He didn't even need to be a prophet to do it. Shaking his head heavily, he wished once again that he was dealing with a man, because then the problem would be solved 1,000 times easier, even if it turned out to be a fight. Unfortunately, the only working option he could hope for right now was also the most difficult one to perform, namely imperceptibly touching Meiki's head. He forced himself to concentrate, to gather all the strength he had in his hands, and to prepare for one victorious leap like a hunting tiger. He quickly waited for the right moment, as soon as the antagonist averted her gaze to better immerse herself in her sadistic fantasies, and then it was the young man who rushed forward. In order to shamefully slip out of the blue and slam your face into the floor, under Pipa's explanation that something like this is bound to happen before the transfer of karma. Only a combination of truly superhuman flexibility, stamina, and reflexes allowed the main character to crawl away before Meiki could see him. While he was quietly cursing with the former archdemon, accusing him of vile silencing of important information, and Pipa was defending himself, the bully duo went about their business. As Lin watched them go, he cursed again in his mind, because he didn't know what the bitches were up to, and as a result, he couldn't think of any tactics to use. The situation was further complicated by the fact that it was necessary to act as quickly as possible, before any more disgusting devilry happened to poor Lulin. He would never allow those freaks to hurt her again. No matter what price they had to pay, he would make Meiki and her henchmen bitterly regret everything. Elsewhere, a woman in a school uniform opened a door, then quietly closed it behind her. It turned out to be the main character, who now took a deep breath of relief, as if she was glad that the hardest part of the job had just ended. Without looking around, as if the rest of the world had ceased to exist for her, just an endless blank slate, she walked straight ahead. Because of this, Lan, as usual, missed an important moment when someone was watching her closely, and in this case, that observer was Lin Shuken. Pipa still didn't understand why they should care about the fate of this chicken, to which the protagonist replied that he just wanted to prove his point about fighting bad luck. First, it was necessary to cut off all possible paths of trouble that might come to her first, but part of that problem was already solved with Meiki gone. And to thank for the missed opportunity to quickly finish the quest was one asshole who never says anything clearly, which led to another argument between the heroes. It was more than likely that this could have ended in a chaotic and dangerous situation during the game, but suddenly Pipa shouted for Shu Chen to take a good look around. At first glance, nothing so terrible was happening in the area, just school children walking along the corridors on their own business, including Lan, and one of them was carrying a stone bust in his arms. This particular bust was a potential catastrophic time bomb, and Lin's trained eye knew it the second he saw it. If his spider sense, developed over 10 years of surviving against fate itself, had been a siren, it would be screaming at the top of its lungs right now. And most ominously of all, the main character could have sworn on his own mother's name that this damn piece of rock was casting a dangerous glare right at him, as if in reality he saw this abomination falling on Linyi and crushing her skull to mush. so it was his duty as a man to make every effort to prevent this from happening. The spirit enclosed in the balloon commented with dry sarcasm on how his partner was nervous, but this did not prevent the main character from taking action. Someone else would have just tried to distract the man with the statue, but Lin knew that the curse wouldn't fool him, so he just ran over and kicked the sculpture out of the window with great force. The poor sculptor began to cry hysterically because his work on the statue of St. George was so ruined, but the protagonist had already run too far. And while everyone, including Lin herself, was trying to figure out what the hell they were all about, the stone head of the Christian hero continued its epic descent. One would think that the people had forgotten about the two thugs Xuqin had beaten up, but no, they still called an ambulance for them, which had just finished loading them onto a stretcher. The doctor in charge of the unit calmly ordered the nurse to fill out a form about new patients, and the woman immediately began to complete the task. The bus landed so that it hit the groin area of the white-robed bully, causing him unimaginable pain, and the nurse, without even looking back, pointed it out in the papers. And as the poor bastard slowly gave up the ghost with the knowledge that he would never give birth to more little bastards, the orderlies began to load him into the car without any emotion. Meanwhile, Lou continued her walk around the school, and now the teacher was on her way, severely chastising the teenager for thinking to run around with a knife. Lin didn't even hesitate this time. He just appeared out of thin air like a ghost, and then with one mighty kick, he sent that dangerous blade flying into the sky. The enraged mentor, thinking that someone had attacked him, challenged the fleeing king of bad luck to name his class, but Lin did it, even if only in her mind. As it turned out, all this happened one floor lower than the incident with the bust of St. George, so it took at most 5 minutes before the heroes got into trouble again. Describing the injuries of the second, fair-haired bully, the nurse calmly mentioned a head injury, as well as a penetrating wound to the leg. It had just happened. Unlike his friend, the fat man passed out with a peaceful smile on his face, as if he was a powerful Viking warrior who knew he was going to Valhalla. And that, damn it, wasn't the end of this hectic day, because Xuqin followed the terrified girl like a living shadow for a long time, brutally eliminating any possible threats. When a girl appeared on the road with a large cactus in a pot, he broke it without any mercy. When a young man appeared with chemicals in test tubes, Lin threw them away. He even violently destroyed some random schoolgirl's yoi manga collection, because for God's sake, it was the most dangerous thing that could be found in this school. Although the main character had only noble goals, he had so frightened the poor girl that now she even called him Ono in her mind, like a monster. More than anything, she wanted to run away, hide from this beast in human form somewhere. But before she could do that, she bumped into someone. It was Xu Xinfang, and he gave Lu a gentle, bright smile as he quietly asked where this beautiful young lady was going, with such a terrified expression on her face. And then he went even further, when he leaned in so that his and Lin's faces were at the minimum distance from each other, and passionately whispered that he would calm her down through a kiss. This kind of shit the main character wasn't going to tolerate, so he didn't push the girl aside or even kick the blonde, but landed on his head with his entire body. The brown-haired woman took a horrified pose like a character in the legendary Munch painting, The Scream, while Lin said with cold disdain that the next threat was neutralized. But before he could get far enough away, a slender male hand gripped his leg with a force that would have been more like an iron claw. Xinfang rose to his feet and looked directly into Xuqin's eyes with mad fury, roaring like an angry tiger, and the teenager admitted a little discouraged that he had overdone it. Xu stopped talking as quickly and abruptly as he had started yelling, and once again put on his blissful Buddha expression because he realized how intently the others were watching them. After brushing his golden hair, he picked up the rose again and asked the onlookers melodiously if they noticed the difference in his and Lin's auras, which caused everyone to cringe. Then he gave his name and announced that he was challenging this vile, and disrespectful commoner to a duel, which made the main character even more upset. Of course, the crowd took up the news with great pleasure and spread it like a fire in a dry summer forest. Someone even thought of shouting announcements through a megaphone. And the whole school must have come running to hear the screams, because everyone was madly eager to see the richest young man fight the terrible Lord of Bad Luck for a woman's hand. Even some of the adults were attracted by this terrible noise. But no one noticed it yet. People started discussing who would support which side. An elderly man in a simple but expensive suit and a thick mustache walked to the edge of the crowd and asked the young people to disperse so that he could see the source of the conflict. The nearest teenager started to turn around, and before he even realized who he was talking to, he very rudely and disrespectfully ordered the so-called uncle to shut up and stand at the end. But after a few seconds, he realized who exactly he was looking at and experienced such a deathly horror that his heart practically stopped working for long minutes. Meanwhile, the circus was getting more and more epic, with people pulling out big red banners on poles from somewhere, and the protagonist trying to figure out how it had even come to this. Perhaps more than Shin Fan's smug and condescending demeanor, he was annoyed by all these passers-by who didn't care about anything, just to have fun. But worst of all, he admitted, was Lu Ling, who was just going about her business, and then suddenly found herself in the middle of this ridiculous scandal, ostensibly because of love. Invisible and inaudible to all but Lin, Pipa began to speak sarcastically and sarcastically again, with a straight face, to which Shuchen very angrily replied that the demon was to blame for everything. Rolling his eyes, the dark spirit telepathically retorted that it doesn't matter anyway, because the protagonist still has the opportunity to live without failure. Didn't he say that they held him down, devoured him, and left him no chance to spend a single day with his head held high and his shoulders squared? But now they are gone, even if only temporarily, and the main character can break all these metaphorical chains, with pleasure feeling how his muscles roll under the skin. Pipa's words sent Lin into a state of deep shock, and even if someone had told him, and proved conclusively, that it was made from expensive cheese, he wouldn't have reacted like that. Meanwhile, the onlookers continued to yell and fool around, aiming for Lan, who seemed to have a strange, amorous look, and the poor girl almost died of longing. But anyway, she couldn't help but wonder what the hell this was all about. Why was Lin, who they hadn't even been friends with and had interacted with no more than 3 times, now shadowing her as if trying to protect her from anything dangerous? All thoughts vanished from her mind as Shush suddenly announced that the loser of a duel should never even look in the direction of this so-called beautiful lady again. The main character in response only narrowed his eyes a little slyly, slightly wagged his finger at his opponent, and added that he would definitely never be able to approach her again. But he barely managed to jump away when a moment later the blonde man tried to crush his head with his feet, shouting at Shuchen not to equate the actions of gentlemen and serfs. As he watched the rubble of the stone floor fly in all directions, the dark-haired man muttered in genuine horror what kind of trash the goldfinch was wearing on his soles. As it turned out, Shin Fan heard him perfectly, and suddenly moving to the main character, answered in all seriousness that he had shoes with steel plates. Moments later, he delivered his nightmarish sterilizing punch, aimed straight at Lin's groin, but the boy managed to avoid that nightmarish damage at the last moment. He hurried to put more distance between himself and that deadly peacock, but the boss, with a click of his combat boots, calmly admitted that he was reading the enemy's every thought. It sounded so ridiculous, like it was set in some stupid Asian comic book about martial arts students, that Shuchen actually stopped, scowled, and asked what it was. Under the startled gasps of the audience, under the glint of magic stars, Shin Fan sang, "Ah, this rascal wants to destroy my bloodline with his kicks." That's what Lin was thinking. Strong, agile, fast, elegant, and deadly, he could respond to any blow and stop any evasion. Against him, the protagonist did not have a single chance, just like that. The more he talked, the more he really wanted to rip the clown's head off, but he stopped when Joy decided to add one last point. With an eerie metallic clang, he took out his most terrifying tools from the hammer space, namely a large triangular ruler and a huge sharp compass. While the King of Misfortune could feel his anger pouring out of all his holes like hot steam, several sycophants presented the blonde with a fire axe and a folding chair. Happy that he had some helpers for networking, the boss went on the attack, shouting how stupid Shu Chen was to think that he could defeat not only him, but also his team. He threw the mass supplies as if they were perfectly sharpened and balanced shurikens, but Lin quickly blocked them with his umbrella. Slowly peeking over the edge of this makeshift shield, the youth coldly added that, unfortunately for Shin Fan, standing up to the collectives is his lot and job. And this really angered the smug antagonist, who most of all wanted his insignificant opponent to fall to the ground with pitiful screams defeated by a beautiful attack. The image of the handsome prince and gentleman that Shui was so proud of immediately disappeared, and he threw a fire axe at the main character with a maniacal expression. The Lord of Bad Luck calmly replied that he didn't think so, and crouched down, easily dodging the line of fire as the crowd scattered with panicked screams. Like some hellish, sharp-edged boomerang, the axe continued to fly on until it passed over the head of that mysterious old man from the back rows. Even the main character noticed how suddenly all the noises disappeared, as if some almighty demiurge god was watching them on TV and then suddenly turned off the sound. And he realized with a growing sense of panic that he was looking at the ridiculous statue in the park, except that it was made of living flesh and blood. Apart from the materials, the similarity could be absolute, if not again, for another small difference that has just emerged. The headmaster of the school in the flesh had arrived to check on what had caused the students to cause an ugly commotion, and now his white, perfectly coiffed hair had been destroyed by an axe. To say that all the heroes were looking at this with unimaginable fear would be a huge understatement. Even Lin, who normally wasn't afraid of either gods or demons, now felt cold. All the other students fell silent, froze, and lined up in 2 rows, as if condemned to beheading, in the desperate hope that the executioner had sharpened the axe well. No, of course, at first you would think that the headmaster didn't think much of what had happened, because he was still smiling and seemed polite. But this did not deceive anyone. Everyone felt with a sixth sense that this old man was enraged to an abnormal, simply inhuman degree, and now desperately wants the blood of the culprits. Even the grotesque baldness framed by his hair didn't make him look funny now, nor did the question of whether any of the teenagers had ever heard of the old legend of the golden, silver, and iron axes. The silence in the corridor was truly sepulchral, and it took heroic courage for a young man to even force out words of affirmation. After that, the old man icily asked who threw that weapon, and for the first time his mask cracked, for his eye was horribly red and looked randomly in different directions. No matter how popular Shenfan was, who was even called the boss of the school, no one, not even the former henchman, dared to stand up for him. All fingers pointed at him. At first, the blonde man was just as horrified as everyone else, but a moment later, his gallant and good-natured expression returned, and he let out a carefree little snort. Dropping to one knee and bowing his head as if in respect, he asked the protagonist's first and last name in a very sweet voice and vowed to remember them. Then the mask faded from his face, replaced by a predatory, vindictive grimace, and Golden Boy growled that the next time fate brought them together, he would just kill Shuchen for all of this. But with the axe-wielding headmaster surrounded by a fearsome black aura, dragging him away by the scruff of the neck, few believed that Yu himself would survive. The students began to really cry, wiping their tears and snot away with handkerchiefs and waving them as if at a funeral, which genuinely surprised the main character, and this already surprised Lin. Their precious headmaster had earned the nickname Gargoyle behind his back, because everyone knew that no matter how much he tried to pass himself off as a sweet and gentle grandfather, he was actually extremely harsh. The main character didn't know this because of his very frequent absenteeism, and the other students, meanwhile, began to whisper in horror that everything that happened was the wrath of him, the Lord of Failures. Even Great Shui was defeated by him and given to the gargoyle himself, and it was scary to think what kind of punishment he might have in store for the others if he got angry again. Teenagers had always had a superstitious fear of Lin, but they weren't shy about showing their disgust and hostility to him. But now it was different. Shuchen and Lu calmly walked along the corridor, talking about all sorts of things. The girl offered to go to class before physical education, but the young man refused because he was just walking. She ran away and he turned slowly and ominously over his shoulder as dozens of bystanders suddenly bowed their heads and congratulated him on something. They treated Lin as if he were at least the ancient emperor of China, a living demigod, and the viceroy of heaven on earth, rather than an outcast from the school. Every single one of them, male or female, was terrified. Large beads of sweat dripping down their faces, and dead fishy eyes were fixed on Po. The protagonist understood why they would do this, but he was so used to being feared and shunned by everyone that for the first few moments he didn't even know how to respond to all this. Then he made it up anyway, because he coldly tossed the entire crowd of reptiles a cold "take it easy," and then turned around and continued on his way as if nothing had happened. The physical education teacher let out a low whistle, blowing air through the whistle and calling the teenagers to order. It was surprisingly peaceful though, with the kids just playing soccer on the field, passing a black and white ball to each other and not causing any noticeable problems. As always, the main character was an unwelcome guest for any team, so during all these 40 minutes, he stood gloomily against the wall and watched the game. But what made him even more annoyed was the fact that his primary target, the evil blonde Meiki, never showed up in class, even when the teacher announced it was over. Because of a ridiculous accident, he had wasted an entire hour. Not to mention that all this peaceful, calm aura was actually getting on his nerves. Like a seasoned sailor, he knew that when the weather was behaving suspiciously well, It meant two unpleasant things were coming, either a calm or a storm. As it turned out, he was speaking in the most direct sense, because the sky in record time was covered with an endless series of huge, gloomy clouds, and then it began to rain. It was a monstrous thunderstorm, with raindrops pounding the ground and houses like bullets, and huge blue lightning bolts slicing the sky apart. Unlike those pedestrians who had to run clumsily while the rain flowed on the asphalt, the children were happy because the physical education lesson ended faster. However, some people still worried about whether someone in the class took an umbrella, to which they replied that they did not, while the weather forecasters swore that it would be a sunny and clear day. The third person calmly asked everyone to relax. Because it was obvious that such a strong storm couldn't last too long, it should have subsided by noon. Suddenly, one of the teenagers, the one who had accepted the role of a bookie in the banishment of the protagonist, froze and turned so gray in the face as if in seconds he had died and rotted inside. He was frozen in an unnatural position and didn't move for such a long time that one of his friends directly asked what had happened to him. There was no response, and the young man just continued to stare ahead of him, his mouth hanging open, his already dead face covered in large beads of sweat. And then, in a dead, eerie voice that would have been much more Nazgul than human, he said that the box in which they kept their betting money was missing. Just a few short words, but what an impression they made on the whole class. As if everyone who heard them also died and began to slowly decompose from the inside out. They quickly came to the conclusion that it might have been stolen, but how could it have happened at all, given that the classroom door had been closed the entire time? Lin Shuhan blinked in surprise. He hadn't been aware of this unpleasant story originally, but from the gossip of the surprised girls, he quickly learned the gist of what had happened. And no, he wasn't gloating over the fact that the people who'd happily bet money on his departure had lost it because a hunch told him something was wrong. Meanwhile, the headman raised his hands and tried to calmly call the terrified wards to order so that they could discuss everything calmly. After getting everyone's attention, he asked a simple question about who the class keykeeper, Lan Shashi, had given the keys to, considering that she wasn't at school today. Given the changed atmosphere, it would have been more logical to keep quiet, but Lan, being an honest and pure soul, was a little scared to admit that the brunette had given the keys to her. The atmosphere changed abruptly once again, giving way to a cold and gloomy hostility, even when Liu Xin clarified whether this was true without any discernible emotion. Stuttering with nervousness, the brown-haired girl confirmed this, and even the main character looked at her sideways so that you could read a mixture of pity and sadness in his eyes. The bespectacled man came closer, and still not showing any open anger or disapproval, asked if she had accidentally shut down some villain in the classroom. No, she didn't do it, and she didn't even know who she was leaving with before class closed, only that it was a bunch of girls, but each of them had empty hands. Shuchen immediately realized that this was the result of a curse, and Shin added that if it was before class, then they could only do this. Oh, he didn't have time to finish. The room shook with laughter. Maki didn't even hide the fact that she was playing this disgusting prank, and the protagonist groaned inwardly, saying that if you start talking about the devil, he will definitely appear. The headman with a straight face asked where she and her friend had been, and the villainess chirped sweetly that she was just walking Lan home to get something. Then, as if by accident, she asked Lan if she had warned the homeroom teacher, and the brown-haired girl confirmed, startled, that yes, she had put in a good word for them. The blonde and brunette slowly exchanged glances, and the look was filled with so much poison that it could easily wipe out the population of half of China. Getting incredible pleasure from every second of this disgusting and cruel performance, the girls asked what was so terrible that happened here. After reading the brief report, they very hypocritically shook their heads, saying what a terrible failure, what a terrible attack, and how such a thing could have happened. But it was obvious that whoever held the key had actually committed this despicable theft, so all the punishments and reproaches should go to her, Lin. Most interesting of all, the whole class was looking at her right now in a way that was somewhere between God, what was she talking about, and oh, that bitch was at it again. However, no one said anything when this hyena in human form directly blamed the unfortunate Lan, demanding to also confirm that it was her fault. Maki chirped with a disgustingly sweet smile. She left PE class for a while, and what was she doing, if I may ask, during that time? The audience didn't say or do anything other than exchange suspicious glances, as if they were silently repeating the question to each other. Scared and startled, the brown-haired woman mumbled that the blonde had asked her to help with her absenteeism, but Bully just mockingly repeated her accusations. And if she was so desperate to deny it, well, then she and her loyal friend would take great pleasure in gutting her bag, ignoring her protests. And of course, who would doubt that this is where the missing box ended up, like a delicious nut inside a chocolate candy? What an interesting coincidence. Now it was Lu's turn to look at her tormentors with a face that looked as if her heart had stopped beating and the process of necrosis had begun under her pale skin. If the rest of the classmates had looked more like they were just angry or confused before, now they started to stare at the poor girl with eyes full of shock or anger. As for Mikey, she was simply triumphant, on the verge of incomparable ecstasy, because someone else's pain, someone else's grief, that was what she was born to do. Oddly enough, the other teenagers were in no hurry to agree with her. On the contrary, they said in a not quite firm voice that this was probably just another mockery. Then again, they weren't complete idiots. It's raining hard outside. No one but Lynn has umbrellas and raincoats, and these bitches are completely dry. They're lying about their time off. There was no need to go to a fortune teller. They had arranged this disgusting prank themselves, just asking for the key from the teacher. But the headman suddenly ordered everyone to be quiet. The chief bookmaker, clutching the box to his chest, laughed in a nervous and shocked voice, and then said that if the treasure was back in its place, then the incident was over. And then there was an oppressive, heavy silence that was more deafening and overwhelming than even the loudest noise imaginable. Calmly propping his face on his palm, Lynn mentally noted that everyone knew very well that Maikie's arguments were nothing more than a bad farce, and that it was all her fault. It didn't take any detective skills to blow her cover story to smithereens, but the blonde continued to torment Lynn as if nothing had happened. And everyone was silent, looking everywhere at desks, phones, even textbooks, but did not pay attention to the disgusting behavior of the school bee. Lulin was completely alone in her misfortune. No one would willingly stand up for her against this predator, and she didn't need Sherlock Holmes to do that either. Unfortunately, people very often behaved like a cowardly and hypocritical herd, which was ready to turn a blind eye to any abomination, just not to take responsibility. But such an ostrich-like demeanor only led to the fact that this vile trash behaved more and more brazenly, knowing full well that she could get away with anything, even a crime. Right now, she was grinning hypocritically as she demanded an honest confession from the victim, shaking her head and lamenting how hard it was to believe that cute Lynn would do such a thing. Her friend, with an even more maniacal smile, purred that, of course, coercion completely changes the picture of what happened, and no one will blame her anymore. Pressing her face to her prey, she hissed that it was all the fault of the main character. It was he, the nightmarish master of manipulation, who pulled this savage trick. She said it softly, but everyone heard it as clearly as if a bomb had gone off in the room, and the students were now even afraid to breathe too loudly. Tellingly, even the protagonist himself looked genuinely shocked, as if he hadn't anticipated such a development, and only now realized it. Yes, it was true from the very beginning. This schemer was originally trying to hit the main character, and another humiliation of Lu was just a nice addition to that. Barely able to hide her true emotions behind a mask, she shouted to the entire class that their good friend was going to make a heartfelt confession that would change the course of the case. Calmly folding his hands in front of his face, Lynn icily asked Peepa to tell him how much bad luck energy he currently had, and the imp confirmed that there was some at the bottom. This pleased the young man to such an extent that now he himself put on a bloodthirsty grin, mentally promising to give this bitch a catastrophic change in her entire life. The unfortunate brown-haired woman stood as if thunderstruck, while from everywhere there were poisonous whispers that such a development was very likely. And in order to avoid misunderstanding, the girl was not worried about her own skin right now. On the contrary, she was much more concerned about the need to substitute the main character. Part of her didn't want to do such a disgusting thing, desperately didn't want to, but another part of her whispered treacherously that this was exactly what she needed to do now. In fact, whether or not she cared what happened to this cold and embittered loser, the main thing was that she would completely avoid danger herself and enter Maikie's circle of trust. And then it was as if a screen appeared in front of her eyes, on which frames of old film flashed memories of all the times when Lynn had absolutely, gratuitously helped her. Like a godless infernal abomination, the blonde tied Lu up with puppet strings, forcing her to hit an innocent man to the delight of the audience and become a faithful puppet herself. One might think that all these reflections and hallucinogenic trips last for long minutes, but in reality this is not so. The queen bee has not even finished her speech yet. Juchen didn't try to defend himself in any way. He just sat there and watched very carefully for what the brown-haired girl would eventually decide to say. When she said a short, hoarse yes without looking up, Meiki's beautiful face once again twisted into a nasty snake-like grin in anticipation of the main course. But both she and her follower, and even the entire class, were taken aback when Lu suddenly showed firmness of character and lied that she and only she was to blame for this act. The antagonist was so shocked that she didn't even get angry right away. No, at first she whispered in shock and didn't see X change her. And then you never know. Suddenly hallucination. But Lin, without even looking at her or letting her voice falter, once again loudly and clearly stated that it was her fault that the money box was stolen. No one had forced her to do this, so it was only fair that in the end, all the punishment for this would go to her and not Lin, who had nothing to do with it at all. The people around him didn't really appreciate this small gesture of heroic sacrifice because, hey, what an idiot you have to be to go up against Meiki. At the same time, it should be noted that the heroine still did not go on the attack, did not openly accuse her bully, and did not protest. She chose a different path, but one that would shut her damn mouth. The villainess's voice lost all sweetness as she approached Lu again and said in a low, deadly voice, "Don't blame me for not giving you a chance." In a different situation, with a different person, Lin's tactics might even be of some use, but in this case, unfortunately, it was only sinking into a new abyss. The scoundrel, turning away from the victim, used the most popular and favorite method of bullying any bullies from all over the world, showed the class a photo of the target. It showed the protagonist carrying an unconscious brown-haired woman to the infirmary, and now Meiki was screeching in the style of a kindergarten resident, teasing about weddings. It was silly and tasteless. But first, the antagonist was the queen of the school, and second, they were all teenagers. They didn't need any more worthy reasons. The fact that an unpopular outcast boy had taken the same despised girl on his back was ironclad proof of the truth of this slander. The unfortunate heroine watched what was happening as if the person most dear to her had died in terrible agony before her eyes, and she was devastated. But Meiki was still shouting at the whole class, asking if even the worst of the simpletons now understood why Lin refused to put Shuchen in harm's way. The poor schoolgirl pressed her hands to her mouth in horror and grief, and even in the depths of Lin's own soul, to put it poetically, one very tight string snapped. And then finally, what any self-respecting teenager, dependent on the opinions of others, fears more than anything else in the world, burst out laughing. It wasn't even for the purpose of sucking up to Meiki so as not to get on her bad side. Although that was also the case, it was just that the students were really amused to the point of shivering. Even Headman Xing, who, for a moment, should have stopped such vile behavior long ago, was now grinning faintly and pretending to cough. Chu Cheng's reputation as the nightmare king of curses and messenger of doom obviously hadn't reached his class yet, because everyone was ridiculing Lu for choosing him. And to say that it was a nightmare would be a giant understatement. Any social outcast suffering from such a status would firmly admit that it was hell. Monkey screeching, crow cawing, pig screaming, dog barking, that's what this disgusting cacophony made by diligent students of an elite school was like. Meiki, beaming like a victorious deity stepping on a defeated demon, added that no one liked Lu in middle school because she threw people around. And this raises the extremely interesting question of how she suppressed her destructive triggers and let the protagonist get close to her. Oh, she knew these two were probably just the latest psychopaths to step over all the moral barriers. How disgusting that was, mommies. If Lin had been some aggressive and strong-willed tomboy, she would have turned the bitch's head into a broken pumpkin long ago. But the brown-haired girl herself could only cry. And Meiki's girlfriend, with a grin, started yelling about third base, which meant very indecent actions, which caused several guys to look at each other in disbelief. But humans, being social beings with a morbid addiction to not stand out from the crowd, picked up the slogan with surprising ease, like a battle cry. And some high school clown went so far as to perform a real impromptu dance, moving to third base as if to music. There was no end to the taunts. They lasted so long that the light literally faded in the eyes of the unfortunate girl, and the faces merged into a disgusting, monotonous mass. Lu was having a terrible panic attack. Her head felt like it was being grabbed by a giant hand, and her heart was pounding with such speed and force that it could be heard even in her ears through the bloodstream. Meiki, like a skilled hangman and shoulder maker, knew exactly what method to use to break a person, and now Lin would never dare to rebel against her. But this only concerned the girl, while Shuchen became so bestial and uncontrollable that he didn't give a damn about all his old plans. Pipa, an ancient but powerless archdemon, had little to fear except curses and violence to himself. But now, oh now, he was more terrified than he had ever been before. And it was easy to understand because Lin, without changing his face at all, felt such anger and hatred that he somehow generated bad karma of bad luck. Previously, the imp would have immediately said that such a thing was unrealistic, but now he was convinced with his own eyes that one should never underestimate human hatred. In his shock, he didn't even understand what the young man meant when he announced in the iron tone of a warlord that it was finally time to take action. Then the teenager directly told the evil spirit to get ready to transmit a huge amount of negative aura to some person, while the rest of the class continued to laugh. But even then, the great and all-powerful Pipa could only respond with a wide-open jaw and huge bulging eyes. Zhuqing, meanwhile, thought that Lu had already had enough of this disgusting attitude in her life, and it was time to put an end to it. Another person would have decided to spread the curse to the entire class, to punish the children for their vile tendencies, but Lin saw only two cherished goals in front of him. Meiki, unaware of the metaphorical axe hanging over her neck, bit her lower lip, feeling the blood rush to her head from ecstasy. She felt more ecstatic than anything else she could imagine, because here and now, this classroom had finally become her playground. She felt like an all-powerful deity, a heavenly queen who could send torrential rains and dry summers at her whim, the greatest queen in the world. And then for a moment, she felt as terrified as if a hideous giant were reaching out to grab her, its terrible clawed fingers spread wide. All her self-satisfaction was gone, and all that remained were two emotions: a nasty raw draft that was chilling to the core, and the thought of what in God's name it had even been. No one noticed when Zhuqing, that despised outcast and freak, got up from his seat, walked over to the queen of the school herself, and grabbed her arm, telling her to stop. Meiki, emerging from her eerie, surreal visions, immediately began to exaggerate her screams and moans of pain, accusing the main character of barbarism and perversion. She also demanded that the bastard immediately let go of her soft, beautiful palm, but ironically, no one was going to help her, for the same reasons Lan did. The blonde woman kicked, screamed, and struggled, but still no one moved, and Lin squeezed his iron fingers harder and harder with great pleasure. Her successful attempts to turn her classmates into a cowardly, weak-willed herd, indifferent to other people's problems, now turned against her when she got into trouble. Even though the main character was much more in control of his emotions, deep down, he was gloating and triumphant as much as Meiki a minute earlier, for the hour of punishment had arrived. It was almost a physical, vindictive satisfaction to feel the curse seep into the victim's body, a river of negative karma and calamity. Zhuqing would have poured all his 10 years worth of bad luck into this vile creature if only he had been allowed to. But suddenly he himself was grabbed by the arm of an angry headman, Xing. The dark-haired man deliberately turned around and calmly asked what interest the bespectacled man had if he decided to interfere with the restoration of universal justice. And the prefect simply shouted with a furious face that he was, in fact, the school prefect. It was his sacred duty to protect innocent, tender souls from bullying and humiliation. It sounded so disgustingly hypocritical, considering that he wasn't even thinking of helping out against Lin's bullying, that the protagonist wanted to rip out his jaw to the point of insanity. He would have done just that, no doubt, if Pipa hadn't suddenly whispered in his ear in a warning voice that Meiki was now cursed, and there was no need to get into the bottle right now. Since the demon was completely right this time, Lin decided to step on the throat of his anger and contented himself with snatching his hand out of Xing's in disdain. No one dared to discuss this incident, even in whispers, but Zhuqing already knew it would be like this. A classic example of ostrich behavior, a metaphorical hiding of the head in the sand. The main character didn't care about that, because the most important thing was that the unfortunate Lu was now released from her own negative karma. As for the antagonist, she, of course, continued to think that once again she easily escaped punishment, smiled viciously at Lin, and shook her finger at him. But the main character knew perfectly well that this was just the beginning of the real game, so he didn't react to it in any way. He just continued to follow the bully very closely. After all, he simply had to be there when her newfound curse was finally activated to witness her pain, fear, and humiliation. Fortunately for Zhuqing, he didn't have to wait long, as Meiki fell head over heels down the school stairs as soon as she stepped on them, as if she'd been kicked in the ass by some invisible person. The first injury was not very serious, but the student's leg was still swollen, so her friend who conducted the examination decided to tell the teacher everything so that they could be given time off. But the villain refused without hesitation, because she, it turns out, wanted to work as a model And today she was going to be photographed for the school magazine. It was important. In another situation, the brunette would have easily understood her ambition. But how would she work now that her leg looked like a half-cooked crayfish without a shell? Barely able to ignore the dull, throbbing pain in her foot, McKee told Shaw that this was her best chance to start a career in show business, and she had no right to turn it down. And if she lets some blunt trauma undo her biggest dream and give the high school beauty queen crown to someone else, she won't forgive herself. The other students smiled and sincerely offered to take her to the right place because, hey, no matter how nasty they were with others, they were each other's best friends. It was so heartwarming that May, that disgusting, hard-hearted, sadistic bitch, almost burst into tears when she found out how much her friend loved her. If a novelist had seen this moment, when one girl reached out to help another up, he would have burst into tears and run for the canvas. But any hint of warmth and light was destroyed when Makey not only saw, but also felt herself being forcefully grasped by terrifying, monstrous hands out of the darkness. To say that her heart skipped a few beats, turning into one big piece of heavy stone, would be an unforgivable, disgusting understatement. However, it didn't last very long, and when the terrible vision was dispelled by the fog, everything was back to normal. The school, the corridor, and the surprised Shaw. Of course, the villain did not want to be suspected of growing schizophrenia, so she did not say anything and only obediently leaned on someone else's shoulder. Soon that lingering, gut-chilling fear was completely gone, and in its place was the heartwarming satisfaction of knowing what kind of best friends they were. Unfortunately, they didn't realize that from a safe distance, both of them were being watched very closely by not just one, but two pairs of sharp eyes. The main character was shocked by what he had just seen, and the little demon explained with some malice that Lin had not imagined anything. It was a sign. Right now, Makey had an arm around the shoulders of a nightmarish cloak skeleton, and it was an unequivocal warning of how badly her life would break under the weight of failure. Despite all their efforts, the girls still came to the photo shoot later than scheduled, but at least they were lucky in this. The photographer also came only a second earlier than them. Today they were visited by Mr. Mu himself, the editor-in-chief of the New Campus magazine, a very responsible and hardworking person who never leaves his work to its own devices. That's why he decided to personally work with new young models. But when he saw them in person, he even gasped in surprise. After recovering from the initial shock, he blatantly ignored the cultural formalities and immediately asked one of the schoolgirls for her name. Overjoyed that her divine beauty had immediately struck down a grown man, the blonde enthusiastically chirped that she was Zhao Meiki, she was 16 years old, and so on. But when venerable Mr. Mu awkwardly patted his head and apologized, since he was actually asking the second girl, a cold silence fell over the room. May felt something tear in her chest and turned in sticky horror to her friend, who was just as shocked by this turn of events as she was. The editor was so delighted with this Lan Shasha's appearance, and even her name, that he didn't even want to listen to any explanation. He immediately sent her to the dressing room. With no delays, no hesitation or excuses, Mu immediately began to clean up the mess on his set, no worse than famous dictator directors. All the while, Makey just stood there and stared at the scene as if a whole bucket of disgusting, rotten slop had just been dumped on her. But for her friend, what was happening was becoming more and more like a fairy tale come true. No joke if she was given a magnificent old European dress for free. Then there was a photo of her in her school uniform, then another suit and another, and the work was in full swing, and no one dared to interrupt or delay it. Only the antagonist, watching this from the side, turned to the teacher standing next to her in a very quiet and timid voice, reminding him that she was promised something slightly different. But the man almost immediately ordered her to shut up because they, after all, do not understand anything in the fashion world, and this team, all like a selection, are seasoned professionals. Besides, why did Makey bring Lan along at all if she was afraid of competition? And this simple question completely penetrated the already crumbling armor of the once proud Zhao. What was supposed to be her finest hour, a bonus ticket to a world of wealth, fame, and adoration, turned out to be the cruelest and most shameful torture possible. It was these thoughts that were beating like a jackhammer in the head of the blonde, who, for all fair and logical reasons, should now be shining against the background of all these cameras. Then again, her leg, she'd been ignoring the terrible flame in her foot all this time, with a heroic effort of will, and for what the hell, to get nothing at all. The villainess felt like a complete idiot, and she still hadn't burst into tears in front of everyone, just because her grief and despair was so intense that it froze her tears. In the end, the photo shoot ended, and Mu, happy as a cat who has eaten a huge amount of expensive sour cream, announced that now his team can rest. However, he still took the time to praise Lanshasha for her great talents, to which the brunette modestly replied that it was all thanks to his trust. However, this mask immediately fell off her face as soon as the man seriously suggested that she, a teenage girl, sign a full-fledged work contract. And no, of course, she didn't even pause for a second to think, because you don't get such great chances twice in your life. Now she was a model. The brunette walked all the way, almost dancing, shouting with happiness and discussing with the suspiciously quiet Mei how lucky she was, until the blonde suddenly asked her to refuse. The black-haired girl turned around with big eyes that clearly showed an unasked question about what the hell Joe just said. When no other words came from the villainess, Lan still directly asked her why she was saying such things. Then the blonde, completely rejecting even the faintest signs of calm and sanity, shouted that the brunette was obliged to refuse that editor-in-chief. Shaking all over like a mad chihuahua, Mei muttered that this Mr. Mu was very strange and suspicious to offer a contract to a young girl like that. You don't have to think too long. He's like a predator, a disgusting wolf who is looking for redcaps like Shasha for vile things, whether she will agree to go to his mouth. But Meiki hastened to add, waving her sweaty hands, they don't need to be upset. They will both still conquer the heights of show business in high school or executive school. And then something that Joe must have feared more than anything else happened. Lan's beautiful face glazed over with disgust, and she coldly said that it was all just nonsense. The antagonist's horror and shock were such that if she were asked to avoid such a timeline by breaking her own leg, she would take up the hammer without hesitation. The brunette walked past her very quickly and silently like a ghost, and said with disdain that Joe's face, devoid of even a semblance of conscience, was filled with envy in large letters. If she was suffering so much from the fact that Lan might have outperformed her for the first time, that she was ready to ruin her career, then there was clearly no friendship between them. And she wasn't that notorious fool Lalin, and she wasn't going to tolerate such an abusive attitude. From now on, each of them would go their separate ways. But just to let Meiki know for the last time, she never had a chance to surpass Shasha with her divine beauty. Whether she hurt her own leg or not doesn't matter. Every word of it came down on Joe like a merciless whip. And now this heartless, cruel manipulator knew exactly what the victims of her bullying were going through. And since such a thing seriously threatened to destroy her sanity, Mei's self-preservation mechanism led her to believe that the reason for the failure was an injury to her leg. And then this agonizing, twisted biological computer came up with the following result. If the traitor starts jumping on one leg by herself, then everything will be fine. Just one push, just a little bit of pain, a few torn muscles and possibly broken bones, and it would all be over. And Joe would once again be the queen of this school and the world. This monster didn't even pause for a second, didn't doubt or think about the consequences, as if a broken robot Meiki approached Lanshasha and pushed her down the stairs. The brunette managed to turn around at the last moment to look at her ex-girlfriend with an expression of despair and shock, to which the villain responded only with branded poisonous thoughts. The fool could reach for her as long as she wanted, but it was too late, and she was still a considerable distance away, and the heartless gravity was already dragging her down. Since fate was now watching Joe very closely, she simply couldn't ignore the temptation. And then the blonde saw those hands again. Unnaturally flexible and long limbs that couldn't possibly belong to any human being, they once again clung to the girl's delicate palms like a hawk to a hare. What little arrogance and superiority Meiki had regained was now once again shattered by terror and shock, but it also didn't last long. One blink of her eyes, and now, instead of demonic paws, Chi grabbed Shasha, whose vengeful and angry face clearly read, "If I die now, then you are also finished." From the outside, this might seem incredibly comical and ridiculous, but unfortunately, there was not a single comedian nearby who could appreciate such a betrayal. As for Joe herself, she didn't really feel any fear or rage, simply because the events of the past few hours had completely disrupted her behavior pattern. If there was one unpleasant similarity between Chinese ladders and their counterparts from all over the world, it was that they were very, very long. After an unknown amount of time, when the noise in her head stopped and her stomach stopped trying to spew out its contents, the brunette tried to get to her feet. Her entire face was now covered in numerous scratches and bruises, but she wasn't hurt enough not to cover the psychotic Mei with the choicest of curses. But Joe took a suspiciously long time to respond, or even respond to her screams, and when Shaw took a good look at her, a terrible chill ran down her spine. Perhaps, for obvious reasons, she no longer harbored any bright feelings for this maniac, but to see what happened to her after the fall was still disgusting. Meiji Yi's skull was like a broken egg. Blood and brain fluid were pouring out of the terrible wounds, and the schoolgirl's eyes were as glassy as a corpse's. And Shasha screamed. She screamed as if she was trying to break the windows all over the building with her voice. But this did not prevent one person from listening to what happened. He slowly raised his hand, his shaking, twitching hand, as if it were some monstrous weapon that should never have been born. This was indeed the case, and it was not a happy coincidence that Shuchen had gained monstrous power, and now he was triumphant over the torment of Jo and her friend. However, his strength still had limits. Someone quickly called an ambulance and doctors were able to save the life of the blonde, despite her severe head injuries. But it would be superfluous to say that this disaster became the most hotly discussed news in the school, which in an instant eclipsed any other gossip and rumors. The new model of the new campus was also seriously damaged, and the director decided to send her home for self-study for an unlimited period of time so that she would recover. The teachers, trying their best to impress on their students how dangerous and serious this situation is for everyone, demanded that they not come to any girls for a while. However, this was completely unnecessary. Because of their own free will, none of the seniors would even come close to Shasha's house or Jo's hospital room. This school, for all its shortcomings, did not skimp on technology, and a vigilant video camera fully recorded how this terrible tragedy occurred. Everyone saw how the blonde pushed the brunette in the back, but was captured by her and also fell down the stairs. Everyone decided that this was a real crime without any excuses. Because of this, all events were also canceled, including tests to determine elite students, which upset many people, including the good and fair headman Xing. Now sitting at his desk, Lin concluded that not only had no one tried to test Jo in all these days, but on the contrary, she had become everyone's favorite target. Humans were amazing at changing skins, and if they used to dance on their hind legs in front of Meiki before, now when she wasn't around, she was accused of all sorts of deadly sins. These hypocrites went so far as to accuse Jo of bullying Lulin, while completely ignoring their own role in that vile harassment. The girls tried especially hard, spreading rumors among themselves that the whole disaster began because their former bee-queen did not share her boyfriend with the brown-haired woman. These gossips grew and multiplied like a hydra, with each severed head replaced by two, and even the cynical Shuchen couldn't help but wonder at this behavior. Although on the other hand, there was nothing strange about it either. The classic behavior called stumps of a lying person, it was literally as old as life on Earth. However, considering that all of this related to Mei Qi, no matter how sorry or sympathetic Lin was going to be, this scoundrel deserved her current fate. Now, wounded, hated by everyone, convicted in absentia, and having lost her best friend, she will understand how insignificant, weak, and empty a creature she really is. If there was one thing the protagonist wanted to know, it was what Lu thought about all this. Whether it was good for her to see the man who had caused her so much pain burning in hell himself. Again, in this way, he was able to get Pipa to remove the curse of failure from the brown-haired woman and redirect it to a much more suitable victim, a complete benefit. But it hadn't escaped his attention yet that even though his classmates had spent a lot of time trying to wash Jo's bones, no one had even thought to say that ominous word, bad luck. It is very possible that many people wanted to do just that, but they were stopped by the realization that now they will be looked at as stupid clowns for this. And the more the main character thought about all this, the more he was torn to pieces by malicious laughter. Because if you think about it carefully, it's just incredibly ironic. He had been accused all his life of spreading the curse of failure, as if he were a typhoid Mary. But when Shuchen really became such a monster, everyone took a deep breath. He might have wondered about the ethical side of his powers before, but now he was finally convinced that they were simply amazing, without any buts. He laughed inwardly, stretching out his hand and flexing his fingers. Just look at how many people there are who only enjoy hurting others. What all these lowly bastards don't realize yet is that they will soon experience incomparable pain themselves when the nightmarish Lord of Bad Luck finds them and punishes them justly. No rat can escape his punishing hand. He will not allow a single escape and will not allow himself to be tempted by bribery, for now he is a weapon of karma. Pipa, who had to listen to this self-satisfied mental lecture for who knows how many minutes, couldn't stand it any longer and asked irritably what they would get out of it. Closing his eyes with great calmness, Shuchen reminded them that they would actually benefit because by moving on to something else, their own negative karma would be weakened. The demon was not only not reassured, but also enraged, so he shouted at the top of his voice that he shouldn't sit on his ass and play noble, but he should get rid of the filth as soon as possible. In his emotions, the imp forgot that he was no longer an all-powerful archdemon, but a small ball on the handle of an umbrella, and he, as expected, paid a fair price for this. Lin might not always be able to find suitable candidates for punishment among humans, but there was always one supernatural asshole around to kick. But it wasn't just a whim. On the contrary, Zhu was making it clear in such a cruel way that he would never use his power for anything other than just revenge. And the demon, again for obvious reasons, didn't give a damn about these stupid sentimental principles, which he would have said if his jaw hadn't been squeezed by the sole of his shoe. But deep in Pipa's heart, fear began to rise. Because despite his anger, he knew perfectly well that this little mortal brat wasn't bluffing with a single word he said. Eventually, the lesson came to an end, and the stern teacher gave everyone an unequivocal warning that these lazy people should not even come to his lessons without homework. It is characteristic that many students really listen to this, but not because of the awakened love of knowledge, but because it was simply dangerous to anger the mentor on such days. The main character, like everyone else, was heading for the exit when, at the very doorway, he was unlucky enough to run into Lu Lin, who gave him a frankly panicked look. She hurried to hide it with her head down, but she could just as effectively try to treat a deep open wound with an ordinary band-aid. Yuchen also had no desire to play silent or guess hints after all that he had experienced, so he directly asked what had happened this time. The schoolgirl quickly realized again that she couldn't think of a single convincing word to lie to, so she honestly admitted that she was sorry that Lin was still an outcast for the school. To be honest, the protagonist didn't expect such an answer, because he just didn't think that someone might still be bothered by that ridiculous trick of the blonde with the betting box. But not wanting to talk about himself, he just told Lu to change herself, because sooner or later, a second and a third, and so on ad infinitum, will take the place of this Makey. It was the only good advice he could give to other outsiders. If you don't want to be a scapegoat for the rest of your life, turn into a full-grown lone wolf. Again, the laws of evolution stated that a creature that does not want to change to the world around it is doomed to extinction, and human society in this regard was not more merciful. He wasn't going to say anything more out loud, but in his mind he couldn't help but wonder if he was helping this quiet girl just because Pip had cursed her before. No, Xiuqin quickly admitted to himself, he was doing this for himself, for the same self that he was before, just as weak, scared, unable to defend himself from the world. Now that he had done this girl a good turn, he had closed his own past, closed his gestalt, and therefore had the right to just move on and never look back again. Oh yes, now all the thoughts of the main character were directed exclusively forward, towards tomorrow and all the dangers or opportunities that it hides. He will fully assume his new role as the arbiter of universal justice, an instrument of the laws of karma that punishes unattainable bastards like this Bo. Society and technology in our time have developed faster than a fast-flowing river, and what once seemed like delusions or fantasies has now become commonplace. People wanted more and more things to meet new needs, and students were no exception, but they had to take serious measures to do so. Specialties, that's what the Chinese Youth Society could offer. Long and in-depth training in just one industry, but with guaranteed employment. In one such institution, everything was built on pragmatism. As long as you remained useful in your industry, nothing else mattered and privileges were easy to open. One humiliating memory after another surfaced in Lin's mind as all those arrogant, spoiled, and rich bastards treated him like he was subhuman. And it just so happens that Shuken was probably the only person in Chinese history who was transferred to such a place as a punishment, not a reward. Pipa didn't miss the opportunity to ask why the hero was causing so many problems that even the time-tested system couldn't digest him, but the guy quickly became distracted. Lin finally saw what kind of place he was being sent to, and it could, at best, be compared to a political rally and a contemporary art exhibition all at once. One geezer had strapped a very heavy tire to his body, taken from a huge car or even a truck, and now he was running around with it, constantly repeating it to himself once or twice. Another was just doing push-ups with a barbell, straining his huge muscles like bull hams, and sweating acrid, foul-smelling sweat all over the place. The third one was also sweating from the equally hard work, although it wasn't focused on himself, as this kid was chopping food for lunch at an insane speed. Shuchen froze against his will, realizing that this place really wasn't going to be so easy for him, since everyone here was truly a nugget. Naturally, it couldn't have been more than a few seconds before some smug big guy materialized nearby and growled that the newcomer should be admired. Then he took a closer look at the protagonist and was surprised to recognize him as a first-grade student, which by local standards was actually very rare. And to the logical question of why this happened, Lin's new acquaintance honestly admitted that, in fact, he himself has no idea. In any case, it was difficult to get into this place because of the difficult qualifying exams, and most of them managed to do it only starting from the second year. Again, regardless of the circumstances, he admired the protagonist's courage and immediately invited him to join their massage section, introducing himself as Ma Shaji. And this bully, to put it mildly, did not expect that in response to all his praises and boasts, the main character simply turned around and wandered away without even saying a word. For some reason, G wasn't going to back down from the newcomer so easily. He was even willing to ignore the newcomer's apparent reluctance to go to their club just to stay as his guide. Over there, for example, he pointed, there are people from the arts department, but hey, there are such clubs even in kindergartens who even decided that they are so special. And over there, for example, there are cooks who spend their days puffing over dough and side dishes and doing all the other women's work, the shame of the male kind. There were places for fanatics of Japanese anime, manga, and video games, future hikimori who are terrified of living women, and there were boors who pretend to be business sharks. Masha would have walked around for a very long time, itching over the main character's ear and throwing mud at all the factions he met, but then someone's piercing scream attracted the attention of the brunette. No, it wasn't a cry for help, but quite the contrary. It was issued by some kid armed with rackets and ping-pong balls, and he clashed to the death with the cook. The young chef deflected all the projectiles that were thrown at him with one mighty swing, so that they then hit the screamer himself, and the audience cheered with whistles. This was the first time that the protagonist was interested, and G, secretly pleased, hurried to explain that this carnage was the equivalent of an arbitration court for their institution. The leadership of this academy could not, or perhaps simply did not want to monitor the observance of order among teenagers who regularly quarreled on any occasion. And just so that future athletes, chefs, artists, scientists, and businessmen wouldn't break each other's skulls and necks, what Lin saw now was legalized. If you're not happy about something, then just challenge your opponent to a duel where both of you will fight in the style of such a ridiculous comedy anime about schools with feuding faculties. And if you lose, it's your own fault and don't complain. And even though G admitted that it was nothing more than fights, they still helped the school's population drain steam without serious violence. The main character immediately clarified whether such rules do not mean the complete dominance of karate, kung fu, boxing, and other martial arts clubs, but it turned out that no. As it quickly turned out, it was also a place where students could literally recruit bodyguards because, hey, even the most nerdy nerd didn't want to get shot. They were also only allowed to use techniques that could be even remotely tied to your house, and real dirty fights were punished very quickly and severely. In any case, only really strong people survived and reached heights in this place, and all the weaklings very quickly went to the bottom of the food chain. At these words, his aura changed to such an extent that even the usually unyielding and cold-blooded Shugen was a little taken aback and stopped like a monument. People watching from afar, as usual, began to exchange gossip that here, again, this G is making a fuss. But in general, this is understandable behavior. Except the big guy wasn't really going to fight Lin to get him to join their little club. Instead, he gave the protagonist, well, a massage. He was very proud of his massage skills, as he had learned this magnificent art for many years. And thanks to it, he could now quickly and accurately learn everything about the enemy's body. And Ma Sha took great pleasure in using this as a small blackmail, repeating that he would tell the hero everything about his merits if he joined his club. As expected of an ice king like Lin Shuchen, he maintained an indifferent silence, and then Ji Yi stopped himself after sensing something abnormal about him. The big guy froze, his hands still on the shoulders of the main character, who even asked with a smirk why he stopped and left his client curious. What Ma saw was unlike anything he had ever seen before, because the protagonist's body seemed to constantly die and then regenerate again. But at the same time, after each such self-devouring act, he became even stronger, like the main character of some idiotic manga about cultivators. For a moment, Shaw considered the possibility that Shuchen might be hundreds, if not thousands of times more powerful than he once was, but he quickly dismissed it. And then, with even greater, almost panicked horror, he realized that he simply could not read this information. It was equivalent to downloading the entire internet to one flash drive. But there was no doubt that the body he saw and massaged was the standard of humanity, the equivalent of first-class hardened steel from the world of biology and anatomy. It also had to mean that this strange young man had colossal combat abilities. In fact, against all of them, he would be a true demigod. The two men stared at each other in tense silence for a while, and then Ji finally stepped away from Lin and took a paper out of his breast pocket without a word. It turned out to be an application form, and the big guy once again asked that the main character enter his department, only now much more formally and politely. Now that he realized the enormous, even supernatural potential inherent in the protagonist, Mashu spoke to him very obsequiously, trying desperately to appease him. And when he humbly asked, almost sweating profusely, what the name of the magnificent Jasper Lord was, Lin Shuchen calmly revealed his first and last name, and even his class. This information affected the big man even more strangely than the strange body of the teenager. With a very strange expression on his face, he tore up the paper. Without any explanation, he laughed very falsely, which means that it's a bad thing. All the sections in the club are crowded. So, excuse me, sir, a big mistake came out. He was sorry. He apologized for the poor performance of his stupid head. Have a good day and evening. And then G just ran off at such a speed that he kicked up a cloud of dust. Needless to say, Shuchen stared after him with a face like he was trying to figure out what the hell had just happened and what he had said or done wrong. But what is even more strange, this happened very quickly, as soon as the teenager tried to approach a person of another faculty and enroll in it. This was beginning to seriously infuriate Lin, because he might not have any sacred respect for this place, but he didn't want to become a black sheep here either. However, who would have thought that the representatives of the next section also gave him a lapel turn, and even in such a grandiose and unctuous tone that there was nothing to complain about. Perhaps Shuchen's newfound strength and change of scenery had played tricks on him, making him more soft-spoken and touchy when it came to such things. And everywhere he went, he got the same answer. No, we don't accept newcomers. No, all the seats are full. And no, there's no way we can take you in. The protagonist was genuinely at a loss to understand why he was being treated like this in a place where he had never been before and had done nothing wrong, and Pip was being sarcastic and joking. When the main character heard that disgustingly optimistic voice of Mashitsu suggesting that another freshman join his section, his eye twitched. This was already a matter of principle, so he just grabbed the slimy brute by the chest and demanded to know what the hell this was all about right away. The masseur gave a very fake smile, averted his eyes, and chirped that he didn't know anything, to which Shuchen icily ordered him to stop playing this comedy already. But the big man suddenly easily freed himself from his grip and, straightening his clothes, said in an even sweeter voice that, no, he would not say anything to Lin on this topic. No, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. And as he let the mask slide off his face, Tsu confessed that it was all the work of Quan Bo, the president of the student council. This made the teenager even more uneasy because, well, he had no illusions about the guy's decency, but he didn't even realize how petty he was. And yet he had enormous power here, practically the only ones whom this platinum, bespectacled man could not order around like servants were adult teachers. So this slick, cute asshole had somehow set up his own playground where he could do whatever he wanted to do. Hence the unnatural disregard for the Lord of Bad Luck, because anyone who took him under their wing would also become Quan's personal opponent. For the same reasons, Z flatly refused to ever accept a core character into his faction, even if the alternative was universal contempt. As for the main character himself, to be honest, he was just very sad because for a moment he allowed his hopes of a normal life to blind him. That bastard in a beautiful white suit had no intention of giving him any chance of successful rehabilitation from the very beginning. This was just part of a sophisticated mockery. And now this small high school king of intrigue contentedly pushed away the figures symbolizing the main character with his manicured, elegant finger. Quan even wondered what the hated Juchen was going to do about it, what barbaric actions or sophisticated devious schemes he would take. As if responding to him by telepathy, the protagonist boldly thought that if the local training system was trying to grind him up and devour him, then he would break it and subdue it himself. And as his first move, he couldn't think of anything better to do than literally break into the gym and yell that he was challenging all those training jocks. Classes were held in a standard way. Future athletes regularly worked to strengthen their muscles, and their head did not get tired of urging them on for better results. This very leader, who looked like a statue of a bodybuilder come to life, with a bald head like a knee, especially in a brutal voice, demanded to know their motto. The cry of "down with the fat body, long live the muscles" could easily have deafened and caused a concussion, as if huge speakers were working very close by. It was only moments before the main character burst into the room and shouted out who he was and that he was going to have a duel with these ogres. For a few seconds, all these thugs left their previous activities and did not answer, instead looking at each other. And then they all laughed heartily, and with such force that many of them had tears in their eyes and some of them even doubled over, unable to keep their posture straight. But they could afford to have fun, but their leader, the bald giant, was simply obliged by his position to punish such an impudent person. When they heard that he wasn't even a member of any faculty yet, the laughter in the fitness club was tripled because it was triple ridiculous. After that, they might even agree to let the teenager go in peace, since it's a sin to offend a lunatic. But Shuchen didn't falter in his voice as he put forward the rules of battle. This angered the leader of the fitness section even more, because it was best to show that this slimy little rat really dared to look down on him. As it turned out, he was not the leader, but only his deputy, but he agreed to conduct the duel on behalf of his faction anyway, much to the delight of the other jocks. After hearing a terse no to the rules of dueling, the bald giant roared that it was too short for dying words and charged at Lin like a bulldozer come to life. Most people who were in the protagonist's shoes would have run away in terror to avoid being crushed, but Shuchen simply covered his chest with his hands. The blow, which could easily have broken a few bones or broken a wooden door for a simple layman, only sent the protagonist flying for a short time. But no matter how indifferent the main character seemed, even he couldn't help but admit that it was an insane amount of strength and mass, more than suitable for such a department. And that was no longer funny, because such an enemy, with the strength of a bear or a bull, would only be joked with by the last idiot or psychopath. In another situation again, even Zhuchen would have preferred to think before going into conflict, but this sullen, ever-grinning cub had already set a goal. He had to defeat this bully. There was no other way, so he deliberately froze and waited calmly for the next attack of the bald athlete. The latter tried to perform a favorite trick of the same bears and many wrestlers, namely to squeeze the opponent in a crushing embrace, but Lin was not there. The strange, cheeky teenager was moving at such a high speed, which athletes did not expect from him at all, and then they pointed out with shock how he rose into the air. It wasn't enough for a young man to just dump this living mountain of flesh, but to earn a certain reputation within the walls of this academy, the victory had to become beautiful. So the Lord of Bad Luck threw his body into the air, literally swooped down on the big man in the peregrine falcon pose, and then hit him on the neck and shoulders with his folded elbows. Even such a colossus, whose body was as strong as a brick wall, had its own softer and more vulnerable spots, and Lin accurately hit one of them, winning the victory. It was obvious that the deputy of the fitness section had lost, because now the only thing he could do was gape in a silent wail and spray drool. As expected, his juniors looked on with real horror, which could be compared to the destruction of a shrine in front of its worshippers. Before walking out the door, Shuchen glanced back and gave a menacing look with his green eyes, saying, "There is still such a daredevil to compete with him," and of course, there were no such people. As expected, the main character successfully achieved his goals, because news of him spread throughout the academy at a speed worthy of a forest fire. The next time, a schoolboy, a freshman without a team or supporters, a personal target for President Quan, effortlessly defeated and disgraced the leader of the fencing club. The poor man had never felt so bad in his life, and he even sat in a kneeling position, looking at the floor below him as his subordinates bustled around him. This was just the beginning of a terrible plague that killed the best students among the best students, and the third victim was the second person in the basketball department. Then, with similar disdainful ease, Lin dealt with the champion of the boxing section, knocking out not only the mouthguard, but also consciousness in a matter of seconds. And he wasn't going to focus solely on sports and stereotypically male areas of study. He just outplayed the best female streamer of the school. Then he showed up at the vocal department, and to say that his voice cut down all the local regulars like a perfectly sharpened scythe on dry grass would be an understatement. In less than a day, almost all the students were now looking after Xuxian in horror, seeing him either as a deity come to life or as the embodiment of the wrath of those very gods. Surrounding him, passers-by eventually directly asked the boy why he was doing all this, why he continued to crush one faculty after another, as if in a game. In response, he thundered the sign that had the name of the singing club written on it violently on the ground, like a warrior summoning his enemies with blows of a steel shield. Somehow, managing to make eye contact with each of the dozens of passers-by, he shouted out, "Who could fight him? Who else could that sneaky Quanbo send in his place?" Given the context of the establishment's politics, it wasn't hard to see that this was a monstrous insult to them, and to ignore it would be like a loss of honor. Some people hid their eyes shyly, like animals under the eyes of a grown-up Mowgli, and others, on the contrary, began to shout what an arrogant and rude freak Lung was. A man with golden hair asked what the hell was going on here, and a young man explained how he knew Xu Chen was throwing a terrible tantrum. No one knew what to do about it, because to expel him in disgrace would mean admitting his incompetence, as the academy did. And, as luck would have it, all the section leaders went to the rally. The blond man smiled calmly and admitted that he now understood perfectly well why he was suddenly rejected from joining several houses with such a situation. It was an old acquaintance of Shuken's, Zhe Xinfan, called Boss, who was now known to everyone as the madman who dared to shave Director Gargoyle's own head. No, this handsome guy wasn't going to attack the protagonist right now, because he was wondering what the scarred bastard would do next. The main character seemed to hear these thoughts, so he replied that he planned to catch a big fish. But Pipa, despite being telepathically connected to Lin, did not understand anything. But in reality, it was simple. Xu Shen deliberately challenged all these people to a duel and defeated them in disgrace in order to provoke the actions of one of the big shots. Once the protagonist defeats such a super apprentice, it will simply be impossible to ignore him. These hypocrites will have to admit his existence, no matter what Bo thinks. A complete moral victory over Quan and the system he controlled was what the dark-haired man really wanted, and he was putting in the maximum amount of effort to achieve it. As an ancient archdemon, conqueror, and destroyer, Pipa couldn't help but approve of this plan of action. But still, the teenager didn't curse anyone for almost a day. It was getting dangerous. It wouldn't be long before Rock would come to his senses and remind him of his existence if he didn't fix it. But Shushin just advised the little demon not to worry about it, because the next target for his karmic touch will be this small, pompous, hypocritical, and rotten president who thinks he's some kind of god. The soft thud of a soccer ball hitting the ground was almost as deafening in the silence as the explosion of a colossal bomb or a mountain of sticks of dynamite. Someone kicked the ball with enough force to seriously injure or even kill someone, but Lin caught the ball with a casual flick of his hand. The crowd immediately parted in different directions, like a school of fish that sensed a shark approaching, and thus cleared the way for a new enemy. Much to the main character's surprise, it wasn't some unknown and smug athlete, but another old acquaintance, his class leader, Liu Xing. Placing his hands more comfortably on the sign with the name of the defeated club, Shuchen asked, not without mockery, if this bespectacled guy also decided to get into the big leagues. The blue-haired youth only smiled faintly, and in his mind, he venomously demanded that this son of a dog didn't try to compare them. It wasn't even close to funny. Aloud, he pointed an accusing finger at the hero and shouted that, as the deputy leader of the football department, he completely disagreed with the results of duels. In response, the protagonist slowly tilted his head closer to his shoulder in a bird-like manner and quietly asked if Liu Yi really just said what they all heard. However, this didn't faze the antagonist, who threw his arms wide to the side and shouted in the voice of a street preacher, "How dare Lin abuse their arbitration court?" It was supposed to be a way to end disagreements without too much bloodshed, and instead he started bullying people, so it's enough to put up with it. They had all come here to learn and improve their skills, not for Xiuchen to turn others into punching bags on a perverse whim. Naturally, the crowd of onlookers very quickly agreed with his words, shouting that they were primarily ordinary students and they didn't want to suffer such an outrage anymore. The villain was grinning even more with every passing second, openly happy that the king of bad luck was making a fuss, because it was incredibly easy for him to hype it at his expense. But out loud, he added in an even harsher tone that the newcomer had deliberately staged attacks when the true section leaders were far away. Was he really afraid of losing? This accusation was really able to get under Shuken's skin. Not only did he hate such slander in his address, but he also simply did not know what the dean's schedule was. The former prefect knew exactly what he was thinking and mentally agreed that it was just a coincidence. But what difference does it make if people decide what they believe? And he already felt like a winner, because with his short but fiery speech, he simply destroyed the main character's reputation, turning him into a despicable coward. For some reason, the green-eyed brunette didn't say anything, and the bespectacled man began to gloat inwardly, saying, "What are you doing? You've swallowed your tongue." "Well, that's right. Otherwise, you'll dig your own grave." And then he decided to do the same despicable thing that Meiki had done earlier, to embarrass his victim by blurting out the unsightly facts from Lin's past in front of the crowd. Admittedly, he had managed to get Shuchen down to his bones once more, and even he was dumbfounded when Liu accused him of being chronically unlucky, as if it was his own decision. But Xinyi himself understood how this might sound from the outside, so he hurried to add that, yes, of course, people do not affect probabilities, so individual failures are quite understandable. However, if you can't even open a window so as not to pull it up by the roots, simultaneously destroying the wall and killing it with fragments of passers-by, and so on every day, does this mean a problem? Only then did the main character, forcing himself to maintain a semblance of composure, clarify what in the name of all that is holy, this cunning man is trying to convey in this way. The smile that crossed the bespectacled man's face for a moment could easily match Mei-Qi's gloating grimaces, or even give her a good head start. Gesturing and putting fire into his words like experienced political agitators, Liu began to lead everyone to believe that in reality Shuchen was just a cowardly scoundrel and a villain. He was simply putting all the blame on his fake failure, and this accusation, tellingly, angered even Xiao, who hated the protagonist so much. But all the other students agreed with great pleasure and began to unanimously chant that the main character was just a cowardly piece of shit and a jackal. The antagonist felt like the ruler of the whole world, as long as the crowd followed his every word, thought and acted as he wanted. But it was time for real punishment. While everyone was shouting at him, Xu Chen was forced to admit in response to people's remarks that he didn't see this coming. And yes, it was much worse than the incident with Zhou's bullying. Then there was another high-pitched shout, followed by a raised hand to the sky, and the man announced that penalties were about to be awarded. Thus, the villain himself challenged the hero to a duel. If he can score 3 goals out of 5 while Liu is guarding the gate, he will be accepted into their club, and if not, then let him go out of here. While the crowd teased the protagonist with insults, the bespectacled man did not even doubt that he would defeat him with ease, because where he was an amateur and where he was a professional and an experienced player. In a different situation, this schemer would think carefully before getting involved with such a dangerous and obviously evil person, but now he didn't care. He was experiencing his finest hour. But what the hell was that funny, considering that he had volunteered to play as a soccer goalkeeper and Liu had put on his uniform just for that moment. Pushing aside the sign with the name of the vocal section, Shuchen said in a voice as cold as winter ice that it was better for this little bastard not to forget about this word. But then the luck of the teenager in glasses turned away, because as soon as he stood in front of the goal, barely spread his arms and legs apart as a football flew past. The black and white sports car smashed into the netting that was stretched between 2 posts before anyone could blink, not even the smug-looking Shin. When he realized, somewhat belatedly, exactly what had just happened, his eyes glazed over like those of a fish that has been dynamited by poachers. With the faintest hint of a smile, Lin asked if it was normal to concede such a sloppy and lazy goal, and the bespectacled man realized with horror that he had allowed himself too much. The other people also added fuel to the fire, repeating Xu Qing's words that the vice faculty of talented young football players should not make such mistakes. Xu Xinfan was still watching from the audience, thinking that the main character didn't know moderation and that this would end up being his undoing. As the other students ran around him like devoted servants with snacks and fans, he admitted that he shouldn't underestimate Lin after all, otherwise he wouldn't have lost to him. The new antagonist, meanwhile, motivated himself by repeating that yes, he is a professional and well done, but you can't behave like a smug asshole on the sports field. No matter how insignificant a piece of pig dung Seichen is, here and now it must be taken as seriously as possible to guarantee victory in the challenge for yourself. This pause must have lasted for about a minute before the protagonist finally decided to strike again, and even warned his opponent in advance. The former class leader of his class didn't say anything about it, and didn't even try to grin, because he was really immersed in this competition. Like a living computer, in a matter of seconds, he calculated the possible flight paths of the ball, how to react to it, and confidently decided that Fu Lin was finished. If only his running technique was worth it. It was a real disgrace from the point of view of a professional athlete, like fighting with swords without standing sideways to the enemy. Fortunately, the Lord of Bad Luck couldn't hear him, and he was completely focused on completing another winning goal. The antagonist strained his legs so that the muscles on them hardened to the state of iron, so as not to mess up a second time and catch the damn projectile. And he tried very hard to give it his due, but Liu simply could not compare in physical characteristics with the protagonist and missed the ball for the second time. This big black and white ball seemed to be mocking him. So slowly and pointedly did it bounce off the net and roll on the ground. And Sin, again, looked around in a very theatrical way and gave him a look through his glasses that would have thrilled Stanislavski or Shakespeare to see such a scene. A teenager would swear on anything, a Buddha, a god, his mother, or his right hand, that he had thought everything out and done it perfectly. He had seen Xu Chen's every move. But then why in the name of 1,000 thunderbolts is Lin so strong and fast that he, second only to the elite young footballers, can't keep up with him? Well, the former headman admitted inwardly, it was certainly his own fault because he had focused entirely on technique, ignoring the banal strength and speed. And the main character himself did not doubt his ability to win this match, since he was not in danger of bad luck right now, as he explained to Pipa when he woke up. The demon couldn't help but admit that it made sense, because, well, Shuchen had spent 10 years literally fighting for survival. He would have died long ago if he wasn't the way he is now. Because of this, the difference between the two was so huge that no amount of technique or experience mattered to Shin, which he was beginning to realize with horror. Before that, he had been sure that he could easily defeat this disgusting freak. But now that he saw him in action, even through his glasses, he could clearly see that there wasn't even a step between them. No, it was like a colossal, thick, and completely impregnable fortress wall. And on top of it was he, the damned Lord of Bad Luck. And then he was hit in the back with a sharp, whiplash-like cry that the football club must be incompetent and that there was no need to be a hero if you were a weakling. A certain very familiar blonde face didn't mince words at all, denouncing Liu for daring to represent his section when he was so shamefully performing. And these words really hurt the antagonist very much, considering that he began to turn his head in a hunted way, looking from Shin Fan to Shuchen and back again. If there were one thing that remained constant, it was the mutability of the crowd, who had once been ready to look Sin in the mouth, but now attacked him with the ferocity of vultures. It was a shame, they shouted, that the second man in the sports section would show up so abominably against an amateur, and even after he had volunteered to defend their honor. Let him just give up, they shouted. Let him leave the field and give way to a real master, and not throw them all in the mud. And the bespectacled man almost screamed with rage. Jingfan knew full well how much he was seething with bile and anger at him right now, so for the sake of a joke, he also began to literally conduct using the first stick. He would like to tell Liu Yi not to think too badly of him, because he wasn't really attacking him out of personal motives. No, it was just punishment for incompetence. This was the audience, a huge, multi-bodied living sponge, ready to absorb any information. And then, to Xing's horror, Shu Chen announced that he was making the third goal. In these few minutes, all of the villain's previous self-confidence had been completely destroyed, and he was now as close as he could get to begging Lin. Unfortunately for him, the protagonist wasn't going to give any mercy to a slug like that. Or as he put it, he wasn't planning on giving the enemy player a timeout. And the young man did so in a way that was completely contrary to the very definition of masculinity. Namely, he squealed thinly and shrilly, like a trapped rat. To say that the main character's next pitch was devastating would be a huge understatement, as his ball was literally covered in raging flames. The pathetic schemer, who had completely lost any advantages on his home field, without puns, continued to squeal, desperately covering himself with his hands. You could have hoped that the ball would hit him, throw him away with such force that Shin would break the net and fly several meters away, ending up in the hospital. But no. In the nick of time, karma was unfairly merciful to the bastard, and with a sweet collision seconds away, the ball was intercepted. No one expected this turn of events, and not only Liu, even Shui was looking at it with square eyes and an open mouth, and even Shuchen dropped his jaw under his feet. This strange kid, who appeared literally out of nowhere, intercepted the protagonist's crushing goal as if it was some trifle. This is clearly a hotter pepper. But that was to be expected, considering the obsequious, relieved tone in which the crafty, bespectacled man called this new guy commander. The leader of the faculty of future football stars, having adjusted the cap on his exuberant mane with a memorized movement, apologized to the hero because he was forced to cancel their deal. This predictably angered the main character, who in a sharp voice demanded to know what the hell this cute coxcomb was just saying. Instead, the athlete turned to his deputy and coldly asked if Liu Xin really promised Shuchen a specialty if he won their competition. Everything would still be fine if not a single unfortunate fact. Not a single representative of any faculty can officially issue a legal qualification to an outsider. The realization that he had wasted so much time and effort playing with this slimy snake so enraged the brunette that it was not without difficulty that he refrained from starting a violent fight. But the dean was quick to assure him that there was a downside to this rule, just as no student has the right to kick out another student on a whim. And when he loudly, firmly asked the crowd if anyone had any objections to this rule, everyone immediately looked away and muttered that they didn't. While this was going on, the main character carefully studied the newcomer, who was clearly a very strong person, talented in manipulating the mood of the masses. Even the sixth sense, which the protagonist had honed to razor sharpness in his life, insistently screamed, "This is not some pathetic jackal like Liu, but a real king of the jungle." But this didn't scare the main character. On the contrary, he finally waited for the big shot that needed to be defeated to spit in Kwan's face. Once again adjusting his cap, the head of the football players said with a slight smile that, on the other hand, the very fact of the duel cannot be ignored either. This handsome man, Qian Fen, as the dean of the football department, offered to replace Liu as Xu Chen's enemy, with the possibility of signing the latter to the club in case of victory. Of course, Lin didn't hesitate for even a second, because that was what the hell he'd wanted from the start, and fate was playing right into his hands. Meanwhile, this vile and insignificant four-eyed slug tried to maintain its pitiful dignity by babbling that it could continue to fight. Looking through it, Chanye calmly admitted that trying to keep at least his own sense of dignity intact was certainly worthy of respect and praise. But the way his second-in-command behaved on the sports field and before entering it was a nightmarish disgrace in itself. And Fen said this without any attempt to spare the villain's feelings. Starting to shake with a monstrous hysteria, the former prefect wanted to say something else to justify himself, but the dean didn't want to waste any more time on him. In order not to embarrass himself further by finding himself in the position of a schoolboy, scolded by a strict teacher, Shin was forced to clench his jaw and agreed to the order to quit the game. When he left, slowly moving his legs and bowing his head, no one even thought to pay attention to such a non-entity. Everyone was interested in real men. Of course, the antagonist himself was still interested in his damaged pride, so he clenched his small fist with such force that they turned completely white. He'd been humiliated, shamed, defamed, smashed to smithereens, outplayed and destroyed, thrown out like a dirty rag, and it made his ass burn like an erupting volcano. Meanwhile, Kanye was announcing that although the previous match was interrupted, the results still mattered, so Shuchen honestly earned 2 goals in his favor. Simply put, in order to fulfill your goal and win, along the way, finding yourself in a sports club, the main character just needs to make 1 successful throw. On the other hand, if the newcomer still loses, then of course no one will expel him from the academy, but he, for his part, must promise to stop this rampage. When asked if he had any comments about these conditions, the green-eyed brunette suddenly said with a detached look that it was all a bit boring. If he was hoping to make Fen lose his temper like this, then he shouldn't have, as the head of the department only said with a calm smile why he thought so. The protagonist shouted that it would end very quickly, and then ran to the ball and hit it with such force that for a moment Shuchen was equal to the speed of light. This time his projectile flew even faster than the previous one, and if, for example, a wooden door was in its path, the ball would tear it to pieces without even slowing down. The other students watched with almost sacred awe, none of them daring to look away, speak, or even breathe loudly. But in the end, Chanye caught the black and white sports equipment with careless ease, and he didn't even have to move his legs, just raised his arm. Now Lin felt what Liu Xing had felt just a short time ago, when he was watching an opponent with amazing talents who was a nightmare in his skill. Just one damn hand was enough for Feng to completely block the main character's goal, even though he was holding on like it was a routine. And the crowd roared in delight, cheering for their new champion, who was finally strong enough and skilled enough to knock the arrogance out of this disgusting punk. Without saying a single word, the dean quickly threw the ball back towards the protagonist. The protagonist also easily intercepted this ball of leather with one hand, but now he could see how disparate the levels of bosses and their helpers really are. And just one bad goal wasn't enough to stop the contest, so Fen calmly asked Xu Chen to continue trying to score a goal. The commentators noticed that Chanye hid one of his hands behind his back, as if he was so confident in his abilities that he was ready to play with just one left hand. Also, it didn't hide from the main character, and the look he gave his next opponent could easily turn sand into deformed glass. He had no idea what was wrong with this handsome man, or how he was different from all the previous enemies he had encountered, but now Lin was going to play it out to his full potential. A second later, the protagonist lifted his body into the air with such uncanny ease, as if the laws of physics could dictate their rules to anyone but him. For the first time, this could break through the shell of the athlete's calm, unyielding confidence, because now he knew exactly what this strange bully was going to do. Even before he could finish speaking, and before his feet could touch the ground again, the main character confirmed that yes, this is exactly the trick he's going to pull right now. It was the most difficult type of serve that any football player could make, namely a volley shot, a goal in the air at a steep angle, without any point of contact. Shuchen's ball turned into a fireball that also moved at such unnatural angles, as if the kick had somehow given it a life of its own. The spectators who understood anything about the rules of a football match started screaming in shock and horror, because this idiot had just broken every possible rule. They would probably have demanded that the duel be stopped and that the result be declared completely invalid. But Chanye himself shouted that it was fine so that no one would interfere. It might have gone against the principles of the normal game, but Fen couldn't help but admit that it was actually a very interesting move because he truly loved football and its subspecies. As he watched that round projectile of pure destruction hurtle straight at him, the brown-haired man admitted to his own thoughts with some excitement that he had never seen such a strong blow. For a moment, it gave the dean flashbacks to the days long gone when he himself was just beginning to learn his future profession, like all people, from the very basics. Day after day, without sparing his body, he trained, repeatedly hitting the ball with increasing force, and thus he gradually gained his skill. And he'd also learned to turn off most of his mind during such activities, so that the whole universe and all its problems were lost to him, leaving only football. If you put it in beautiful words, it was concentration. This is what a real professional felt, who was literally obsessed with his favorite activity. It was possible that Lin Xuchen was very well developed physically due to his, let's say, many years of training, but his opponent had also spent his entire life learning one thing. Handling a soccer ball day after day, year after year, the head of the sports section of this academy devoted himself to this practice until he became a real god of football. Only true fanatics of some cause, titans and kings, before whom it is time to lower their heads in reverence, could literally synchronize with the object of their occupation. Unfortunately for the main character, this was the kind of guy he was dealing with right now. It wasn't even close to an ordinary talented soccer player like Liu. Easily grabbing the black and white projectile with just one thick-gloved hand, Chanye mentally added that this is what it means to be a true section leader. The splendor of it almost blinded people, even though the damn balloon was still spinning in the air, as if it were still flying freely. It wasn't even a joke anymore. It broke all the known laws of physics about friction and aerodynamics, but it damn well worked because Fen was so good. Even Jukin himself could only grit his teeth in frustration now, because he had put in his best effort, and the opponent was still able to gain the upper hand. And the ball, after a few seconds, finally began to stop, like a carousel that was spun and then thrown, allowing it to freeze naturally. When it was over, the ball began to emit faint wisps of smoke, and the team captain just looked at it as if it was completely normal and familiar to him. He paid the protagonist some respect by admitting out loud that his throw was really good, but the rest of the audience only praised him for smashing Xuchen. Lin didn't pay any attention to it, as if he had been hit on the head with a huge hammer with all his might, and he had put in all his strength and best technique. But what was the end result? It was at this point that Pipa, like a stereotypical imp on the shoulder from ancient cartoons, seductively whispered that he could help you cope with this setback. He was already fully rested and charged to the brim with demonic power. Lin would only need to wish to turn the life of any of his opponents into hell. Someone like Meishi or Lu Xin wouldn't even think twice about using such a sneaky trick, but Xuchen flatly refused the offer. The former archdemon screamed with rage, calling his human partner a proud idiot who didn't know what was best for him, even at critical moments. But the schoolboy calmly explained that he didn't care about honor, loss of face, or anything else, just that he was facing a strong but noble enemy, and he wasn't going to hit him in the back. In another situation, Pipa would have tried to completely overwhelm the mortal and impose his own way of thinking, but during their shared relationship, he himself realized something. The obsession that had lingered in the main character's soul long before he met the ancient evil spirit couldn't be shaken in any way possible. Right now, after passing the ball back to Xuchen, Chen Fen admitted without the slightest hint of sarcasm that yes, this opponent was indeed incredibly powerful. And if he had taken the time to train to supplement his crazy physical strength, speed, and reaction time with technique, he would have become a true champion, however. His mind was like a chaotic garbage dump. That's what the sports section captain said to his face, and the words hit Lin like a sudden bolt of lightning. The brown-haired man had the opportunity to look into the dark-haired man's green eyes, and at no point in their confrontation did he notice any concentration there, specifically on the football match. The lack of motivation was the reason for the young man's defeat, and Chanye also correctly understood that Xuchen had a personal grudge against Quan, and he confirmed that defeating them would not help him. No, again, if the protagonist really wanted to rub Bo's nose, he should have found his own friends here instead of throwing tantrums and rioting. This was said sincerely, because in fact, Fen had an immense amount of respect for the main character, but for obvious reasons, he didn't have the right to risk his section. Besides, no matter how much power that platinum bespectacled man had, he wasn't an emperor, a god, or even a director to command absolutely everyone here. In another situation, the athlete would have said all this openly and honestly, but he already knew that the protagonist was short-tempered and aggressive, slow-witted, so he tried to talk to him in his own language. However, he couldn't have imagined in his wildest fantasies that the infamous King of Bad Luck, who was indifferent to ball games, would become such a powerful enemy on the field. This was because even he couldn't guess how much pressure Shuchen was under from this eternal load of bad karma that was spoiling his life in every area and detail. And then something strange happened. What at first seemed like a relatively peaceful scene under a clear and fine sky turned into an icy hurricane and a dark blue abyss above. The main character, a completely ordinary, albeit trained person who could sometimes spread bad luck when touched, now seemed like some kind of storm god. Even Fen felt as if he had somehow been in the middle of a terrifying cold storm and was facing its source, the revived storm god, Susanoo. This tension lasted for several very long and difficult seconds, and ended with the main character calmly turning his hand over and letting the ball fall in it. However, Zuchen still continued to stare at the dean, and to say that it was a wolf's gaze was like comparing an erupting volcano to a burning bonfire. A weaker person would have long ago started crying, calling for mommy, asking for purple pants, and passed out, but Chanye only realized that Lin was attacking again. This time the protagonist hit the ball with such force and speed that the entire stadium was deafened by thunder, because the movement of his foot was able to overcome the barrier of the speed of sound. And this is taking into account the fact that the impact this time was the most ordinary and even primitive, without any tricky angles and calculations, so that the projectile ricocheted around the site. There was no technique involved, but the sheer brute force of the goal made it so formidable that Fen realized he was dealing with literally the match of his life. And the brown-haired man was scared, because for the first time in his life, since he had honed his football skills, he realized that he had no idea how the ball would behave next. It was all because it wasn't really even a sports throw, because Lin, just like Chen had said before, didn't care about sports and was only thinking about the confrontation. The only thing Zuchen wanted right now was to fight. He was desperate to get close to Feng and punch him in the face, and the football player felt it in some way. Then he literally saw a ghostly fist flying straight at his face that could have smashed his nose, knocked out his teeth, cracked his skull, even smashed through a wooden door or wall. The young athlete no longer tried to analyze and reflect on their competition. He tried to protect himself with his hand on pure instincts, and even screamed with tension. Even though his hand was protected by a special glove made of thick leather, which could easily disarm even the strongest throw of the ball, it was still as if he was struck by lightning. Without even realizing what he was doing, Chanye broke his earlier decision and used his other hand to defend against this cosmic, supernatural strike. But even two hands weren't enough, and gritting his teeth in fear and exertion, the older boy quickly realized that he couldn't hold such a terrifying power. And Lin's illusion threw Fen on his back, causing him to collapse to the ground like a powerful ancient cultivator, easily knocking down a pathetic antagonist from a cheap comic book. If there were any witnesses to the legendary duel between Hercules and the son of Earth, Antaeus, they would react just as shocked as all these schoolchildren now. However, their shock wasn't even close to what poor Kanye was currently experiencing, who actually kept screaming every second as it all happened. He simply couldn't remove the block, because that would have meant taking a crushing blow to his defenseless torso, but then the terrible projectile left on its own. In some supernatural way, contrary to the laws of physics, the ball jumped from the athlete's hands to hit the goal and then landed on the ground. Even after that, for a long time and at a terrible speed, he spun around in one place, as if the engine was running, well, as if in mockery of the already defeated man. But the strangest thing about all of this was that even Shuchen looked genuinely shocked, as if he had never tried to bring their little competition to such a conclusion. The ball, as if possessed, continued to spin wildly against its axis, and the audience could not take their eyes off as it slowly moved towards the line. Ironically, it was at the very moment when the sacred white stripe was only a few millimeters away that the eerie black and white ball finally began to slow down. Another second, and the sports ball calmly froze and rolled a little to the side, as if to show everyone present that it is a good and cute ball, nothing else. The silence lasted only a few heartbeats before all the people raised their clenched fists to the sky as one and let out a monstrous roar that sent birds flying from the trees. They cheered happily, congratulating, of course, not the hero that everyone still hated, but the noble Captain Fen, and everyone wanted to join his club now. It turned out that while the two were trying their best to outdo each other, the other deans had long since returned from the rally, watched the duel, and were now exchanging opinions. Their general opinion was that their academy was clearly in for a big change because this demon-possessed newcomer had managed to roast one of them thoroughly. Even Shui, who still disliked the main character, couldn't help but be shocked at how strong and belligerent Shuchen really was. And then it turned out that the blonde man was staring at the main character with such a face that it was a very good question whether he really still harbors hatred or enmity towards him. All the other people kept yelling about how amazing Chanye was and how they all wanted to be like him, but the soccer player himself paid them no more attention than he did flies. The punch that he had just managed to hold with great difficulty was simply amazing, and he was truly sorry that the protagonist was a little unlucky and didn't win their match. Perhaps all these enthusiastic fans continued to ignore the main character, but he himself did not go anywhere and silently watched all this on the sidelines. His face was completely expressionless, but the merciless Pipa confirmed with a kind of vindictive pleasure that the young man had lost despite all his efforts. Even without the intervention of bad karma, the teenager still lost, was left far behind by the opponent, like a gypsy nag at a race of thoroughbred Arab stallions. The imp fell silent and stared intently at its human partner, when the latter not only didn't hit it, but even telepathically ordered it to shut up. This was an extreme case of OOS, when the main character became so desperate, mixed with anger, that he could not do anything but clench his fists until they hurt. After all, he had tried his best, shown his best, but still lost in disgrace, so the demon even had to explain to him in a mentoring tone what was normal. Winning or losing is an absolutely natural part of life. Shuchen should not act like his beloved grandmother just died. On the contrary, he could be happy. But this, of course, provided that the teenager really wanted a fair and noble fight, and not an easy victory to compensate for his entire unsuccessful life. These words might have carried unshakable weight in a different situation, if not for one small circumstance that Lin didn't know about. The evil spirit was lying, and fate really prevented him. Such an incident was able to confirm Pipa's theory that any strong emotions of the main character, whether positive or negative, turned him into a magnet for failure. And when the young man was ready to kick the ball one last time, so much negative karma accumulated in his body that it determined the subsequent outcome of the match. Anyway, the little demon certainly wasn't going to share this interesting observation with his human partner. Here's another thing. On the contrary, he happily began to gloat over him and complain that Shuchen would always remain in second place in some areas, that you should listen to him, and so on. That vile black ball immediately stopped and stared in shock at the rose flower, which slammed into the tree trunk with the force of an arrow, piercing through it without difficulty. The former archdemon was so angry that he was cut off at the very beginning of his sweet little revenge, and Lin just scowled at his old opponent. Xiao Xinfan, as always beautiful and pretentious as if the main character of a shoujo manga, this time was concise. He wanted to start his own section together with the main character. Unfortunately, Pipa had forgotten that the protagonist's bad luck worked on him too, so the only thing he could do, invisible and inaudible to everyone but Shuchen, was swear. To avoid further misunderstandings between them, the blonde had specifically emphasized that this wasn't a rude recruitment order, but a polite invitation for Lin personally. But the dark-haired man remembered very well how this coxcomb had promised to kill him last time, and his face clearly said that the Lord of Failure was ready for a rematch. The boss laughed unconvincingly and nervously, as if he'd heard a joke that wasn't funny, and hurried to add that it was just a stupid thing to do, so they'd better introduce themselves again. And like an experienced actor in dramatic productions, in one graceful movement, he beautifully pushed his eternal companion, the rose flower, to the side. Standing in a beautiful pose under the rain of red petals, he once again called out his name, Shui Shenfan, and confirmed that he was serving exactly the same sentence as the protagonist. This unexpected circumstance means one thing. The two of them, who were previously ready to tear each other's throats, suddenly have a common opponent in the person of Quan Bo. But even as he said this in an attempt to gain the trust of his former enemy, the blonde man was so pompous and smug that he managed to unite Shuchen and Pipa in wanting to beat him up. However, it still didn't come to a fight for the second time. Instead, the guys went to the nearest vending machine to buy fresh soda cans. The Lord of Bad Luck didn't understand why such a rich beauty would seek help from outside, and Shinfan admitted that, yes, usually his money solved all problems. But he changed his mind after watching the main character play soccer against the best student in the sport, and that, as the boss honestly admitted, was awesome. What impressed Shuo the most was that last Shuchen goal, that beautiful, divine kick that still appeared in front of his eyes every time he closed his eyelids. Even if earlier he harbored resentment against the main character, After that, it almost disappeared, because he immensely respected and loved any manifestation of beauty from anyone. But Shuchen still didn't like these praises, because they sounded superficial and described him not as a living and sensitive person, but as a soulless statue of some kind. Ignoring the dark-haired man's displeasure, Xin Fan, almost crying with emotion, admitted that he was very sorry that he could not make the same screams. Pipa, who wanted to get his share of entertainment at all costs, snidely whispered in the protagonist's ear that this cute prince was ashamed of the way he screamed on the field. And in those rare moments, the young man was ready to listen to his personal imp on his shoulder with pleasure. But before he could do anything, Jue spoke to him again. Looking directly at Shuchen's face with a strange languor, Xinfan reached out to him and asked him to become his sword, to do something that he himself did not have the strength or ability to do. The former archdemon happily translated it as "be my servant, do my dirty work for me," but the scowling teenager finally asked him to shut up. Xiu might even have genuinely wanted to do what was best, but Chen was extremely angry that he was acting like everyone was an open book to him. Gritting his teeth so that they almost cracked, Lin growled inwardly and demanded to know what this rich puppy could possibly know about him and what was going on in his soul. So he refused, but the blonde man calmly told him afterward that even if his eyes were lying to him, the smell of this wondrous, divine fragrance couldn't lie. And the smell that came from Shuchen was stronger than any other person that the boss had ever smelled in this life, literally or figuratively. Any romantic girl or young man would have been thrilled by the metaphor, but the Lord of Bad Luck was completely blown away because it was necessary to blurt out such nonsense. Squeezing the half-finished jar so that the drink spilled to the ground, the main character growled that if this pervert was not enough last time, he would be happy to repeat it. But even after that, Sinfin didn't get angry. He just calmly stated that this approach is not bad, because it is the nature of a man to fight for what he wants to the end. When Lin sneered that he didn't want to serve a spoiled rich man, Jay had some trouble admitting that he wasn't born with a silver spoon in his mouth. He did not clearly explain what happened to him, but in a very dramatic and poetic manner told how he suffered under the yoke of unjust people whose souls rotted and stank. It was such a traumatic experience for him that the young man still could not talk about it calmly, and by his own admission, for a very long time he will not be able to. It was for this reason that, now that he had money, he preferred to use it to incite other people to do different things. He needed to see the true faces of these shallow, petty, hypocritical freaks, get a glimpse of their true selves, and see what disgusting pieces of shit they were. After this heated speech, he asked with interest if Shuchen was surprised by the way the gentleman mask fell off, but the protagonist was absolutely not surprised, and neither was Pipa. Unfortunately, Zhenfan also had to hide his true nature from others in any case, because he couldn't afford a fair and open war. But now the card game was completely different. Heijia really wanted to fight the main character openly, like man to man, and force him to join the future boss house. This angered the main character so much that he instantly agreed, and the terrified imp shouted at him not to be nervous to such an extent. Instead of answering, the young man simply hit the animated ball, knocking it off his head with the same carelessness with which people chase away flies. Today, Fan unknowingly knocked out a lucky ticket for himself because the main character also wanted to scratch his fists on someone, throw out all the negativity on him. From that moment on, the action shifted to one of the doorways, and it looked exactly in the negative light in which many people perceive this word. This place was chosen as a lair by a gang of youth criminals, and they seemed to specifically emphasize how vile and dangerous punks they were, with every feature of their appearance. And when they noticed the stranger, their faces took on that legendary detached expression of Asian street thugs that can be seen in dramas and anime. They, however, did not immediately attack the strange kid in a football uniform, but they were happy to shower him with sarcastic jokes mixed with demands for money. Lu Hing, undeterred, calmly stood in front of the distant dark figure and said that he was from the student council, a friend of Meiki herself, and needed the help of the Shooting Star gang. He needed to teach a lesson to a lousy guy who was causing too much trouble for respectable and good people lately. And his name was, of course, Lin Shuchen. The head of these punks didn't say anything, and even his appearance was very difficult to see because of the black jacket with a deep hood, but the silence was more expressive than words. At the same time, the main character was exchanging punches with Xinfan, although in this case, it would be fair to say that the boss alone was treating him to fists. Even if Zhu looked like a cute, spoiled brat who couldn't lift anything heavier than a rose flower, he fought with the ferocity and skill of an experienced leopard. The main character had a hard time. The blonde hit very deftly and accurately, so all the strength so far was spent only on rolling, blocks and jumping in different directions. Despite this, the young rich man was genuinely enjoying himself, and during the next storm of fists, he shouted with delight how incredible Lin Shuchen was. At some point, the protagonist still managed to catch the moment and tried to hit the opponent with both hands. But the boss easily intercepted his fists and squeezed tightly. And that's how a normal fight turned into a simple brute force confrontation, each guy pushing the other with all his might, and no one backed down, despite the trembling. Looking straight into the deep green eyes of his beloved enemy, Xian whispered that how much equal combat makes him open up completely, turn his soul inside out. Pipa alone knew that this was not an even match, because Lin was in a much less favorable position than his opponent, which gave him an unequal advantage. In the ancient demon's opinion, this was the only reason why the main character didn't win the duel by putting this slippery hunk face down on the ground. But no matter what, this opponent would be hard to fight anyway, especially since the hero wasn't morally depressed yet after losing to Chen Fan. And of course, first of all, the protagonist remained cursed by failure, and now fate itself was fighting against him, not giving a single second to rest. Now, as the dark-haired man was forcefully thrown against a nearby tree, a large branch miraculously fell from above, which could have stunned him, but Shuchen managed to walk away. But at the same time, he completely opened up to his self-styled older brother, who gave Lin a piercing, hawk-like look, like a certain white-haired general. That kick to the jaw that Zhenfan gave Shuchen was so crushing that a less robust and hardy person would have fainted profoundly. Now that it was finally clear how unlucky the King of Bad Luck was, Pipa decided to step in, flip the balance of power with his demonic tricks. Feeling more like a companion than a bystander, the imp used one of his favorite techniques, the deadly snake bite, and even created an illusion in the form of a snake. Unfortunately, or fortunately, Zhu still couldn't see or hear the evil spirit, so he didn't even try to dodge when the ghost reptile hit his shoulder. However, he immediately felt his left shoulder ache, which was very strange and unexpected, considering that Zhenfan wasn't receiving any damage to that area. Having lost almost all of his previous strength, Pipa did not lose any skills, and he could still use them against mortal opponents, infecting them with the curse of bad luck. The effect was weaker than Shuchen's touch, but it was more than enough to make the odds more even, and for the first time, the brunette hit the blonde right in the face. But the antagonist only flinched a little from this, and again responded with a monstrously powerful kick, from which the main character with great difficulty managed to dodge this time. And now, when it would have been possible to decide that everything could end relatively well for the main character, the previously abandoned bank made itself felt. The Lord of Misfortune recognized her immediately, and in another situation, he might even have made a sarcastic joke of himself, noting that this was a great reason not to litter the streets. But right now, when he was falling on his back, the back of his head hitting painfully on the asphalt, and Zhenfan, the maddened orangutan, was falling on top of him, the urge to joke was gone. Salvation came from a place where it was not expected, namely from a flock of girls who were immensely delighted to see that very beautiful boss in front of them. The trick that the frightened, golden-haired young man pulled off could easily cause black envy, even among professional actors, acrobats, and stuntmen at once. With almost no contact with the ground, he changed his position, jumped 5 meters away from where Lin was, somersaulted on the ground, and deftly grabbed the tie. A few moments of finger work and voila, Zhenfan was just as beautiful as ever, with not a single speck on his clothes, not a single drop of sweat on his skin. But Shiken, who was just starting to get a little lucky, wasn't going to interrupt the duel just because of some schoolgirls, and Yo instinctively knew that he was going to enter a world of pain. And so it was, his beautiful model face getting a second mighty hook in a row, and I had to thank the dentist that his teeth didn't fly out of his mouth. The girls looked on in unspeakable horror, as if the greatest shrine of all had been trampled underfoot, and Pipa announced Lin's victory with dry sarcasm. Unlike the last one, this one was powerful enough to leave the blonde lying where he fell, a ridiculous expression on his face. For a while longer, the protagonist simply stood and stared at the defeated opponent, as if considering whether to finish off this aesthetic maniac just in case. Instead, he turned to Pipa in a cold voice, and the imprisoned evil spirit immediately tensed, desperate not to share the fate of a ping-pong ball again. When the young man suddenly said no, he wasn't going to say anything, and anyway, they'd better get out of here. The ancient demon stared at him as if it was the first time he'd seen him. None of them even turned to look at the collapsed and unconscious blonde, leaving it to his fans to take care of him if there were any such selfless ones. Pipa soon let out another dry laugh and thought, without the main character hearing, that this was once again a great opportunity to be the head of their duo. The more dangerous Shuchen was, the more likely it was for the spirit to pull this off. And in the meantime, one bird was taking care of its natural needs in the sky. And who would doubt, given this literally damn failure, the product of the animal's biological activity ended up on the defenseless face of the unconscious Zhui Xianfan. Right after that, the young man woke up and clutched his face, shouting in horror and anger to the whole neighborhood to what extent it was hurting him now. Oh, this obnoxious Lin truly didn't know the meaning of the word mercy, so he also got bird shit on his cheek. Oh, gods and Buddhas, what a disgrace this is. He would have been shouting like this for a long time and making plans to take a terrible revenge on Xu Chen for all this, when the sound of many feet stomping at the same time was heard nearby. The blonde-haired high school student immediately became wary because he didn't like the people that these legs belonged to. Lu Sheng's appearance alone could have easily ruined anyone's day, but here and now, this two-faced bastard had also managed to procure a personal army. So far, these thugs hadn't done anything, and the former headman had calmly asked where Xu Chen might be, but the tension was still so intense that you could cut him with a knife. Only an incredibly naive person who knew nothing about life would think that this was a group of good-natured friends, and Xin Fan, for all his faults, was not one of them. He got to his feet and dusted himself off like a tiger that had woken up, and Lu hastened to add that they were not looking for a quarrel with him, but only to ask where Lin was going. The blond man pointedly propped his chin on his fingers, thought for a few seconds, and then succinctly lied that he hadn't seen the brunette, which meant he couldn't answer. After a short pause, Chen Fan's second-in-command simply ordered the bandits to ignore this handsome man and continue on in search of loot, which they did. When they were a few steps away, Zhui couldn't stand it anymore and directly asked this freak if he was ashamed to breathe precious oxygen and lovingly attack one in a crowd. The bespectacled man didn't say anything, but the hooded figure who had accompanied him all this time and led the shooting star barely moved its shoulders. Lada Xinfan, with his unnatural speed for an ordinary person, missed the moment when this muzzler attacked him with fists and without any words. It was happening so fast that it could even frighten. And now, 1 second has passed, and a fist with the hardness of a stone slams into the well-groomed face of a rich young man. Then another second, another powerful blow, and the man who could have given the incredibly strong protagonist a brutal fight twice before didn't have time to respond. But eventually Zhu reacted, and the first thing he knew was that he wasn't dealing with some street savage, but a real boxer who knew exactly where to hit and how to hit. The leader of the bandits also understood this and didn't like it, although it was impossible to understand it outwardly, only from the barely noticeable change in body language. The rich man might have made the unforgivable mistake of slapping a few times, but now he was fully prepared to use his deadly dance again. He threw a powerful kick at the punk's legs to knock him to the ground, but he was so surprised that the hood instead leaned forward in an attempt to headbutt him that Shui froze. It is not known how this epic confrontation, without any sarcasm, would have ended in the end, but Shin forced both fighters to disperse with a menacing shout. As the football player explained to the faceless criminal, Xinfan protects his appearance because of the fact that he is an influential and famous person, which means that such jokes are bad. The so-called boss, whose beautiful Apollo-like face was now marred by dirt and abrasions, simply gave the two of them a very intense and hard look in response. All of a sudden, there were strange sounds that were out of place in such a situation, and the leader of the shooting star gang took the call and asked if their target had already been found. A less vigilant and suspicious person would not have noticed anything unusual around them. After all, you never know how many people now roam the city's summer streets. But Pipa, first of all, was vigilant and suspicious, and second, he wasn't even human, so he immediately noticed several bandits trying to be secretive in the crowd. It wasn't just him. Lin Shuchen actually also guessed long ago that he was being followed by an uninvited tail. He just didn't let on until now. Calmly continuing on his way, he complained about how unfair life is. You try to be kind to others, and they treat you like this in return. But he did not think that he was wrong. He was just unlucky once again. But the demon objected that to achieve victory, you need to be completely confident in yourself. It was enough to recall that second fight with Xinfan, and the former archdemon remorselessly threw out that if the girl hadn't appeared there, the protagonist would have lost a second time. Oh, old Pipa knew perfectly well what the main character consoled himself with in his heart of hearts. I want to fight the strong and defeat them, but damn bad luck prevents me. But the second loss was supposed to show that this was not the case. The problem was not bad karma, but that Lin was fighting like a mad rhino, without technique, without strategy and plans. In the big leagues, he would never succeed if he relied solely on brute force. And even now, as they talked, the energy of bad luck filled him to the brim. The cunning old imp might have lost his power, but not his cunning and intelligence. He knew exactly what word to say and what points to push to shake the teenager's soul. All this for the sake of turning Shu Chen into a submissive, broken, obeying his every order, a slave. Pipa just couldn't wait for that day to come. Of course, aloud on the contrary, he stated that he would always help his mortal partner in everything, and as long as they stayed together, they would simply be invincible. Unfortunately, his duplicitous speech was interrupted by Shu Chen, suddenly and very abruptly switching to a fast pace, as the pursuers were getting closer to him by the minute. From the outside, you might also think that a teenager is just rushing about his business, and several people, by a strange coincidence, are heading in the same direction. A few people wouldn't be a problem for Lin, but a whole team could count the dice even for him, and right now the hero was trying to figure out how to get out of this problem. Even Pipa didn't want the hero to get seriously hurt, so he quickly shouted that he knew a hidden place ahead and the protagonist had better run there. After this shout, the teenager finally stopped pretending that he did not notice anything suspicious around him and started running, thereby surprising the criminals. And in a completely different place, but at the same time, another young man was also running desperately, ignoring the pain in his tired muscles and burning lungs from exhaustion. Xin Fan and Shu Cheng might have a very complicated relationship, but there was no way the blonde guy would let the brunette disappear like that, and the hooded guy was too dangerous. But even the two of them wouldn't be enough to scatter the entire gang, like in some silly romantic musketeer story. So Zhu took a shortcut to look for backup. And while the two of them participated in the school games of thrones and prepared for the battle of their lives, another person was doing the most harmless and mundane school activity. A girl with a familiar profile calmly and methodically filled out a school magazine before stopping to stare thoughtfully at something ahead of her. Lulin saw that fresh memory again, which now seemed so far away that if she didn't pull herself together, she would always be bully's prey. Considering how heavily she sighed and snorted, she clearly didn't entirely agree with the claim that she was the problem either. Both the black-haired and blonde-haired seniors continued to run frantically, one looking for cover for the duel, and the other looking for their own mercenaries. And following in the footsteps of one of them, like a pack of bloodthirsty, hungry dogs, followed the entire Shooting Star gang, as well as Lu Xing, who wanted to see the hated Lin's bones broken. It took a few minutes before the main character found himself in an area that, frankly, seemed frozen in time. It would have looked authentic in the last century. Juchen wasn't sure if the former archdemon had led him to the right place, but Pipa calmly retorted that it didn't matter since this place was completely empty. Unfortunately, this also meant a lot of empty houses where anyone could hide and wait for the unwary protagonist in a deadly ambush. That was why Little Black Liveball declared with a maniacal grin he was going to use his demonic charms to even the odds. Sitting comfortably on top of the schoolboy's shaggy head, Pipa used another of his signature skills, soul perception, with a happy expression on his face. Okay, now within a radius of hundreds of meters, he will be able to perceive the fluctuation of other people's entities. Of course, this is only a pale shadow compared to what he was able to do before, but nevertheless. The main character doubtfully admitted that he thought the imp was just a dummy who liked to praise himself, and the spirit very unconvincingly lied that no, he wasn't like that. This little spherical schemer was triumphant at every turn, because now that they beat these punky punks to a pulp, Lin would start to trust him blindly. And one day this quarrelsome, disrespectful, but terribly strong mortal will become his loyal fighting machine, who will destroy the whole world if the all-powerful Pipa so orders. Although no, first of all, the main character will have to collect 1 million or 2 or a few billion souls in order to restore the full power of his new master. His sweet fantasies were interrupted by the sound of musical instruments playing, and it happened so abruptly that both he and Shuchen were literally dumbfounded with shock. Quickly hiding behind his back, the main character asked in a very calm voice to explain to Pipa, around whom not even a fly would fly, where this noise came from. After an episode of confused silence, the evil spirit was forced to admit that these sounds actually seemed very strange to him. It would be better for the young man to go inside and take a look. The Lord of Bad Luck clearly wanted to send this little infection far away, but alas, this time his spiritual symbiote was right, and the schoolboy cautiously went into the house. There wasn't a ghost inside with a transparent body and a bony face and chains or anything like that, but a very ordinary girl playing the violin. She stood with her back to the main character and paid no attention to anything, being completely absorbed in her melodies, like many passionate artists. And it had to be admitted that her work sounded so interesting that even the scowling, ever-ready Shuchen froze and opened his eyes as if he had seen the light for the first time in his life. This, however, was not even a metaphor, because a very bright, bluish-white glow enveloped the body of this brunette for real. Like a magical barrier from some fantasy, she was trapped in the very center of the radiant sphere, and even Lin didn't dare take a step further into the depths. And then very hard hallucinations began to occur, which could have caused a feeling of envy, even for the notorious Alice Little with her Wonderland and Through the Looking Glass. For a moment, he felt as if he had entered some amazing magical place, where warm, golden light poured out from all directions, gently caressing his body. After that, he felt like he was being hugged by either a gorgeous goddess of extraterrestrial beauty or an equally beautiful angel with a female appearance. It was still cool. And when a drop of water hit the floor, it was a splash so quiet it didn't even exist. It was blasphemously loud, like a colossal bomb exploding. After that, a few more drops fell down on the young man's outstretched palm, the creation of which could not be stopped. Lin Xuchen, for better understanding of the context, was a very cynical and beaten-up person. It was hard to impress him with anything, but now he was literally sobbing. He wasn't sure why the hell he was standing there crying over some stupid, divinely beautiful piece of music. But then something important happened. Someone heard him. Pipa, whose black and cruel demonic heart couldn't be moved by the violin's melody, kept a tense silence, preparing for whatever might happen next. When the musician finally turned around, it turned out to be a completely ordinary schoolgirl. There was absolutely nothing in her appearance that could hint at the supernatural essence. She didn't say anything, and neither did he, and they just stood there looking at each other as if they couldn't figure out how to react to something like this. Sometime later, at the entrance of this abandoned area, one of the punks was forced to admit to Liu Xing and his leader that they had lost track of the protagonist here. The criminals didn't understand why the main character chose this out of all the available options, but the four-eyed bastard immediately understood that Lin was wary of exception. One bully said with disdain that he had seen such proud lone wolves, which in practice always turned out to be jackals, and if this kid wants a fight, then please. He would have loved to beat him up with his bare hands even without the help of the team, but the gang leader only coldly ordered everyone to go inside the courtyard. The bandits didn't even doubt that they would make their target cry for mercy and despair and roll at their feet. They weren't such fools as to fight fairly, and the schoolgirl with the violin finally spoke. But it wasn't a reproach. She just asked with cautious concern why the strange young man suddenly began to cry. The protagonist couldn't say anything because of his overwhelming emotions, even if they were, as he himself admitted in his heart, caused by his subconscious. And then the demon, peering cautiously over the young man's shoulder, ordered him to be very careful because, first of all, Pipa is still powerless, and secondly, this girl is dangerous. I don't know where it would have ended up, but the door suddenly cracked open with a powerful kick. As one, the two teenagers turned to the source of the noise, but unfortunately for them, it was already too late to run away. Lu Xing, adjusting his glasses in a pompous manner, said that finding the main character was so easy that it was almost embarrassing. A second earlier, when Pipa had first spoken, Shuchen had asked him what had happened, and the imp had confessed that he didn't know anything other than that the girl was a real threat. And this time, he really wasn't joking, because this little supernatural parasite had never been so scared, tense, and constrained before. However, in his trademark demonic manner, he had been lying about one small detail. The girl was not really dangerous to them, but only to him. By the time the enemy arrived, Lin had said sarcastically that this was their favorite prefect, masking his sarcasm with annoyance that he hadn't even had time to prepare. The musician, who of course had no idea what these bastards were or what they were all doing here, directly asked the new visitors this question, albeit in a polite way. Well, to Lu Yi and the Shooting Star members' credit, they weren't going to attack her just because she was around. They even told her to leave. But the same cocky thug who had threatened to trample the main character into the mud leaned over and, with an obscene hint, asked if this little girl would like to play too. In a nasty gesture, he stroked her chin and whispered that she was very cute. And actually, in places like this, bad things often happen to ladies like her. Absolutely no one expected that a frail schoolgirl would hit this big guy with such force that his head would be thrown sharply to the side, almost turning it 360 degrees. However, the criminal quickly recovered from this terrible ringing in his ears and the feeling of flames on his cheek, and he furiously growled curses at the girl. But before the pig could hit her back, a familiar hand cupped his face, fingers as strong as if they were made of steel. Lin Shuchen, who was so bravely and pretentiously threatened to be pulverized by this blockhead, made this bully fall down with despicable ease, smashing the back of his head on the floor. Since he wasn't given a chance to come up with a better plan, the protagonist decided to proceed simply, strike first, and then curse them with bad luck at the first opportunity. The protagonist didn't even understand what had happened, but at one point he was sitting astride the first enemy and preparing to pass on evil karma to him, and at another moment he was flying out of the house like a cannon from the core. However, even such a crushing kick was not enough to knock out the main character, and he, although not without difficulty, was able to roll over in the air and land on his feet. He had tried to be careful before, but especially now, because he was definitely going to have to fight at least one full-grown tiger, not a band of jackals. You could see it even in the aura. There was something about the atmosphere surrounding Mr. Hood that made the self-preservation instincts scream like sirens. And the infamous bespectacled man, after making sure that the situation was completely under his control and he himself was out of danger, finally came to the fore, and even with a villainous speech. It was important to him that Lin, with his tiny, primitive brain, understood that they were not bad people and came not to beat him up, but to punish him severely, but fairly. And if Shuchen dares to kick during the upcoming public spanking, then he will sign his own death sentence. Shin sent a photo of this fight directly to the academy. In this case, the main character will be immediately expelled, and the dark-haired man, knowing this very well, gnashed his teeth furiously at this dog's son. Oh, and as for this poor girl, they were going to make her an honorary observer, since there was no risk of teachers interfering. The big man in the black t-shirt, having recovered from the blow, bravely stepped forward, crunching his neck, and promised the wounded, lonely enemy that now he would get it in full. Barely restraining himself from bursting out into the street, the protagonist asked himself what he was even capable of doing in such a situation. Meanwhile, at the school, someone was shouting to the whole world that anyone, absolutely anyone, would do for him, and the crowd was hiding their eyes, looking at each other in fright. But Xinfan didn't give up and kept shouting that he would accept any candidate even if the volunteer didn't have enough strength. Using all the charisma he had, Shui shouted for them to go help the protagonist whether they were classmates or not, while the teacher whose class was interrupted stood there in shock. It wasn't until the blonde added that he was willing to pay them a good sum that the teenagers began to discuss in low voices that it seemed like a serious fight like this. In a different situation, they might have agreed, since money is money, but this was the king of failures we were talking about, so they refused, deciding that no amount of wealth was worth it. None of them realized that a quiet and fragile girl with hair the color of fresh tree bark was watching very closely. To say that in the depths of her soul, truly contradictory emotions were fighting among themselves would be a huge understatement of this internal conflict. While she was thinking, absolutely everyone kept quiet and cowardly hid their eyes while the boss drilled them with a very intense and searching gaze. Sighing heavily, the blonde man leaned his fist firmly on the table and asked a mental question. Does everyone, literally everyone in this room, really care so much about poor Shuchen? Xinfan had seen a lot of disgusting things in his life, as he said not too long ago, but this kind of disgusting environment was new to him as well. The soft thud of a chair being gently pushed back rang out in the classroom with a crushing sound wave, and everyone's eyes turned to Lu Ling, who slowly got to her feet. Zhu immediately recognized her, the same beautiful lady that he had sworn eternal love to just a few days ago. And even now, his eyes were a little misty. The girl didn't immediately find the strength to say anything, or even look directly at this newfound crier. She was, after all, incredibly shy. But then, she silently told herself that it was enough to be a spineless rag, and she looked at Xinfan with a very pure gaze that was filled with iron determination. Ironically, Zhu himself had rejected her outright because it wasn't a game, and women shouldn't get into men's fights for their own safety. A minute later, they were shown running down the hall, Lu awkwardly apologizing as usual, while the blonde calmly repeated that it was his own fault. She still insisted that the guy rest if necessary, but Fan constantly refused, because now the most important thing is to save Lin's ass from the fire. Lin's strange mental illness, which caused her to violently throw anyone who touched her own shoulders to the floor over their heads, worked this time too. And after numerous fights with all sorts of people, after 2 fights with the main character and getting guano on his face, Shin could confirm that this one was painful. But he was more than happy to make such a sacrifice because, most importantly, it helped him discover the strongest reinforcements imaginable. He thought with a laugh. Those snotty little punks would be better off digging their own graves, because the bone-crushing hand is on its way. And while they both ran, trying to ignore the pain in their rapidly tiring legs, the protagonist was getting the relentless beating of a lifetime, without exaggeration. However, he met every hook, kick, and jab with a contemptuous expression on his face and phrases in the style of, "Even my grandmother spanked harder than you are doing now." Naturally, this only encouraged the affronted thugs to hit even harder to shut this snarky little asshole up. But Lin Xuchen always remained true to himself and only responded with even more venomous taunts, without any shyness, getting personal and making old dad jokes. "Yes," he said, "the prefect really should have made a much better choice for his retribution. He could have called one of the massage therapists. At least they had strong hands." This angered the bully so much that he grabbed the young man by the face, looked him straight in the eye, and once again threatened him with the most terrible punishments possible. Liu Yi, preparing to activate the camera on his phone at any moment, coldly corrected that he wasn't taking revenge for his fragile, damaged ego, but for the name of every honest student. Of course, from the protagonist's point of view, this sounded so delusional that he even blinked and clearly tried to clarify what Shin was talking about, but failed. This time, his snide remarks were literally hammered back down his own throat with a good slap, filming it on video so that he could enjoy himself in the evenings. The bespectacled man repeated that Shuchen was to blame for everything. He was such a bad boy. He did not respect anyone and offended everyone in a row. And while he was still talking all this high-flown nonsense about justice and protecting the suffering, his finger went to the yes button on the message box about uploading a file to the cloud. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the former prefect asked in a ragged voice if Lin was sure that one minor defeat in a football match would wash away everyone's grievances. No, and again, no, he is not a bad person, not a villain or a sadist. He only cares about public order so that no one else will try to follow the example of the hero. Only his tired, burning lungs and a dull ache in every part of his body prevented the main character from telling him where the little bastard should put his speeches. Unfortunately, there was no one around to do it for him, and Shu was getting more and more enraged by the second, once again showing off his talents as an instigator and demagogue. And in the end, he just admitted that he would put the video on the internet anyway, just so that everyone could see why it's bad to be a vile brute. That would be a lesson for the future. He did not wait for a reaction from the suspiciously silent enemy, and simply ordered the bandits to continue beating him, while he himself, pathetically adjusting his glasses, stepped aside. The big guy in black complained tiredly that he was tired. "This asshole has such a strong body that you can break your fists on it in blood. Why don't they find something heavier?" 3 seconds later, a friend of his brought an old violin from an empty house to be used as a percussion instrument in every sense of the damn word. The schoolgirl, who until now had been sitting quietly in the hands of the bandits, without making a single squeak, now began to kick and demand that her item be returned to her. The criminals began to mock her for this, not realizing that with these actions, they only started throwing firewood into the fire of hatred, which was called Shuchen. Lin laughed softly, and even Peepa looked at him as if he were a psychopath. Because who else would you have to be to allow yourself to giggle in such a difficult situation? Then to his even greater surprise, the teenager confessed that he had thought a lot about the archdemon's words, and now he was ready to admit that the old evil spirit was right. Yes, he really wants to fight strong people without the burden of failure on his shoulders. And to prove his point, the young man slowly began to rise to his still solid feet. Of course, he admitted now, to Peepa's silent shock, someone else had always had a hand in the past, and Xiushin himself was unlikely to surpass this girl in music no matter how much he tried. He can continue to win battles if he just keeps using his legendary physical strength. But what's the point of other people's efforts in other areas? This was a good question, and the answer to it was given by the protagonist himself, that he also has his own specialty. Its name is fighting bad luck, and in this field he is an unsurpassed king. The former archdemon realized with horror and despair that this little lousy bastard had once again become endlessly confident, as if he had never lost to Qian Fan, which meant that all of his dreams of dominating and turning his human partner into an obedient doll had just been burned away by the blue flames, leaving nothing behind. The energy of failure bubbled around the main character like a storm wind around the eye of a storm. But the bandits, unlike the terrified Peepa, couldn't see it. The archdemon stared at it with huge round eyes because the way that purple cloud got under Punk's skin was too much like, no, it couldn't be. The protagonist only laughed contemptuously, and in the tone of a mad scientist who conducted an experiment, admitted that his face still did not just get so many kicks. As the demon continued to wonder with Shuchen's increased strength and concentration, the shooting star punk finally went crazy and swung the violin to attack. One would have thought that he would somehow hit himself, but Lin got tired of putting up with these shitty hyenas and forced the offender to shut his mouth with a single blow, sending it flying off the ground. The high school student growled that such trash didn't deserve the right to touch this magnificent instrument. It was just blasphemy, Shu shouted back. Like the hyena with its legendary unnatural laugh, that the main character had made things a lot easier for them, now it would be all over for him. He didn't have time to say anything more, because he was surprised at the speed and fury with which the other hooligans rushed forward, covering him with their own bodies. Gently catching the violin as if it were his favorite child, the protagonist admitted with a very angry look that Shin was completely right, but he had already changed his mind. In one swift movement, he tossed the instrument to its owner, and the brunette, although she caught the violin, stared at it as if she'd never seen it before. The other criminals were already attacking Shuchin with their huge gorilla arms outstretched, but the young man quickly and coolly removed his trusty umbrella from his back. Its front end ended in an awl so strong, long and sharp that it could easily tear through human flesh. So one punk ran away in horror from the counterattack. However, this time, his instinct served him ill, as it allowed Shuchin to easily grab his face and bring the back of his head down to the ground with crushing force. The second scoundrel didn't learn anything from the first one, simply because when someone tries to put out your eyes with a huge, scary needle, your brain completely leaves the building. Therefore, the main character, with exactly the same ease as last time, destroyed his entire fighting stance, threw him into confusion, and then grabbed him by the throat with an iron grip. This enemy was much bigger and heavier than him, so Lin didn't waste any strength trying to knock him over, but only squeezed his throat so hard that the giant coughed violently. And then the first bastard, who'd received a powerful hook to the jaw, finally woke up and in a blind rage tried to jump on the teenager, crush him with his carcass. But before his huge ox-leg fist could even touch Shuchin's hair, his paw was deftly intercepted by two much smaller girlish hands. Everyone else stared at it in great shock, because no one had expected a third person to appear on this stage in the middle of the climax. Lu herself, with the efficiency and calmness of a war machine, threw the big man over her shoulder, bringing him down with tremendous force on his back. There was nothing left of the stuffed gray mouse that allowed you to literally wipe your feet on it. Now it looked much more like a hawk during a hunt, and she very clearly demonstrated the colossal power hidden in her body, knocking out this scumbag in a way that even Lin himself had never been able to do. Why the protagonist himself was looking at her with such shock that it was clear that if Sun Wukong, Buddha, and Lao Tzu had come down from heaven on dragons, he would have been less surprised. And this moment, when their gazes met for a moment, could even easily be called romantic. Just the cherry blossoms in the air were not enough. It was an exceptionally rare moment when the protagonist's face didn't have a scowl, a sullen expression, or even a bloodthirsty grin, just pure confusion. And it was this school demon, a curse for both classmates and teachers, not to mention the student council, who only came to her aid for free. And right now, as her gaze lingered on the lower half of his face, it suddenly occurred to her that his lips looked deliciously attractive, sweeter than any candy. It even took her clenching her jaw to remind herself what was going on, while the other thugs stared at this strange girl in shock. Lin quickly turned to face them, her furious, tearful eyes wide, for now it was her turn to get the main character out of trouble. No, even after what the punks had already seen, they didn't take the girl seriously because, hey, she's just a woman. They'll make her regret meddling. Mr. Chauvinistic Pig in Red clearly had time to realize that he had jumped to conclusions when those small, fragile hands gripped his chest with the power of a backhoe. And those were his last thoughts, because a moment later, the schoolgirl literally drove him into the asphalt with the same force as a huge hammer hammers pins in a railway. Even Shuchin's very strong punches and kicks were nothing compared to Lu's martial art. She knocked out her opponent with a single punch. The second thug, who was 1.5 times taller and at least 3 times heavier than this little teenage girl, retreated a few steps away from her in quiet terror. However, he quickly pushed his fear to the back of his mind and tried to attack even more furiously, shouting that the stars should not be underestimated. They are all experts from the academy. And this pretentious performance ended with this huge, shaven-headed fat man flying far away, many meters away, to the side less than 10 seconds later. Thus, there were only 2 people left standing, and Liu Xin, who was so brutal and cold like a judge just a short time ago, quietly asked if the world was laughing at him. The second person, who was still lucky enough to avoid a knockout, was the leader of this gang, who, seizing the opportunity, went on the attack on the gaping protagonist. Lin's eyes bulged in shock as the hooded man tried to hit Shuchen in the stomach with a first-class hook, but the latter dodged it deftly. Moreover, he immediately retaliated, giving the bully a crushing kick so that the brute wouldn't even dare approach his precious Lin. Like the previous blows, this one had no effect because the opponent once again managed to block and even jumped to the side to extinguish the momentum of the kick. However, if you take into account how much his hands were shaking, it was possible to conclude that the main character finally managed to cause some damage to him. And Shin Fan, who had been abruptly forgotten by everyone, made himself felt when he asked in a very calm voice if the headman was bored, because he could make him laugh a lot. Liu Yi, even though he was wearing glasses, looked as if he had just seen him, and immediately gave him his trademark annoyed look, along with a gritting of teeth. The blonde man only responded with a light and benevolent smile, as if he had unexpectedly met an old friend and was extremely happy about it. Trying his best to play the cold-blooded Yakuza, Shin replied that he had filmed everything, copied it to the cloud, and he could get Lin expelled at any time. Everyone would believe him. But no matter what, this villain had no intention of quarreling with Shu and Liu. He was willing to let them mercifully leave so that he could focus his righteous retribution on one Lin. When Shin Fan calmly said that he would not post his video, Liu's calm mask cracked even more because he thought that this thing was being bought from him. He was even more infuriated and humiliated by the fact that Yue, by his own admission, wasn't going to give even a lousy copper for this unfortunate video. The bandit in the black tank top, however, was awake again, and well, he was one of those people who simply didn't know how to stop for their own misfortune. His eyes, dazed from Liu's crushing throw, wandered around for a few seconds before finally settling on the storage room, which was full of various things. All this time, the protagonist continued to fight with the leader of the punks, but he never managed to hit this scumbag again. He was literally fast as the wind. The hood dodged every hook, rough kick, throw with outstretched arms, and even attacks with the sharp end of the umbrella couldn't make him flinch. But Yushuchen wasn't a simpleton in martial arts. He eventually managed to force his opponent into a position where he could grab his head. It would have been easy enough with any other enemy, but even then the slimy, faceless reptile managed to run away as if he were not a human being, but some animated ball of mercury. Before the main character could make another attempt to strike, he saw something that made him freeze in surprise and stare wide-eyed. Lulin was tired of just standing on the sidelines and watching her new best friend get bullied, so she lashed out at the bandit with a Valkyrie-like cry. You would have thought that after that, she would bury him in the asphalt with practiced movements. But again, no. She froze with the look of a dead fish. And the mysterious fighter wasn't so noble as to wait for the brown-haired girl to recover. Instead, he threw the teenager into the wall with one mighty blow. The protagonist immediately asked if his newfound companion was okay, and what was particularly interesting was why she didn't suddenly throw the scumbag over her head. The main character was ready to hear any possible reason, including the fact that her supposed brother was wearing a hood, but not that she could only fight with men. And the only reason he didn't freeze with his jaw thrown to his feet was because Shuchen had to constantly block dozens of attacks at once. Then the brown-haired woman, taking a deep breath, began to shout that yes, that's right, all this time the mysterious boxer was a real woman. Lin decided to check it out immediately, so he ignored the protection and danger and hit the punk on the head with one quick slap to knock the damn hood off. Very slowly, to emphasize the dramatic component of the situation, the hood fell back, showing everyone a small head with golden hair. The main character's heart skipped a beat when he saw the exact replica of that damn bitch Makey, a near-perfect doppelganger, even though it wasn't her. It was Men, who was 18 years old and, as one recovered villain boasted, one of the Academy's top 4 fighters, the leader of the boxing club. Before continuing her attack, the elder Joe said in a low voice that was almost boiling with venom that her little sister hated Lin Shuken with a monstrous force. And then, taking advantage of his shock, she delivered a powerful hook straight to the guy's solar plexus, causing him such pain that the poor guy almost threw up inside out. Then she called out to Ah Dong laconically, like a mistress who was luring her pet dog to her side. The black-shirted thug had recovered enough to continue the fight, and now, with an incredibly loud and furious shout, he tried to smash the protagonist's head in. Liu, desperate that she wasn't able to help the main character in any way, tried to at least warn him of the threat, and Liu Xin gave a very smug grin. But it was already too late to run or dodge. The metal-tipped mop hit Tashi Shuchen's skull, and blood sprayed out in all directions. However, the impact was really so powerful that the old tree just snapped, and the metal half flew up into the air in the style of a battle boomerang. And it was so unfortunate that the narrow end of the knife was thrust with terrible force straight into the eye of Adong, who was frozen in shock, blinding him for the rest of his life. The pain was so terrible that the big man crouched in a fetal position, rolled on the ground and screamed in a very thin, high-pitched voice, wailing over his eye. Even the other members of Shooting Stars froze, horrified at the cruel punishment that had befallen one of them. And Mei Ying was still trying to figure out how it had even happened. But very quickly, she was completely distracted because her slender, girlish neck was completely encircled by someone's incredibly strong and hard as steel hand. Even though there was a huge wound on his head that was bleeding profusely right now, the Lord of Bad Luck was not only conscious, but also combat ready. Moreover, with just one hand, he managed to lift Zhou high off the ground, like the stereotypical huge, muscular villain in various American movies. Once elusive, invulnerable, and powerful, the criminal could only kick her legs wildly and beg hoarsely to be released. She drooled, rolled her eyes, and clung to Lin's iron hand, her voice becoming more of an inarticulate grunt as her lungs ran out of air. Some old-fashioned gentleman might have spared her just because she was a woman, regardless of the danger, but of course, Zhuchen wasn't going to do that. As it turned out, another criminal was still alive, and he was incredibly offended by such a cruel treatment of his precious boss. Well, since he was so determined to approach her, the protagonist decided to step back and let Meiki handle the situation herself. No, literally, he just threw Mayan with such speed, ease, and force, as if she weighed no more than a kilo, even though her servant still managed to catch her. This vile, violent thug, who was no stranger to beating people up for money or just for fun, fussed around Senior Joe like a mother hen. But she didn't give a damn about this little act of loyalty, because now it was her own pride that was being hurt, not her sister's. Forgetting all caution, forgetting all strategy and tactics, she charged straight at the high school student like a miniature rhinoceros with a loud roar. Pipa immediately realized that this was exactly what Shushin needed, to anger his opponent so much that she stopped fighting technically and just started running around waving her fists. The main character, for obvious reasons, did not have a chance to learn how to fight like a professional, but when it came to only brute strength and speed, he was not equal. And now, with just one careless, sweeping blow of his fist, he sent Mei Yin flying again like a ping-pong ball. But the blonde also did not just become the leader of such a formidable youth gang. She managed to regain her balance and land on her feet. She was breathing heavily, like a big bad wolf that had spent too much time trying to blow away the third pig's brick house in order to regain its last shred of stamina. But a few seconds later, the blonde realized with horror that she was simply unable to move, as if every muscle in her body was flooded with heavy lead. Even the legs refused to obey their owner this time, most unceremoniously ignoring any signals from the nervous system and brain. It was because she was literally instinctively terrified of Lin Shuchen, like a rabbit that froze, not daring to make an attempt to escape from a hungry snake. She even commented on the situation herself like a spectator, how it all started with a simple contract fight in a small revenge for a relative and ended with an insult to honor. Then the villain bent her head and torso closer to the ground and then raised them again and let out a literally loud cry, similar to the growl of a huge enraged dog. Whoever that pig thinks he is, meaning won't let him destroy the reputation of her precious group, she'll just kill him now with her best move. The protagonist, who had finally stopped his progress, ironically asked what he saw in front of him, really a last-ditch attempt to save face. Lulin suddenly rushed towards him, shouting that the fight should be stopped before the protagonist's brain literally leaked out, as if she hadn't noticed the wound before. The main character smiled as reassuringly as he could and flippantly stated that it was just a scratch. Words can't describe how long he's been used to it. Naturally, the brown-haired woman just blinked her eyes and opened her mouth slightly, as if these words caused her brain to short-circuit like a damaged computer. Although then all these memories flashed before her eyes in which the main character was teased in the most cruel and merciless way, or even physically beaten. It was so sad and tragic, that she blushed all over, feeling her heart begin to pound louder in her chest. All she needed was a fan to complete the image. Mei-yin had also been standing there doing nothing all this time, as if the god who was watching the show was completely bored with him and left after putting everything on pause. But then she sped off at an insane speed, all the while mentally explaining to the unseen audience what amazing masters the Deans were at what they did. But it wasn't just a harmless, illusory trick, because all the while she kept running directly towards her enemy, preparing to unleash another powerful hook on him. And yet, who would doubt, it was at this moment, when every muscle and vein in her body sang in unison, that the villain had a colorful flashback to her long-gone days. That was a time when I wasn't the leader of a pack of street scum who mutilated people for money, but an ordinary student and the head of my own section. Everything changed when she met a mysterious but incredibly muscular man who talked about a shooting star and was ready to beg for her help. He also hoped that her own fame would be the best proof for her, and the blonde repeated these words now as if for the first time she remembered them. Her eyes widened as she suddenly realized that these weren't just memories, but that someone was literally talking to her with their thoughts, like some kind of telepath. From the outside, it was very similar to the emanations of bad luck that the main character spread to his opponents. It was a very similar purple cloud of smoke, but it didn't seem hostile. On the contrary, this essence was now encouraging the villain, convincing her to perceive Shuchen as an ordinary, unworthy enemy. Joe believed that Lin was not worthy of respect or fear, and finally hit with all her strength, but the main character responded with his own fist. It looked so ridiculous and pathetic at the same time that even Popeye opened his mouth in shock, despite the fact that he was able to see everything from the nearest row. Without changing his fierce expression for a moment, the teenager admitted that it is precisely such conflicts, fair face-to-face fights, that he likes. Because it was only at such moments that he had the opportunity not only to defeat another scoundrel, but also to break something much worse than his bones, namely pride. After a few seconds of intense pre-storm silence, there was a sickening dry crack, like someone snapping a dead branch, but it was really bones. Mining had forgotten that no matter how strong and experienced she was still a girl with a much more fragile body than a muscular strongman like Lin. She didn't even think about continuing the fight anymore, because now all she could do was sob and scream, tearing her vocal cords about how much she was in pain right now. Joe especially didn't think about pride anymore, because she openly collapsed to her knees, because she didn't have the strength to endure such torment in a standing position. Just like that, she sobbed, clutching her injured limb to her chest as Shuchen coldly looked down at her, and the worried punk tried to come to her rescue. Before he could do anything, Lu Lin stepped between him and the main character, and then in a determined tone, demanded that these juvenile delinquents get out. But this blonde man, in fact, and did not plan to start a new fight. On the contrary, he was genuinely frightened and hurried to assure everyone that the shooting stars will be gone forever. The main character responded with his trademark hard stare, as if to say, "I remember that, and just think about breaking your word, worm." Joe Manning, who had seemed like an invincible and terrifying street gang leader just a short time ago, now curled up in a ball and sobbed over her broken arm. Her subordinates fussed around her with the concern of mothers and nannies, but no one else looked at them because the protagonist was interested in something else. Headman Lu Xun would be the next to be beaten up, and the protagonist said it with such a scary expression that even an adult would feel a chill. The bespectacled man took a few steps back, feeling his pants get sticky with sweat, and mentally cursing Shooting Star for being a bunch of pathetic losers. Looking at Shuchen bearing down on him like an impending doom, the football player told himself to stay calm. These bastards wouldn't dare touch him anyway. Yes, that's right, because he had 2 copies of the video, including the one in the internet vault, and he was also a member of the school board, so attacking him was like a death sentence. Instead of answering, the Lord of Bad Luck did what he had probably dreamed of doing hundreds of times in the last hour, which was to knock the damn phone out of his hands with one sweeping slap. The expensive and fragile gadget bounced away like a rubber ball, rolling from one end to the other. This infuriated Liu Xin so much that for a moment, he sincerely forgot about his fear. Because how could this little lousy freak even dare to do such a vile thing with his things? The second thing the protagonist did, and what he dreamed of even more times, was to literally shut his lying, hypocritical, duplicitous, poisonous, vile, filthy mouth. 36 people in his class bullied an innocent child, and this freak didn't do anything on purpose, so let him take bad karma for 36 now. Even the broken screen of Lu's phone was now covered in strange spots, suspiciously resembling a cartoon image of a human skull to show what was waiting for him. Most interestingly, he was the first person to see this eerie purple aura of the protagonist, and the latter even gladly explained to him what it was. This nerd was so fond of saying that there is no such thing as bad luck. There are simply incompetents who refuse to accept responsibility, so let him get it now. The purple mist of Shuchen was no longer just colored smoke and cloud, but now seemed to be inhabited by vile, worm-like ghosts with frail hands. Unexpectedly, Shin pulled back with such force, while simultaneously pushing the main character away with his hands, that he broke out of Lin's iron grip, shouting, "Don't buy this!" Ironically, immediately after that, the angry football player got caught on a stick lying on the road, and fell backwards, hitting his head painfully on the hard asphalt. Shinfan, who had been standing on the sidelines for a long time, now leaned over and asked the bespectacled man in a soft, almost fatherly voice if he really believed that he was invulnerable just because of the video. No, Shua quickly answered his startled questions. He personally wasn't going to do anything, and he didn't even need to. The hired bandits themselves suddenly demanded to delete the video. Propping himself up on his elbows, the headman snarled, "Where did so many damn fools come from in Shooting Star? This file is their last lever of pressure on the heroes." Instead of answering, the criminal who had been so pathetically caring for the fallen mining slapped Shin across the face with such force that he almost broke his neck. To further emphasize the humiliation Liu was facing, his glasses, which he was so fond of adjusting in the spirit of cool anime villains, fell to the ground and cracked. While the other hooligans helped Joe to his feet or hoisted the blinded Adong onto their shoulders, this one coldly warned that if the villain didn't listen to him, he would be dead. After making their point clear to their former employer, the Shooting Star gang members decided to walk away like battered wolves after a failed buffalo hunt. It was a complete and uncompromising humiliation, and the young man could not understand why this happened, why fate had punished him so cruelly. Jinfan casually shrugged his shoulders and asked, "Did this four-eyed man really not know how much importance bandits put on reputation? Honestly, their fighters were defeated by some schoolgirl, and the leader was crippled by Lin. Of course they will be willing to kill to keep it a secret and protect their name." This was the price for using the services of the criminal elements of society. And as for the phone and glasses, Liu didn't have to worry about Zhou giving him money. But the most humiliating and important thing was that the villain completely lost, and he has absolutely no opportunity to harm his enemies in any way without paying for it with his head. The blonde man would probably have gone on for a long time with a gallant smile describing what a piece of worthless shit this bespectacled guy was if Liu hadn't reminded him that Chuchen was injured. That was putting it mildly. His bloodied face and bruised head were sickening to look at, so his new friends wouldn't even listen to his excuses. They almost forcibly dragged the main character towards the hospital, and the brown-haired woman worried about him with especially strong fervor, which made Yue have to restrain her. Although he still admitted that the headman, in a good way, should thank fate for the fact that the main character received a wound and could not turn him into bloody trash. To their surprise, the dark-haired man replied in a mysterious voice that it wasn't necessary anyway, because Liu Xin's luck wouldn't last long and wouldn't serve him well anyway. Oh yes, it won't be long before this little piece of stinky ass understands how Mei Qi, or even Zhuchen himself, has been feeling for 10 years, and he won't soon forget that. And in a very different place, a familiar woman with long black hair was drinking tea with an incredible grace that seemed to come out of British jokes. When Shin got to Bo's office, he yelled like a wounded pig that this vile Zhuchen was all his fault. He was a criminal and a maniac. He had attacked him for that peaceful argument at the academy. The brunette lowered her cup to her plate with a soft thud, but in this environment, the sound was as deafening as the sound wave from the explosion. Yes, it turned out to be the same violin lover who was last seen captured by Shooting Star bandits, and then she simply disappeared from the general perception. Liu Yi, who had just noticed her presence in Quan's office, looked at her with the same disdain as if he were looking at a piece of manure on a once clean and perfectly mown lawn. He quickly continued to yell about what a scoundrel Shin was, and how the gods of heaven only tolerate such people, until the second bespectacled man tiredly ordered him to shut up at last. But the member of the sports club only shouted even more furiously that you should trust him. Because he is a respected person, he is also a member of the student council, and not this trash. And in this way, he managed to achieve something that no one else had ever done before. Not even Xu Chen himself, and Bo lost control and yelled in rage at him to shut the hell up. The headman jerked back as if someone had tried to hit him, but considering that this was probably the first time he had seen his superior so furious, it was understandable. Quan regained his composure very quickly and coldly asked if this guy had ever heard of the so-called Gosenka. The villain thought that the world itself had decided to turn him into a punching bag, because seriously, even the last idiot had heard about them as much as the Jade Emperor. Sighing heavily with the knowledge that he really would have to chew everything up for this idiot, the president reminded that these three were Rainfall Academy Royals. They were the ones who invested the most money in funding their institution because they highly valued people with useful and specialized skills. In fact, their entire school was a kind of infamous eugenic experiment to gather young talent and make them the greatest professionals. After that, The platinum blonde man flashed his own glasses ominously and asked Liu if he understood why he, Quan Bo, had such power within the academy. Realizing with some side of his nature that he would make an idiot of himself, the younger teenager still assumed that it was because of the exceptional merits of his dear boss. The older youth let out a very tired and heavy sigh, clearly wondering why so many impenetrable idiots were gathered around him. But then he raised a gaze as hard and cold as snow-capped rocks and said in a ruthless tone that he was the servant of the three royal families, the conductor of their will here. To be honest, if he had admitted to having perverted tendencies related to women's underwear, the deputy head of the football section would have been less shocked. It was only after that that Liu reflected that he might have done something unnecessary recently, and now the higher powers were genuinely dissatisfied with his disobedience. But the president no longer looked at him, as if his very existence no longer made any sense, and only asked Lady Qin, a member of the three families, what to do with Xin. If the four-eyed schemer had been scared, angry, or surprised before, now he was in a real quiet panic, because all this meant that this pathetic girl, yes, this was Qin Yin in the flesh, the heiress of one of the Academy's three greatest families, and in a calm, even bored tone, she ordered him to be permanently kicked out of the school board. If the unfortunate teenager could have screamed, it would have shattered windows all over the building. But all he could do at the moment was whisper nonsense in a half-crazed delirium. All his life he studied hard, worked like a slave in a quarry in order to get the best grades, and his name got to the top of the ratings of the best students. He also worked diligently to help people in order to perfectly fit the archetype of a beautiful Chinese young man who can always be relied upon for everything. And all of this was so that someday in the future, he would be the one sitting on the other side of this table, so that his ass would warm this chair and wear these expensive white pants. And now you're telling me that everything he's worked for, all the sacrifices he's made, every damn drop of sweat and blood was wasted on the whim of some rich little bitch. Oh, others should have seen how fervently he tried to argue, how fiercely he swore and debated. But both Bo and Qin simply went deaf to his words. He no longer meant anything to them. And now a former student council member, he was slamming his hands against the walls in a desperate rage, completely ignoring the pain in his knuckles and the raw skin of his fingers. He also squeezed his phone as if he was going to crush it into small crumbs. But the body of the gadget somehow miraculously managed to withstand this terrible pressure. It was all Lin Xuxin's fault. This little bastard was the one who was responsible for all the bad things that happened in this academy. He was a real devil. And while one bespectacled man outside was thinking how terribly he would take revenge on the main character, another inside the office calmly said that one case was over. Now it was time for the second. Although Quan Bo was technically, as he admitted, a servant of Qin and her relatives, he did not say in a servile tone that she had started playing the violin in secret again. Young Lady Yin couldn't think of anything better to do than quickly avert her gaze, as if trying to convey that she had no idea what they were talking about at all. The man slowly got to his feet and in the same cold voice of a strict teacher, reminded him that this was forbidden, so the brunette should not cause any more problems. Technically, as an individual, he was much lower than her, but Quan also represented the will of her father, Grand Patriarch Qin, so she had to apologize to him. And if she didn't listen to the kind man, then her good-natured father would just take and destroy everything she held dear in this school life, like a cruel and vengeful god. She, Bo added even more ruthlessly, might have asked her music club to help her refresh her memory, but for the small fact that he was completely gone. But no, the president added, he is not a monster at all and would not want something like this to happen again. But this was also said with a disgusting, ambiguous hint. Only then did Yin dare to look directly at him and ask what they were trying to achieve by depriving her of her dream. She still wouldn't submit to her father and marry that guy. The blonde man shook his head slightly but reproachfully and said that calling the second member of the three great families that guy was just the apotheosis of rudeness. Then he used the classic manipulator technique that Qin needed to grow up, that her father was working for her, and that she would be the same in his place. When he laid a gentle hand on her shoulder and solemnly declared that this was her fate, the brunette had to make a terrible effort not to throw the cup in his face. Then she got to her feet and said in a very angry voice that she should control her own fate. No one has the right to tell her what to do or anything like that. In response, the student council president only sighed heavily once more, as if he was dealing with an incredibly moody, hysterical, and quarrelsome child. Well, he added, turning back to the window, if that's what she wants, then for God's sake, but Qin would have to talk to her father on her own. Bo had a lot of problems of her own. These problems, of course, were directly related to Xuchen and his fight with those street scum, and Yin, hearing this, flinched and cautiously tried to discuss the topic. When Quan inquired in a probing tone why the girl was talking about him, the brunette blushed from her heels to the roots of her hair and squeaked that she wanted to thank him for his help. Then, remembering that she was a modern aristocrat, she ordered the president, as firmly as possible, to stop making trouble for the protagonist. It would have been all right, but she kept her eyes closed during this conversation and didn't immediately dare open one, as if she was afraid of infuriating the guy. Calmly, slowly tapping his finger on the table, the Snow King slowly said that he had never sought to ruin Lin's life and was not thinking of expelling him from school. On the contrary, he was even willing to show great mercy and let Xuchen obtain a document confirming his qualifications and set up his own club. But Qin only cared if he agreed, and the man put on a pompous face and said that in fact he had planned this development from the very beginning. If you think about it that way, then people who are hated by others as sincerely and strikingly unanimously as the main character, this is also an example of amazing talent. The words made her break out in a cold sweat because she immediately knew what the sly bastard meant. And no, damn it, she didn't like it at all. After a while, now the main character himself, with his head completely bandaged, asked in shock if he and the team were never seriously going to be kicked out. Xin Fan, who never stopped working on someone's skull for a moment, calmly confirmed that this was the case. If Quan wanted to, he would have gotten rid of them long ago and easily. Yes, for certain reasons, this four-eyed schemer really needed them, the three losers, to get into a specialized academy. Lu guessed right. To put it succinctly, Bo was going to literally feed Xuchen to the locals, use him as a general anti-stress toy, and diffuse the situation. But if the blonde man was almost amused, the brown-haired woman, as she often did, looked at him with an expression on her face, as if all the kittens in the world had died right in front of her. The former antagonist praised her for her intelligence and ended his fiery speech by saying that they would have to create their own faculty for three and again become outcasts for all the locals. This was what Quan wanted, but Joy had already stopped talking about him to find out with genuine curiosity what the main character thought about his stylish sling. While the protagonist was trying to rip the hilarious asshole's scalp off, Lu asked what they were supposed to do about this situation, as she definitely didn't want to become someone else's doormat again. And the dark-haired man, in his trademark way, simply replied that if Mr. Student President challenged him, he would just face the bastard head-on. It sounded like a sufficiently reliable, effective, and well-thought-out plan for the girl to express her desire to help the main character in this. If that was the way things were going, well, she wouldn't hesitate to forget about studying at a regular academy to enter this specialized one and fight with her friends. Xinfan, who had not fully recovered from the severe beating with his hands and feet, raised a trembling palm and cheerfully shouted out that he had been leading up to this from the beginning. Ignoring the blood running from his nose, he said grandly that their future three-person house would be a real stronghold against which Bo's forces would be shattered. Unfortunately, the other couple were not at all impressed by this moment, if only because Xue, as already mentioned, had his own juices all over his face. As he yelled, realizing this, and trying to restore his divinely beautiful face, Qin Yin walked down the street as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened to her. All of a sudden, she said that she didn't give a damn about Quan's stupid political games, because as long as Xuchen stayed at school, she was completely fine with everything. And then it suddenly turned out that she was controlling a demon named Jian, and the latter knew for sure that the main character had his own demonic symbiote. So, she said slowly, there must be commoners who could tame evil spirits as well as they could the modern aristocrats. So she needed his strength and fighting skills, because she would never bow down to her father or any of those other elite bastards, which meant they all had to die. A few hours later, night fell, and most people were already safely having their fifth dream, unaware of the drama that the students were experiencing. But some people were still awake, and his hand, holding the computer mouse, was working as hard as if the man were constantly pulling the trigger of a gun. For some people, life simply couldn't teach them anything, and Liu Xin, sitting at the computer, decided to publish the piece where Xuchen was beaten up like a bag of shit. He would have to censor and remove a lot of things, including faces. But it didn't really matter. Everyone would still know who was who by this big red umbrella. No, the head man thought with a bloodthirsty, anticipatory smile. He won't give up so easily. The main character is still destined to shed many bitter tears because of him. But by the time he clicked on the upload video button, the internet had simply shut down in some unknown way, sending the villain into a deep shock. He had already been through too much during the day, and it was too much to take the machine's bullying, so the teenager just jumped to his feet and started yelling hysterically. By the time he calmed down and decided to just upload it via the mobile internet, the door to his room quietly opened to admit a blue-haired man with glasses. It looked so much like an enlarged and aged version of Shin that when the latter babbled in horror at Papa, it shouldn't have caused a single surprise. Senior Liu looked at Junior as if he was a clumsy slave who had broken an expensive vase, and very coldly asked who allowed him to sit on the internet at such a late time. The teenager tried to somehow justify himself, but one terrible look from his parent was enough to make him stop talking and wilt. Oh, the older, bespectacled man immediately noticed the cracks on the younger's glasses, and then he asked in a completely devilish voice if his heir was really involved in a fight. He didn't listen to the excuses for more than a few nervous, sidelong words, but simply walked over and slapped the offspring across the face with such force that the poor man's head almost flew off. Tearing his vocal cords in a wild scream, he asked if he was spending his money so that his son would become a non-entity, a low-born bastard, a shadow of his great cousins. All the children in their family are elite, all the role models and envy, and only he, the idiotic mediocrity, the future disgrace to their entire noble clan, the Black Sheep. The hysteria of this seemingly cold-blooded and collected man stopped as abruptly as it started, which made a frankly frightening impression. Then in the same iron tone, Senior Liu demanded that his son list the 3 principles that his parent had forced him to teach in the past. With the dead stare of a mannequin and the same empty voice, Shin replied, "Don't associate with mediocrity. Seek good treatment from others. Do everything to succeed in your studies." Something about this clearly disappointed his abusive father, as he tiredly ordered the teenager to just forget about it and then covered half of his face with facepalm. He was in a bad mood today, so his son had to go to the nearest stall and buy cigarettes for him, which Shin dutifully decided to do. Right now, as he was crushed by grief and wondered if he had asked too much out of life when he wanted to win that match, he could almost be pitied. He was distracted from his melancholy thoughts by the sudden appearance of a firefly, which glowed with a bright turquoise light, like a tiny living bulb. To be honest, it looked so amazing that for a while the bespectacled man forgot about all his previous thoughts and experiences, as if under hypnosis. But he quickly lowered his head and thought sadly that he would have given a lot to be able to shine just as brightly, in the metaphorical sense of the word, of course. Also, before he could even think about what a piece of filthy, disgusting ass Lin Shuken was, the firefly flew out of his hands and flew away. And not to any random spot, but to dozens of other insects that looked exactly the same cluster of living turquoise and green lights in the night. It also looked very fantastic, so the teenager just stopped completely for a while and started looking at it, not noticing anything else around him. But all the beauty of the scene was destroyed after the fireflies gathered in 3 round flocks, and from a distance they actually resembled a terrible skull with a round mouth. Anyone else wouldn't have noticed, but Liu Xin immediately recalled those nightmarish purple ghosts that resembled maggots and worms that Lin had shown him. It was also exactly the same as the 3 spots on his phone, which were still there, and the athlete looked at them with real superstitious horror. A few seconds later, the antagonist, completely forgetting about such a stupid and poorly compatible thing with life as pride, rushed to run wherever his eyes look with a loud cry. Throughout the whole thing, he kept telling himself that this couldn't be real because ghosts didn't exist in nature. And there was no evil fate either. It was just a stupid and pathetic excuse for spineless non-entities like Shu Chen, the antipodes of the elite of the training world like Shin. Without stopping, even for a moment, Junior Liu hatefully thought that he would immediately post that damn video, and he didn't care about anything. He wasn't afraid of the protagonist anymore. He glanced at the battered screen with a maniacal smile, reflecting that the fate of this vile and proud scumbag now depended on just one touch of his finger. But of course, bad luck tripped its victim, because the device's screen simply stopped responding to human touch in any way. Without paying attention to anything, without even trying to look around, the headman continued to click on the screen with maniacal persistence to make it work. However, the gadget possessed by evil fortune seemed to mock him, stubbornly refusing to notice every command about the beginning of downloading a file on the internet. But at some point, something changed, and the next touch on this terrible phone caused a completely different, softer and quieter sound of touching the display. With his tenacity, Lucian might have overcome the curse of bad luck, and the file of Shushin's infamous beating finally started being uploaded to the network. The antagonist himself was surprised that he managed to achieve what he wanted, and even to such an extent that he did not notice how he found himself in the middle of a busy road, and a light came on nearby. The punishment for this suicidal stupidity was more than natural. The huge car failed to stop or dodge and just hit him like a bucket. The young man did not die on the spot, but the pain and injuries were so terrible that it was worth regretting. And a few seconds later, the driver in black also came out of the cabin. The driver argued to the owner that it was not his fault and asked him what they should do, because this kid could still be saved if you hurry. The rich man, who liked cats, said indifferently that he didn't care, because the risk of being late for an important banquet because of such nonsense was much more important. And if the servant was so concerned about his own good conscience, then all right, let him give this tramp some means to bring him back to life. And the driver did not object. As he approached, the still alive and conscious young man very slowly moved his broken limbs, mentally begging anyone and even anything to finally help him. Without saying a single word, the man in black held a small vessel of black liquid in front of the youth's face, and on its surface was written the character Su Revival. And this devilish substance, like a predatory symbiote looking for a host, flew towards Liu Xin's face until it reached his eyes and mouth, and then penetrated them. It looked as vile and disgusting as the stereotypical undead reanimation ritual. And Liu's even more skull-like phone said that the download failed. It is not known how much time has passed since that moment, but when the bespectacled man, contrary to all the laws of nature and common sense, got up, the street was already thick with darkness. Like a zombie searching for a source of fresh, warm blood, the resurrected man slowly and awkwardly wandered into the night, completely ignoring his lost glasses. A fundamentally different situation reigned in the house of a very familiar girl, who right now, with great pleasure, was standing under a stream of warm water in the bathroom. At home, Lulin looked very different, whereas at school, she mostly looked like either a downtrodden mouse or a sad pug. In her fiefdom, she practically bloomed. After wiping her wet head, she allowed herself a long, heavy sigh that matched Quan Bo's. And then she casually lowered her ass onto a soft bed with a pink bedspread and a teddy bear, and petulantly asked what she had been doing all day. As a response, her brain replayed all the events of the day, especially the ones where she was like a knight on a white horse, standing up for Lin Shuchen with her chest. Thinking back on it, she had no idea what she wanted to do more. Just pretend it never happened, or turn into a lump of melted butter. 3 seconds later, she was slamming herself hysterically against the bed and yelling at the top of her lungs about stalkers, so much so that it was a miracle her mother didn't come running and slap her on the back of the head. Waving her legs in the air, like billions of other teenage girls in various works, she tried to figure out what to do with all this in the future. She wasn't sure of the protagonist's feelings, wasn't going to be his plaything like she was for Meiki, and was terrified of knowing that she could only fight guys yet. Then Lulin once again yelled, fortunately this time into her pillow, that there was no way to continue like this. She had to change herself at all costs for her own good. And in the end, she came to an absolutely non-stalker decision. Starting tomorrow, very carefully study every movement of the main character in order to level up. After that, her mother finally screamed back if she knew for God's sake what time it was outside, and the brown-haired girl squeaked an apology and immediately shut up. The next day, many students stared in silent shock at someone walking between them, loudly singing silly songs about evil spirits. A disgustingly familiar old hand in a purple robe, holding Buddhist beads, shouted that here he was, a vile demon of struggle, just waiting for a chance to escape. The hag was pointing directly at Lulin, and in a tone typical of all street fortune tellers and magicians, she shouted that the girl was in serious danger if she didn't come to her senses. She was shouting her nonsense, spitting spittle in all directions, and never stopping dancing for a second, so that the schoolgirl didn't even have a chance to get a word in. The apprentice of this witch, feeling the greatest shame and embarrassment, tried to take her away, but the fraudster literally clung to the girl, smelling the possible money. They eventually forgot about Lu, however, and became engrossed in a furious argument between themselves, just like an old and very quarrelsome couple in various comedies. And to the great happiness of the brown-haired woman, he very quickly appeared on the scene, her new guiding light, her idol and idol, her new best friend, and even more, the magnificent Lin Shuchen. Although this time her liking had some self-serving motive, because by appearing the main character gave a wonderful reason to get away from this loud grandmother. When the guy asked which old woman they were talking about, the high school girl hurriedly pointed over her shoulders, but there were already only stray dogs with their indecent affairs. And then, like a devil that some fool called out his name, Shui Xinfan appeared behind the dark-haired man, and it took all his self-control not to smash his nose into mush. Wanting to sting this coxcomb a little, The protagonist confessed that he always thought that golden boys like him moved around in limos with an army of servants and so on. The blonde man replied with a beaming smile that, firstly, he hated such acts of self-affirmation, and secondly, he had just bought a house just 3 minutes away from school. This infuriated Shuchen so much that his head started to bleed again, and then he rudely called Fan a dirty rich man, even though he only suggested that he hurry to morning classes. As for that demoniacal old woman and her disciple, of course, they didn't disappear anywhere. On the contrary, they were close by, just hiding around the nearest corner with talent. The fortune teller recognized the same vile boy at first glance, because it was impossible to confuse him. He reeked of this disgusting aura of evil karma from a mile away. At first, you see, this pig dared to attack her, a weak, fragile, and beautiful young woman, beat her up and humiliate her in front of a huge number of passers-by. And secondly, this vile monkey dared to steal her umbrella, her precious artifact that she inherited from her precious older sister. And in the end, the hideous robber had simply run away, leaving her, wounded and humiliated, behind like some piece of worthless trash. Of course, now that she saw this young scum, she couldn't help but feel a thirst for retribution and a desire to punish evil, but her apprentice wasn't impressed. For this, she screamed even more shrilly, "How did this puppy dare to doubt her words? Now he must immediately apologize to her, the beautiful maiden." After that, the action shifted to the classroom, where the teacher stood at the blackboard and looked at the teenagers as if they were all vile masked monsters. The man didn't say anything, and the students themselves didn't want to break the silence, and this long exchange of heavy, frightened glances was noticeably prolonged. But this, to be honest, did not surprise anyone, because the mentor just had to pass on the news to his wards, which plunged them all into a deep shock. No, it was really very deep, and no one had any idea how to react to it at all, so that even the soft whispers from the back rows couldn't be heard. The school headman, Lu Xin, mysteriously disappeared without a trace a day after that football match between him and Lin Shuchen, as if he had never existed. Finally, the teacher said that if anyone ever gets any information about the fate of this young man, or already has it, let them immediately inform the adults. After that, the lesson ended, and the children prepared to leave, but not the main characters. And both Xu Chen and Lu Lin continued to stare at the mentor very intently. To be honest, the protagonist was wondering what exactly this slimy, four-eyed bastard might be waiting for, which of the disasters he himself had to endure. It could be said that the Lord of Misfortune was somewhat satisfied, but he also couldn't help but be concerned about literally disappearing without a trace, which was not the case in reality. But he seriously suspected that he was responsible for this with his curses. And after all, just because Shuchen could pass bad luck on to others didn't mean that he was in control of it. Pipa, literally reading these thoughts, asked sarcastically why Lin was suddenly so quiet, if he was afraid that his new gift could kill someone, or worse. The dark-haired man, without even flinching, calmly replied that on the contrary, now that he had such power in his hands, he was going to take responsibility for it as it should be. Unlike his classmates, he will never bury his head in the sand, and if his actions lead to nightmarish consequences, he will face them courageously. The demon didn't like it, because for all that was wicked, it would have been much easier to subdue the will of a soft-bodied mumbler than a piece of iron like that on two legs. So Lu went missing, one of Zhou's sisters broke her arm, and the other her skull, and went into a coma. Her henchmen went blind, two bullies from the beginning broke their heads, and Lu got hit in the face with a ball. After listing all this, the main character realized that if he allowed himself to soften up, to be afraid of the consequences, then one day he simply would not be able to use his ability. That in itself sounded very bad, but then he suddenly realized something that hit him like lightning, making him freeze in place with his eyes bulging. Lu might still be cursed, he realized, and it was only Jinfan who roused him from his stupor when he asked in a terrible voice why Lin was late. After making sure that the main character really heard him, Shui demanded to go to the registration office to register their new club, and this time Shuchen did not argue. The school official looked at the document for a long time to make sure that there were no errors in it, but so far they have not occurred. Everything was drawn up correctly. But in the end, he admitted that there is one drawback, although not directly related to the application. Just according to the rules of the academy, 4 people or more can organize a section. And he was not going to make any concessions, because the rules are set for a reason. Even the great Quan Bo would not be able to influence his decision in this matter in any way. Xinfan was thinking so deeply about how to solve this problem that he was biting his own finger, trying to figure out where to get the president's 4th enemy. He didn't have to think too long, Because a miracle happened by itself, his name was Qin Yin, and she also wanted to join this small young faction. The guys in Lu started in surprise and turned around, but the brunette repeated in a calm and firm voice that she had thought about everything. Let them write her down as the fourth member. Shujin immediately recognized the mysterious girl who played the violin in the empty factory, and from Pipa's expression, he also knew who she really was. The duo couldn't take their eyes off her, even if they wanted to, and she, in turn, turned around after finishing her speech and looked very carefully in their direction. The high school student became even more tense when the demon, who was openly frightened, confessed that this strange woman had come here for a reason. She was looking for them, both of them. The protagonist immediately understood what the context of this warning meant, and because of this, the already gloomy, tense atmosphere became even more oppressive and pre-storm. The two black-haired demon slayers stared at each other like vultures competing for carrion. Seemingly one wrong move or gesture, and a storm would start. This went on for so long that Zhui, having lost all patience, ordered them to stop fighting. He was already sick of this silent battle, and the nervous Lu suggested that they just talk. The main character was the first to make concessions. He introduced himself and his two partners in misfortune, and was about to explain to Yin why they had their club when she interrupted him. Junior Qin only came here for him, the Lord of Bad Luck in the flesh, and the other two people were completely indifferent to her, as she admitted quite openly. Of course, such rudeness angered the blonde and brown-haired woman terribly, and the latter clearly thought why her reflex throw does not allow her to throw such disgusting girls. Unfortunately, even after that, no one paid any attention to their feelings, because the main character received a clear confirmation that his symbiote was right. A moment later, he added in an almost panicked tone that there could be no mistake. This black-eyed witch was definitely possessed by evil spirits, just like the protagonist himself. However, he hastened to clarify. There was no fear that she, or even Zhuchen himself, would devour someone's soul. The demons in human hosts usually only eat ghosts. They had to be as careful as possible anyway, because Pipa still had only a measly fifth of his former strength, and he was still an easy target. But that wasn't what the main character was thinking. He was much more concerned with sentimental thoughts about whether a ruthless monster could play such beautiful melodies. When asked directly if Yin could just have a demon partner like the two of them, Pipa was quick to say no, but only because he couldn't imagine such a situation himself. After all, he himself had once tried to devour Shuchen's essence and only failed because of failure. So the woman they thought was Qin Yin was actually dead for sure. Therefore, the former archdemon gave the schoolboy a final, stern warning not to betray his existence to this creature, no matter what the latter might say. Meanwhile, Xinfan had somehow come very close to unraveling the secret of the brunette's true motives, but she coldly refused to talk to him about anything. The exasperated blonde man demanded that Zhuchen talk to her back then, since he was so special in her eyes, but the young man didn't notice and decided to talk to Qin alone. The already stressful lunch became even more awkward when the coffee glass somehow tipped over and the brown liquid stained the brunette's skirt. The protagonist immediately said that he was sorry about what happened, and he escorted the new girl to the locker room to change things, but this was said with a cold voice and face. She didn't refuse and thanked the youth for it, but to be honest, the look in her eyes and the tone of her voice could easily surpass Lin in terms of coolness. They walked in complete silence for a long time, until the brunette admitted that they both understood their situation perfectly, and she was also surprised that Shuchen had spoken first. The Lord of Misfortune simply replied that since they were of the same bloodline, they had nothing to fear, but this was not true, and he was mentally asking Pipa if he was playing his part correctly. After a short pause, the girl admitted that such an expression, "one breed," sounds very strange, but it was even stranger that the hero fought only with his fists. It would have been a lot easier to just get rid of those bastards with demonic magic, but that was only if the boy wasn't afraid to tell her his secret. Pipa had to restrain himself from cursing, because this witch was very smart. Such a person could not easily be made a fool of, at least without regretting it later. The main character didn't know how to lie to him so as not to bury himself even deeper into the pit, until Yin finally asked him to relax. She didn't care about the details. As they continued their walk, none of them either knew that they were being watched by the terrified and endlessly confused Lu Lin, or simply ignored her presence. Pressing her back against the wall so that she wouldn't be noticed, and looking down at her feet, the schoolgirl tried to ask herself what the hell she was doing here. Oh, right. Deep down behind all the fake pretense, she knew perfectly well, right away, as soon as this new bitch said that she was only looking for Zhuchen. It was like having a bad tooth, being told not to notice it, but your tongue still seemed to want to feel and loosen it. And so it was with this memory. Shui, who had been forgotten by everyone, spent all this time sobbing, yelling, and shoving down his throat a huge amount of food left by the others so that it wouldn't be wasted, because it was a waste. He might be rich, but he hated the uncultured and disrespectful way food was handled as much as the other blonde guy in the Straw Hat pirate crew. The two demon tamers continued to walk down the busy street, talking among themselves, and without knowing the context, it was easy to think that nothing strange was happening. Nor did anyone pay much attention to some lonely schoolgirl with hair the color of fresh tree bark who followed the pair like a duckling. Of course, the protagonist's spider-like instincts told him that he was being watched, but Lu Lin always managed to hide from his wary gaze. The brown-haired girl did not stop crying quietly, eating herself with honey and covering herself with selected curses due to the fact that she was a despicable stalker, but she did not stop doing so. This was a real forbidden fruit. No matter how much the rational part of her brain told her to go off and do her own thing, the rest of her mind told her to keep an eye on the couple. And this other vile part of her whispered viciously that the duo got along extremely well with each other, and Lin usually didn't give a damn about everyone around him. These shameful, poisonous, mind-numbing thoughts made Lu Lin's heart beat in her chest as if it wanted to punch through her ribs. She tried to make herself believe that she didn't care about the personal life of her new, friend, and that she only had to learn his moves, and she even slapped herself in the face. Yes, yes, she repeated to herself, as if she were trying to do push-ups with a huge and very heavy barbell. She should focus on self-improvement and nothing personal. And with each passing second, she clenched her fists tighter, feeling the fire of fierce determination and fighting spirit begin to flow through her veins for the first time in a long time. To be cool like Lin Shukun, you had to think and look like him, and she was actually terribly good at copying his sullen lone wolf look. But the fate that ruled this world was still a bitch, and suddenly she was looking at a huge, scary jock who was looking back at her terribly. The question, "Do you have a problem with me?" filled with a clear threat, was more than enough to make the brown-haired woman turn away in fear, her clothes clinging to her body with sweat. But then she forced herself to stand her ground, as the main character would, and again with the same murderous expression on her face, called this bully a piece of garbage. After a moment, she realized how ridiculous it all looked from the outside, because she could have said 1,000 different things, but her stupid brain only slipped this. An even more enraged mountain of flesh hissed that he couldn't get away with such an insult, even to a woman, and a terrified Lu hurried to assure him that she didn't mean to. But he made a fatal mistake when, after deciding to severely and roughly punish this impudent little thing, he roughly grabbed her shoulder, activating the girl's infamous triggers. The cloud of dust and sound wave that followed a few seconds later were as if there was a huge anti-personnel mine hidden under the asphalt. Passers-by, who had been hurrying about their business before, froze in horror, looked at this unconscious bully, and began to discuss with fervor what the hell it was. Yes, they had seen that a single girl, very short and fragile at first glance, had done all this, and now they were sharing their opinions about how scary she was. Lu's own face was set in a grimace that resembled a hysterical smile, and her tears were falling in waterfalls because all her attempts to be harmless were over. Because of this, she almost stopped paying attention to the surroundings around her, and so she bumped into a figure wearing a long black cloak like a nun. The schoolgirl tried to apologize immediately, but her timid words were quickly drowned out in a torrent of high-pitched abuse, and the familiar gray hair and old hands appeared from under the cloak. A few seconds later, the cloaked figure suddenly stood up and straightened so that it was almost twice the height of the high school girl, as if there was no embarrassment at all. Yes, this was the half-crazed fortune teller, and her sudden increase in height and cloak was due to the fact that she had forced her apprentice to serve her as a mule. As for the main characters, they had finally reached the women's changing room by this point, and Chinyan asked Lin Shuchen to wait outside. But as soon as the door was locked, Pippa activated and whispered that all this was actually a test, which caused his human partner to blink in surprise. A demon who uses a mortal body as a meat suit has no reason to care about its condition, which means that this cunning creature already suspects their nature. And while the little evil spirit was proving that this was all part of some twisted plot, the schoolgirl calmly changed her clothes without any pretense. Finally, things got to the point where Pippa demanded that the protagonist break every school rule imaginable, break into the locker room and kill her while they still had the upper hand. Naturally, even for such a cynical punk, this was excessive, but the former archdemon ordered him to forget about stupid human laws because the demon war was at stake. This argument was convincing enough that the main character, with great reluctance, but still agreed to do exactly as Pipa asked him. He still had to pause to gather all his willpower for a few seconds, and then with a berserker-like shout of rage, he opened the doors. After opening them so hard that the hinges almost broke, the high school student thundered that he was tired of playing this stupid show. Let the Soul Eater put the cards on the table already. But since she was standing in front of him in an indecent state, all the muscles in the main character's body were shaking slightly, which caused his familiar to cheer him up, not letting him lose heart. As for this poor Chin Yin, her image of the Snow Queen had melted like thin ice on a hot spring day, and she was looking at Shuchen with a mixture of rage, embarrassment, and fear. Elsewhere, the witch explained her motives to Lu, saying that she just wanted to take her real umbrella back, even though her apprentice snidely asked what her plans for revenge on the protagonist were. She silenced him with an unexpectedly strong punch, and then, with a disgustingly optimistic laugh, repeated how much this precious relic meant to her. For a moment, her image of a quarrelsome old hag disappeared completely, and she played a surprisingly plausible role of a poor, sweet grandmother who just needed help. She was appealing to the fact that Lin must be very close to that other Lin, not even realizing how embarrassed that would make her. But the much older woman immediately understood everything at a glance and made such a creepy, mocking face that the upperclassman was in real fear because of it. To the main character's credit, she wasn't going to give up so easily and accept her promises of an umbrella reward, but then the action shifted back to Chen. For a few seconds, both he and Chen just stood there in silence, looking at each other with sweaty faces, until the latter finally started making gurgling sounds like words. She finally managed to force herself to croak, "How dare he even do such a thing?" But Shuchen, remembering Pipa's advice, coldly ordered her not to waste their time and to speak already. Instead, Yin hurriedly pulled her new skirt up over her hips and muttered in a voice shaking with rage that she was still standing up for this pig in front of Quan Bo as much as possible. No, and again no, she would never forgive such a bastard again, not after he had dishonored her, so she decided to do the worst, which was summon her demon. Suddenly, a wild stream of black smoke seemed to burst out from under her skin, which quickly formed into a figure that resembled an eye mask, only this cloud had its own eyes. He had time to think that the thing really did look a lot like his own imp, before a black tentacle hit the spot where he was standing, breaking the floor. Dodging with difficulty, the teenager demanded an explanation from Pipa about what went wrong, and when he heard a nervous response that they did everything right, he asked again what it all meant. When the little demon said that the two of them also had a mutually beneficial symbiosis, the main character was so dumbfounded that he couldn't even find the strength to answer. Then very slowly, his hands trembling as if from a violent tremor, he grasped the disgusting living ball and just as slowly raised it directly to his face. Pipa's callous and very brutal murder, which could not be described without censorship anywhere, was interrupted by another furious curse of the offended Chin. When the young man asked in a very tense voice what they could do now, the demon, remaining true to himself, immediately stated that it was all his fault, Shuchen. A moment later, they were both running away, but Lin didn't miss the perfect opportunity to lower the umbrella down so that his damned symbiote could feel every rock in the road. Sobbing with pain and humiliation, the little evil spirit screamed that he had simply never seen such symbioses before, and that the main character should just talk to this girl. The young man growled that it wasn't even funny. He had barged in when she was half naked, stood there and watched for a long time, and now he was being asked to reduce everything to a misunderstanding. The imp screamed how he could know that without even trying, and the high schooler, without breaking stride, promised to try, to trust Pipa for the last time in his life. When he was about 10 meters away from the frantic demon host, he stopped, turned around and shouted that this was a misunderstanding and that this nasty little guy was to blame. Naturally, the brunette not only didn't believe this, but was even more enraged to the point that she could hardly move her lips. They were shaking so much. Then she swung her arm, which had already released the long, snake-like body of her demon, and shouted that if Shuchen survived, he could leave free. That's just the main character did not suffer from excessive nobility and again set the pace, giving Pipa the opportunity to negotiate independently. Turning around, the archdemon shouted that they were all demon hosts and symbiotes here. They didn't need to fight, especially over such a stupid little thing. You never know that they saw her knickers. The brunette stopped dead in her tracks, and the imp proudly declared that this is how masters negotiate, to which Shuchen sincerely admitted that he wanted to dismember him. A second later, Yin, having completely lost her former cold-blooded appearance and royal dignity, screamed almost in the ultrasonic range so that her demon would kill the hero. This time, the strike was carried out with such insane speed that even the Lord of Bad Luck, with his famous speed and insane reaction, simply froze like a deer in the headlights. There was a dull sound, like a giant hitting a heavy gong with a hammer, and the entire courtyard was covered in a cloud of dust, to the deep shock of Lu Lin and her new acquaintances, so to speak. One would have thought that when the dust disappeared, the hideous, mutilated remains of the main character would remain on the ground, but no. Only the revealed beauty appeared. It was very convenient that this artifact still had seals that could strip demons and other evil spirits of their power, so they could block magic attacks. After seeing this, the old fortune teller started yelling again in a high-pitched voice, like a crow having a fit, because she finally saw that smelly puppy and her umbrella. She didn't care what was going on around her right now. She immediately jumped in to take it away, and Xu Chen gritted his teeth tensely at the trouble that was piling up on him. It wasn't enough for him to fight a crazed demon host who could vaporize him with a single blow, but he also had to fend off the frenzied blows of this old witch. But the brunette wasn't going anywhere, and she wasn't going to wait nobly on the sidelines while Lin dealt with his new problems, so she ordered Jian to attack again. Now the young man really felt fear, because he was almost literally caught between a rock and an anvil. But before something irreparable could happen, and the demonic tentacle could knock the life out of the high school student, Lu Lin covered him like a human shield. No matter how furious Yin was right now, she didn't want to make an innocent person her victim at all, so she shouted in fright for her familiar to stop. But it was too late. A huge tentacle of darkness was already slamming into the schoolgirl's small body, and no, it didn't go through her, but hit her with a sickening crack. The pain should have been monstrous, but not only did Lu Lin not make a single sound, she didn't even move, and only a familiar purple aura radiated from her body. Pipa, who had started this whole disaster, opened his eyes so wide that they almost popped out of their sockets, because now he could see exactly where he had been wrong. The brown-haired girl's curse wasn't lifted as he'd first thought. It just loosened and lay low, waiting for the best moment to manifest itself again, and now it was finally here. After an unknown amount of time, in an unknown place, someone was laughing heartily, ripping off the vocal cords because it was necessary to come up with this, the faculty of failure. Mr. Chuckle couldn't help but admit that it was perfect for these people, but the case was still so out of the ordinary that he needed to notify Quan Bo. The school board president simply said that as long as they dutifully performed their roles as scapegoats, he didn't care about anything else, and put a seal on the document. The unknown prankster was almost speechless because he was sure that his boss would also laugh at such stupidity, and instead the application received approval. The bespectacled man ignored him because his thoughts were currently focused on Xin Yin and her hypothetical role in this gang, as well as how it would affect his plans. He then respectfully asked the visitor for his opinion, and it turned out that it was another member of the noble families, a graceful 17-year-old youth named Su Yishi. Chuckling good-naturedly, the albino said that this whole thing was nothing more than a way to show her strict and harsh daddy the middle finger because of the ban on music. Then he suddenly loomed over Quan's desk, and himself like a mountain, and in a very ominous voice, he warned that he had been looking for a chance to have a heart-to-heart conversation with Chin for a long time. The white-haired president didn't look at him. He just kept looking ahead of him until he finally expressed the hope that Yishi wouldn't do something shameful. The new villain in response completely transformed, trying to look as harmless and innocent as possible, because hey, he's Su, one of the top 3, how can you doubt him? His handsome girlish face might have been lit up with a warm, good-natured smile, but there was nothing but cold indifference in his pink eyes. After that, the action returned to the main characters again, and the good news was that Lu Lin would live right away. She only lost consciousness and hurt herself a little. This, of course, was good, but the bad news did not go away, because the body of the schoolgirl still had the energy of bad karma, about half of the previous number. It was very much more than the desired amount, which was absolute 0, and beads of sweat rolled down Yu Chen's worried face. Chin's once emotionless face was once again twisted into a grimace. Only now it wasn't anger and terrible shame, but genuine regret for what had happened. Lin calmly retorted that no, it was his fault after all. He decided to follow the stupid advice of his petty demon spirit, and this led to all the known embarrassing events. Yin still felt incredibly uncomfortable looking at him, so she turned away and grumbled in a shaky voice, "Look at him. What a smart guy he is." The old fortune teller screamed again, so that the birds flew away from the tree in terror, only this time not out of anger, but out of delight that she had seen one of the great Qin in the flesh with her own eyes. However, a second later, she immediately remembered the main character, and a series of long curses demanded to know how this puppy was able to rein in and subdue Pip himself. The brunette was actually also curious, because until now, only her relatives and the other two great demon-slaying clans had managed to do this. And the former archdemon realized that he had been asleep for too long, and the world had not changed for the better, since monsters like him now serve mortals like dogs. He quickly ordered the young man to find out as much information as possible, but to keep quiet about their negative karma for the time being, and the high school student agreed without argument. Unfortunately, it was the old woman who answered instead of the schoolgirl, and she screamed in her trademark expressive way about how gorgeous, powerful, and cool this triad was. She managed to name the Chin and Su clans, but didn't have time to name the third one, because Yin asked everyone to wait, because it turned out that Lu Lin was much worse than she thought before. A few seconds of intense examination later, she admitted that the unfortunate brown-haired woman is not just cursed, she is literally possessed by a demon, but really at the same time. Pipa wisely didn't comment on the situation in any way, but if his gaze was a sword, it would have clashed with the will of an unknown spirit with a deafening clang. But this, as the brunette herself admitted, was simply impossible, because just 1 minute ago, everything was fine with this poor guy, and she was her own mistress. To everyone's surprise, the imp of the main character decided to break his silence by asking if those present had ever heard of soul summoners before. The street witch had never heard of such a thing, but the girl, judging by the frightened look on her face as she drew back, had some idea of it. Reluctantly, she admitted that she had heard a little about it from her father, and that, if she was not mistaken, was the name of a particular body type. Pipa confirmed that this was true, because it was the law of nature that one mortal body could hold the same soul, but there was always room for different anomalies. It was parasitism, on the contrary. The spiritual summoner absorbed other astral entities, suppressed them with his willpower, plunged them into an endless sleep, and drew strength from them. And yes, to Shuchen's great surprise, this was exactly the kind of person Lu Lin was, even if she herself had never had a clue about her true nature. She could spend her entire life with a demon in the womb, unaware of his or her presence due to the devoured creature's hibernation, so no one could have seen her as an anomaly before. But because of Qin-Yin's attack, everything changed. The demon began to awaken and affect its human vessel, and the brown-haired woman was too weak to interfere with it in any way. In short, now the evil spirit imprisoned in the living prison has started to wake up, and if they don't figure out what can be done about it, the consequences will be very bad for everyone. Just as she finished speaking, a very dense and ominous purple cloud emerged from the unconscious body of the second schoolgirl, like an oil slick on water. The old witch took to her heels in terror, claiming that she didn't have the right exorcism equipment, but no one paid her any attention. The protagonist tried to say something, but Qin harshly replied that she would take over the rescue operation herself, and Shuchen and Pipa would only be hindrances in this matter. In contrast, the archdemon said that Yin was just a self-confident idiot who didn't know what kind of calamity she was going to face, and that only they had the chance to kill the demon. To kill this monster, they would have to enter Lu Lin's body as if it were a normal physical parasite, but once they encountered it, there was a risk of falling into eternal slumber. And even without taking this into account, just beating up this vile evil spirits will not work, because all the damage will go first to the schoolgirl. She will just become a vegetable. Ironically, the two of them were very lucky due to bad luck, because they could attack a new enemy indirectly just by casting a bad luck curse on them. In response to Lin's doubts, Pipa reminded him with some pride how his evil karma had broken him, the all-powerful ancient demon, and made him a human pet. And here was some pathetic parasite. In general, the two of them had a huge advantage in this situation. They would bring the evil spirit to death, absorb the remnants of its essence, become much stronger, and Lu would survive. With each passing second, the situation only became more heated, because the awakening demon was actually very strong. Its emanations alone created a terrible storm. Nevertheless, the hero stood firm, but without the usual perpetually scowling expression, because in this rare moment, his eyes showed genuine concern. It was very hard for him to comprehend that someone could get into such a disastrous situation because of a trivial setback, even now that it was happening in front of him. As for Qin-Yin, she was like the pretentious protagonist of a cheap action movie, standing straight with a fierce, unwavering determination on her face. Unfortunately, her little moment of pathos was mercilessly destroyed by the main character, who took the umbrella off his shoulder with an even more brutal expression. And to all the word that his demon is a useless weakling, the protagonist calmly replied that he is just such a person that he is not able to run away from responsibility. After giving him a very sharp look, the girl coldly warned that if the guy got into trouble, she wouldn't waste her time helping him. Needless to say, Lin Xuchen was not offended at all, and even more so, he would actually be quite surprised if her answer was unexpectedly different. After a moment, Qin tautly warned that this was about to happen, that the evil spirit would awaken and be released from its living prison. And so it turned out, because the body of the brown-haired woman unnaturally rose to an upright position without moving a single muscle. But the most terrifying thing was not that, but first, the cloud with two monstrous white eyes, and secondly, the fact that her own face was disfigured. Her voice, or rather, his, was also completely different from the speech of any normal person. It was something like a very deep, booming, and terrible whisper. Although Yin tried not to show any outward emotion, she privately admitted that she had once again jumped to conclusions and underestimated the creature's true strength. But she might have found it more humiliating that the demon didn't even look at her. Instead, its attention was immediately drawn to the man, that is, Xu Chen. Pipa immediately ordered Lin to be extremely careful, because the monster had decided on its desired prey, and it was, of course, them. The monster wasn't using any obvious magic yet, if it was capable of doing it at all, but even without magic tricks, it was moving so fast that the protagonist shuddered in horror. But before the demon could rip off the main character's head and crush it like a crystal ball, the huge dragon head of the demon belonging to Qin smashed into it. Keeping her hand outstretched and unwavering, she ordered Jian to apprehend the creature at all costs, not to let it escape in the slightest. But that was a lot easier said than done, because Lu's already monstrously strong body had gained frankly abnormal physical strength due to possession. This new imp didn't give a damn about tolerance, because the only comment he gave Yin was a contemptuous remark that a woman was bothering him. After that, with a single sharp movement of his hands, he broke free of Jian's jaws and forced his head and neck back, as if he had been dealt a crushing kick. Lin Xuchen tried to seize the moment to attack the monster from the rear, but it wasn't stupid or deaf at all, and immediately sensed its movements. With a speed that could easily put the best mortal gymnast to shame, the evil spirit turned around, simultaneously extending its arm for a fatal blow, but in vain. First, the young man dodged that skull-shattering slap on the back of the head with equal dexterity, and then he grabbed the possessed Lu Lin's face with his hand, preparing to transmit the curse. This would have been a victory if it weren't for the unfortunate fact that it still took the main characters some time to infect the target with negative karma. So the only thing he did was let the monster grab him and throw him over his shoulder in Lu's signature fashion, as if Xuchen didn't weigh no more than a feather. But after flying about half a dozen meters, he gracefully turned upside down and then pushed his hands off the ground, jumped to his feet, and then performed a complex somersault. As he stopped falling, he realized with annoyance that he had only managed to convey a tiny bit of his bad luck, and hoping for such a thing would be the same as putting out a fire with a cup. Little did he know that Yin was looking at him with admiration right now, thinking that the trick he had just performed was the result of strengthening his body through demonic magic. Pipa, who knew exactly what she was thinking, thought sarcastically that it was all the result of Xuchen's amazing strength, stamina, and agility alone, without any magic help. He chuckled maliciously as he imagined the day when he would fully regain his power, which combined with Lin's fighting skills would make them invincible. However, it quickly became too much for everyone to think idly, because the demon went on the offensive, and such a wave of terrible aura came from it that the skin was covered with cold sweat. This old supernatural chauvinist was very displeased that some pitiful woman dared to defame the noble duel between men with her presence. Even the main character blinked at this speech, and Yin guessed that once, countless years ago, this demon was a person who lived and breathed for duels and fights. Lin added with a grin that it was still hilarious to hear such things from someone who wore a female body, but Qin replied in the same serious tone that spirits don't understand gender. After that, the two of them didn't feel like talking anymore, because the possessed Lu Lin decided to stop her leisurely walk and just lashed out at the young demon fighters. To be specific, it was just one, and Zhu Chen mentally quipped that, well, of course, who would even think about not trying to hit him first? Of course not. Luckily for him, the brunette wasn't just going to stand by and watch, either, as she once again summoned her demon, and it grew two heads. As the ancient proverb said, 2 heads were better than 1, but in this situation, even such an upgrade was completely useless, as the third demon summoned the Shield of Darkness. A moment later, this creepy ink blot-like blob grew to such an extent that it completely covered both its creator and the main character. Chun was supposed to be an exceptionally well-mannered and eloquent girl, but in this situation, even she couldn't help cursing. As for Zhu Chen himself, it was as if he and the possessed Lu were in some endless, dark purple abyss, where there was no sky or visible land. This was too bad, because Pipa admitted that the only thing they had to count on now was that the boar outside would be able to free them as soon as possible. But the evil spirit himself, of course, was pleased that he had spent the time and effort to create such a trap, because thanks to it, they would no longer be bothered by women. The main character's symbiote was ready to die, but not from fear, but from shame that he, a similar demon, was caught by the ability that other demons use to catch mortals like a fish. He was so hysterical that when Lin asked if he would fight alone now, Pipa screamed that the main thing was to save his precious demon skin and buy time. Unimpressed, the protagonist simply asked who said they were doomed to fail, and the imp, almost in a desperate panic, begged him to turn on his brain. Alas, unfortunately for him, any self-preservation instincts and common sense left Shuchen's body at the same time as luck, that is, a very long time ago, and did not intend to return. From the outside, it was impossible to understand what was going on inside the dome. Not a single sound or light broke through the curtain of darkness, and the old woman asked Yin what they should do. The young demon slayer could only shamefully admit that she had completely failed. She should have guessed that such a martial spirit would use this trick. She also didn't want to resort to any method, but it seemed that fate itself didn't give her a single opportunity to keep her hands clean and tender. This vile, stinking astral parasite asked for it, and now the heiress of the great Demon Slayer clan is using her new and still unpolished technique against it. And she wasn't going to hesitate any longer, so she pushed all her doubts and fears very deep into her soul and ordered her familiar to transform in a menacing voice. One would have expected Juan to transform into some huge axe, sword, or hammer, but at the behest of his mistress, he took the form of a translucent, elegant violin. The movement of her bow sent such incredible music through the air that there is no way to describe it in standard mortal language. Even the loudmouth hag, contrary to her usual behavior, was now silent and carefully watching her movements, just like her worried curly-haired student. It was the latter who decided to be the first to speak out this time to clarify what kind of miracle this was, but the old woman shushed him, ordering him not to interfere with the mistress in any way. No, it wasn't the standard flattery, as it might seem at first glance, but she just knew at a glance that a mind-merging ritual was taking place in front of her. To be honest, she had thought of it as just a fairy tale all her life. But no, right now, a person from the three royal families and her demonic servant were combining into one entity. It could best be described as Sailor's transformation, but it wasn't the noble celestial goddess who shone her light on this particular schoolgirl. Another difference was that Qin Yin didn't intend to use such a transformation on herself, but instead created a copy of her body from demonic power. She couldn't afford to lose her concentration for a single moment, and she continued to play with the tenacity of a robot, but she was still worried about Zhu Chen. The young man was indeed having a very difficult time, no matter how much he tried to flaunt his bravery and strength, but now he was just being thrown to the ground like a sack. And if it weren't for his almost superhuman stamina and flexibility, a moment later his torso would have been crushed into a hideous mix of flesh and shattered bones. The demon fought very aggressively but methodically, not giving its opponent a single opportunity to counterattack, and it didn't even need to take pauses to rest. Even the pieces of earth in his hands were weapons that could tear flesh and skin to pieces as well as steel shrapnel. But the protagonist was once again saved by an umbrella. In response, the monster stretched out an arm in an attempt to grab the mortal boy's head, the strength in its fingers more than enough to turn the skull into a pulp. Fortunately, the teenager was also very strong, especially for his age, so he managed, albeit with great difficulty, to intercept this hand a centimeter from his forehead. Then, like a skilled martial artist, he swung his body up, pinning the possessed girl's neck with his thighs and still holding her hands. Pipa couldn't believe that all this was happening, that some mortal boy without a single drop of magic could fight a demon on almost equal terms. No matter how strong the evil spirit was, right now it was in a small and very light human body, which due to the banal difference in mass, began to fall. The dark-haired man used a classic wrestling grip, stretching out the captured limb of the enemy and pinning him with his feet to the ground. Now the monster cannot escape without breaking. With great shock, Pipa was forced to admit that 10 years of deadly risk could turn a human body into a weapon of war no worse than demonic magic. While the creature was still trying to break free, the main character shouted a question about whether his familiar was sure that the curse of bad luck would kill the spirit without touching Lu Lin. The former archdemon was quick to assure him that yes, it was true, because this astral parasite didn't even have a weak synchronization with the soul of a schoolgirl, like for example the two of them. Having made sure that he really chose the right path, the main character gathered all his strength and began to transfer negative karma in a way that had never happened before. From the outside, a simple person would not be able to understand anything, but the hostile demon immediately felt as if his new body was wrapped around and immobilized by unbreakable chains. And then the monster let out a loud, drawn-out moan, which, considering that it was still in Lu's disfigured body with its enlarged black eyes, was just plain scary. No, the protagonist still didn't let go of him, holding him so that his veins bulged over his muscles, but something still made him freeze in shock and his eyes bulge. The demon raised its arm with such force that it almost yanked Shuchen's limbs out of their sockets, but the boy held it anyway, and in a hoarse voice demanded that the creature disappear away. Unfortunately, this scum did not know how to lose with dignity, and judging by his screams and kicking movements, it was definitely not going to learn in the near future. The ancient evil spirit even said in an aggrieved, almost childish tone that it was Shuchen who lost. And then he led his clenched fist, Yi Lin, to solid ground. The only reason the protagonist's spine didn't crack like a sugar stick right then was clearly because of all the luck that fate owed him for 10 years. However, the black-eyed devil wasn't finished yet. He was going to beat this annoying, obnoxious boy like a piñata until blood ran down the ground. Luckily for the main character, of course, when possessed Lu was about to slam it to the ground again, her hands didn't respond for some reason. It was as if someone invisible but divinely strong shook his head as if to say, "No, you can't do this," and then gently but firmly pressed the demon's hands to the ground. And no subsequent attempts to make this unfortunate meat suit function normally, as before, with the ghostly antagonist, were crowned with success. Who would have thought that this pitiful girl's soul, which the monster might not even have noticed before, would be so strong that it would awaken and regain control? There was no aggression, no hatred, no open struggle, but resisting this influence was like trying to float away on your limbs from a nightmarish whirlpool. The demon quickly realized, despite his pride, that he was not destined to win on this field, so he made the most logical decision, as it seemed to him, namely, to get out of the body. He hadn't realized that this was exactly what the main characters had expected him to do from the beginning, and everything that had gone before had been something like trying to weaken the whale with harpoons. In its astral form, the monster vaguely resembled a human, but with black eyes and a toothless mouth, and it was also white, like a mountain of candle wax come to life. The creature decided that since it was unlucky to have one living vessel, it would just try another. But before the spirit took even one step, it was entangled in ropes. These were, of course, not mere mortal chains, but visual representations of the seals that still adorn the umbrella and bound Pipa. But that wasn't enough, because the little archdemon was counting on the enemy to die, but he just stayed tied up on the spot and clearly wouldn't have gone to the stomach so easily. And before the imp could think of anything to do about this situation, the dome of darkness that had been standing still all this time literally cracked like glass. A few seconds later, the shards of glass flew in different directions, letting in a bright green light from a ghostly, graceful female figure. Of course, the main characters all stared at it because it was truly impressive, and Lin was surprised to realize that it was Chin and Pipa with her changed appearance. The astral avatar created and controlled by the brunette didn't waste any time talking, if at all, but instead immediately sprouted a sword from her hands. Truly, this punch was worthy of being adapted into some big-budget action anime, because the evil demon's head left his shoulders in a matter of seconds. But even as it faded into oblivion, losing the last vestiges of its ghostly existence, this monster could only think of the trampled beauty of its duel with Shu Chen. After that, Pipa was as scared as he had ever been before, because this girl destroyed another, and also a strong demon, literally with one blow. The final resemblance to a battle scene from the anime was given by the fact that the projection of Qin Yin in a pretentious position stood with its back to the explosion generated by the death of the spirit. But it was immediately spoiled by a question from the shocked main character, who was trying to figure out what the hell the girl's appearance was. The fact is that she looked like an abstract figure without clear details. But this helped to understand that even in this form, the brunette is able not only to speak, but also to express emotions loudly. Even funnier, the character's reactions were quite different. Pipa was delighted that the girl had such strength and skills, while Shuchen still felt very uncomfortable. And the exorcist, not really listening to any of them, shouted that she would just kill them, especially when the dark-haired man stupidly asked that she probably didn't even need to undress now. In the heat of their discussion, they didn't even notice that the dome of demonic gloom had finally evaporated until the imp called for them to finish everything quickly. When people realized what he was looking at, they froze with their mouths open, because it was something like a large glowing ball, but so it was a dark core. But before they could do anything about the thing, or even explain what it was, a new character appeared on the stage, applauding Su Yishi. As he approached, he sang in a voice as sweet as honey, molasses, and sugar at the same time. How delicious this is, how excellent and wonderful Qin Yin is, and a true genius. But the high school girl obviously knew him well, so she rudely asked him since when he was even bothered by such things. The fortune teller also recognized him at a glance, because he was another royal member of the noble demon slayer family, those who ate the dog in the production of amulets and artifacts. Her desire to suck up to him immediately disappeared when the albino cooed in an even sweeter voice that she didn't have to waste her energy on getting to know him. He didn't care about any garbage. And when he saw the ghostly remains of the demon, he said with admiration that he had long wanted such a thing for himself, like a child who saw a beautiful thing on the counter of a store. Needless to say, such people didn't know what rejection and restrictions were, so he nonchalantly summoned his demon to take someone else's trophy for himself. Pipa, who had hitherto maintained a tense silence, began to squeal telepathically that they were being robbed in the most vile way, that their legitimate spoils of war were being viciously stripped. But he didn't even need to do that, because Shu Chen had already covered the core with an umbrella, fending off the ghost snake and giving the blonde playboy a cold warning. One young man never bowed his head or fawned over anyone, and the other was born with a golden teat in his mouth. A chain reaction under such conditions was inevitable. As if casually playing with the body of his demon that had turned into a whip, Su Yishi calmly asked when the commoners and heretics started interfering in the affairs of the powerful. But when he took a good look at what was in front of him, he bulged his eyes in the most Philistine way, so much so that they almost left their sockets. Of course, he immediately recognized the legendary demonic artifact, the hunting umbrella that the great archdemon Pipa was trapped in, without any mistake. Even Shuchen himself blinked in surprise, then confessed that he had never suspected that his annoying little familiar was actually such a big shot. Pipa whispered that it was a small matter, not worth paying attention to, but the albino who gave off a dangerous aura explained that this umbrella was actually the first demonological artifact. That is, Pipa was the very first evil spirit that the ancient people were able to drive into a cage, and the living black ball felt something between shame and pride. Needless to say, Yishi added that such scum had no right to even look at such an outstanding treasure, and it was up to someone like him to use it. To his credit, he was initially willing to make a deal, offering the main character not only money as payment, but also various demonic artifacts to replace. At the very beginning, the main character probably would have even thought about such a deal, but now his answer was clear and concise. His little red umbrella is not for sale. Sure enough, the old sorceress didn't miss the opportunity to shout out how truly this was said. Finally, her stupid disciple understood something of what was said. Lin asked in a very angry voice when he had become her apprentice, and the old woman retorted even more angrily that since he had stolen her item, he was now her apprentice. And then, she used all her talent for swearing to explain to young Su how much he sucked, unlike them, the humble and decent people who had virtues. But Yishi didn't seem to hear any of this at all, because he was repeating to himself, like a broken robot, the same name and surname that he had just heard, Lin Shuchen. And then he burst out laughing so loudly and sincerely, as if this young man had just watched recordings of the best performances of the legendary Monty Python. Few people like to be laughed at so openly and pointedly, and the protagonist in this sense has never been particularly tolerant. With some difficulty catching his breath, the young demon slayer confessed that he had heard rumors about a certain psychopath who had caused a real pogrom in the specialized academy. He had even had some respect for the bandit back then, but now Yishi could see that he was nothing more than a pathetic, complex worm hiding behind magic. This infuriated the teenager to the point that only the aforementioned demonic magic could explain why his head didn't burst from such a rush of blood. Before he could do anything, Chin ordered him to calm down and ignore the provocation, because that blonde bastard is a student council member like Bo. Fortunately, Su Yi himself decided to forget about this trolling and focus on his original task, which was to make sure that Yin didn't interfere with Quan's scheming in any way. However, the brunette didn't need to say anything, because now he could see very clearly that her new friends, if I may say so, were not dangerous to Mr. President. Now the girl frowned deeply and said that only life will show whether his self-confidence in this regard will be justified. The antagonist had graciously allowed her to think as she pleased, but it was clear from his smug, snake-like face that he saw them all as just quarrelsome children. But before he left, he promised the protagonist with a fake smile that would frighten even a hungry moray eel that one day he would take Pipa away from him. The hero didn't flinch as he responded with his trademark look that could scare a rabid wolf, and quietly advised Sue to pray that this moment wasn't his last yet. Undeterred, the albino simply asked that the teenager be able to confirm his words with a deed when the moment came, and then turned around and walked away. Lu Lin, after waking up, was smiling that nervous smile that people who are desperately afraid of making a fool of themselves always put on their faces. This, however, no one paid much attention, because the most important thing was that the brown-haired woman even managed to wake up unscathed after all that she had to go through. At first, she genuinely didn't understand what they were talking about, or how she could have fallen asleep in the middle of a public park. But then her vile memory began to bring back these vile memories. True, they looked like fragments of a damaged and torn film, so the schoolgirl did not yet realize that she had been carrying a demon for an unknown amount of time. Well, the main character could be brutally honest when he thought it was necessary, but now he just smiled good-naturedly and lied about Lin fainting. He reflexively placed a hand on her shoulder as he did so, and Lu waved her hands in a panic, telling her not to touch her in this place for his own good. She's a psychopath who breaks and maims everyone who touches her shoulders. She's going to smash Shuchen's head into the ground right now. Oh, how pitiful and painful she is. But after a few seconds, when the wave of hysterical terror had subsided, she opened her eyes very slowly and realized with shock that her friend was still standing on his own 2 feet. Oh yes, to say that she was shocked was like saying nothing. It would have been easier for the girl to believe that the sky could literally fall on her head. Shuchen also stated that his guess was correct. After he and Qin Yin destroyed the evil spirit, Lin's unnatural violent reaction disappeared without a trace. In a very slow and timid tone, as if afraid of scaring a rare and beautiful bird, the main character clarified that she would no longer be so unpleasant with people. After receiving an affirmative nod from the young man, she still asked him for a chance to try again to be sure, and Lin easily agreed. But it was easier said than done, because this was, firstly, the most vile trigger that was ruining her life, and secondly, it was Shuchen and his divine male body. If someone at this moment suddenly decided, for the sake of a joke, to put broken eggs on the face of a schoolgirl, they would burn to black before they could be removed. Not only was Lu already ready to faint again with the realization of what a pervert she was, but Qin suddenly stood next to them and asked what they were doing. Feeling her head finally turn into a ridiculous, overflowing pot that could explode at any moment, the brown-haired girl squeaked that no, nothing. And then she just turned and ran, waving her arms and shouting at such a volume and key that the windows of all the neighboring houses probably cracked. The brunette stared after the hysterical young lady for a long time, before asking in shock what the hell that was all about, but Shuchen decided not to explain. A few minutes later, one of the main characters, just in case, asked the demon slayer if everything was exactly in order, given how she parted with that item. Lin had asked about the core, of course, but Pippa, who had already started to devour it, viciously shouted that he would kill anyone who tried to take this little gem from him. When the girl calmly admitted that she was not interested, but the protagonist's imp from such feeding will become a little stronger, the former archdemon was even more angry. However, the main character is not used to the fact that people can just give him something valuable, so I asked her to name a way that he can pay her back. Rolling her eyes in a truly aristocratic manner, the young demon slayer replied that this was not a problem that could be solved by a simple, friendly concern. And then, lowering her gaze with a resigned and incredibly sad look, she made it clear in a pitying voice that yes, she damn well needed help, at all costs. And the protagonist once again demonstrated his insight by suggesting that this is actually directly related to that pink-eyed scoundrel, Su Yishi. As the girl quickly explained, he was wrong only in one detail. In fact, it was not only one albino, but also his entire family and her own father. With great difficulty, she forced herself to admit that the royal families and their puppets, like Quan, were going to completely subjugate the specialized academy. At any cost and in any way, even through black magic, they are going to force talented young people to serve them through blackmail, and all the rest will simply be thrown out on the street. Such vile schemes needed to be nipped in the bud, but Yin understood if Shuchen didn't want to get involved, and she was even willing to leave his club in the future. But before he made up his mind, she hastened to add that she would not demand excessive action in any case, and she would definitely pay him for his help properly. She was so worried about this that when the teenager asked her for more details, she anxiously asked if it could be considered a yes. And instead of a simple answer, the teenager turned away with a grimace and asked not to be mistaken for some mercenary who is only interested in money or something else. Because he was Lin Shuchen, the Lord of Bad Luck, the self-proclaimed messenger of doom, and when someone committed crimes, he would justly punish that person. It was possible that in the past, at the beginning of their acquaintance, the high school girl would have even laughed at such dramatic pathos, but now she just stared at him with her eyes wide open. After regaining her voice, she quietly promised to tell them everything she needed to know during their class, and then the action shifted to a very annoyed Shin Fan. As it turned out, it wasn't even the fact that the new members of the section had gone the devil knows where and had just returned that infuriated him, but the fact that they had decided to turn the meeting into a picnic. And in his case, this reaction was even justified, considering how many burgers, steaks, cookies, and coffee he had to eat last time to keep them from spoiling. Lou couldn't have known that, of course, so she was just happy because cooking turned out to be one of her favorite hobbies, which she was really good at. Looking at this change, Shui even directly asked the main character what happened there, and Shuchen gave a hilarious answer that Lin just threw a certain weight off her soul. And when he himself asked the blonde if he would like to taste this really incredibly delicious cookie, the rich hunk once again made a pained face. A few minutes later, slamming his hands on the table, he asked if the other heroes had forgotten that none of them had even qualified to fight Quan yet. Practically, this meant that Bo could do whatever he wanted to them. And the protagonist irritably asked in response that Shin Fan himself was suggesting that they kiss the ground under his feet. The blonde man shook his head, admitted that this wasn't the reason he created their section, and clarified whether the corrupt Big Three were actually manipulating the academy through Quan. When he heard yes again, he ended by saying that it was too stupid and dangerous to do something without knowing all the details. It could be useless and simply dangerous. However, there was one way that they could kill all the birds with one stone, Jua said in a low and very mysterious voice. The main character looked very carefully into his eyes and just as quietly clarified what exactly this cute schemer means by such words. Smiling like the most inveterate anime villain and crossing one leg over the other in a regal manner, Shin Fan said that he would simply overthrow Bo and become the school president himself. Lin Shuchen, Lu Lin, and Qin Yin were all prepared for any possible scenario, even the most dangerous and ridiculous, but they were completely shocked by it. The blonde-haired youth asked them with a grin not to react so sharply. After all, he had planned to turn this stinking garbage dump into a fragrant garden from the very beginning. Junior Chin was the first to come to her senses, admitting that in this scenario, her relatives' plans would indeed be paralyzed. But how could they pull this off? As it turned out from Shu's words, the beginning was laid even before them, because there were so many people in the specialized academy who were fed up with the council that they gathered a faction. Tomorrow will be the opening of the new department, which Shin Fan will come to at their earliest opportunity to meet with these new allies and negotiate with them. Then with a belligerent cry, a young man hit a soccer ball with such force and agility that it seemed to split into pieces as it flew. The goalkeeper tried his best to protect his piece of the field by grabbing this black and white ball, but to no avail, the ball easily crashed into the net, thereby scoring a goal. Kang Fen laughed at the fact that he had once again lost, but it wasn't an act. He was actually enjoying it like some fun adventure. In fact, he was just playing a video game with one muscular man, and the latter even clarified whether the head of football players would have problems because of him. The young man explained with a laugh that it was nothing like that. He had already trained until the 7th sweat, and so he still wanted to tell about one small troublemaker. Hearing Zuchen's name and how similar they were, even to the point of wanting to overthrow Quan Bo as student council president, the giant didn't say anything, but he was clearly thinking. Kang Fen also didn't say anything more about this matter. However, he didn't let go of his familiar's very attentive and thoughtful gaze. Eventually, he averted his eyes and asked the big man if all the rumors were true, that he was really just going to walk away. The athlete slowly put down the gamepad and in a low, tired voice that would have been more appropriate for a jaded old man, reminded him that nothing is eternal under the moon. For 6 long years, he defended the academy, but now it's all over. He is simply not able to explain to his family once again why he will stay for the 2nd year. He was already 22 years old, so it was time to finish school, the big man said, turning to Feng and showing off his brutal middle-aged man's face. As it turned out, this giant was also called Li Kong, and Kong continued to speak to him with extreme respect and deference, even after such an unpleasant response. Just then, the doors to their gaming TV room opened, revealing a very familiar silhouette wearing a blue hoodie and golden tousled hair. It was Mining, the leader of the Shooting Star Gang, whose arm was still in a cast, and Fen ran away with a faint smile, leaving them alone. He supposedly needed to get back to training immediately, But everyone clearly understood that this was a banal way to show courtesy to other people's private conversations. When the door closed behind him, Lekong turned off the TV and, without turning around, asked how the young criminal was feeling now, with a broken leg. As it turned out, she was much more fortunate than her blinded henchman Ah Dong. Her arm only needs time to heal completely, and the giant nodded in satisfaction. Then the girl sighed, gathering her courage, and finally confessed that she had come here to restore her liege lord to his former position as the leader of the criminals. Meanwhile, one of the main festivals of the Specialized Academy was held, where talented representatives of all sections showed their skills and tricks. And for everyone gathered, starting with the participants themselves and ending with the idle spectators, this was a very serious matter because power, after all, rules this world. One passerby did not have time to finish his pathetic speech about how everyone will now give their best for the sake of power and respect because he was offended and he snapped. A huge, muscular wrestler in a folder with a drawing of claw scars told him to watch his mouth because his fight club would soon rule the academy, which meant that the academy would be run by him, the great and unique Scarface, since there was no doubt that he could lose in this place. His bragging was interrupted by a voice asking this Mexican wrestling fan to get out of the way, and the fighter was so angry that he didn't even notice the shock of passers-by. When Scarface looked back and realized that he was talking to a much larger and more muscular giant than himself, he immediately spoke in a polite voice and took a step to the side. All the people looked at Wu Wei, the leader of the bodybuilding section, a man so huge that he was literally nicknamed Tank Man, with great surprise and respect. He was also accompanied by the leaders of the fencing and swimming clubs, who exchanged smug barbs as they felt the amorous gaze of hundreds of young girls. Without turning around, the bodybuilder urged both of them to stay serious because they had, after all, come here with serious goals, and not just for fun. The one-eyed blonde man who was leading the swordsmen recalled in a carefree voice that yes, Su Yishi had told them about some bad luck club and its leader, Lin Shuchen. The swimmer, even sweeter tone, admitted that he wants this opportunity in order to fairly punish the main character, after all that he did to their deputies. But it was Wu Wei himself who was most eager for revenge. Even though he seemed calm and collected, there was such anger burning in the back of his mind for beating up his assistant that it was like a raging fire. They had no doubt that they would recognize the protagonist by his red umbrella and the large scar on his eye, not suspecting that Lin had passed very close by, putting on his glasses and hiding the thing in its case. Well, the main character wasn't born yesterday, so I knew perfectly well that not all the deans were as cute as Fan, and some of them would probably want to crush him. But even knowing that didn't stop him from sighing dejectedly, as he recalled how Shin Fan had made him put on those damn glasses and hide his umbrella in a voice that brooked no argument. The main character knew that the blonde guy was right in his desire to avoid problems until he felt the ground. But seriously, he just needed to do nothing now. His thoughts were interrupted by the confused, timid voice of Lu Lin, who finally decided to talk about the trigger that had been cruelly ruining her life for so many years. The young man looked at her very carefully through the dark glass, because this topic was dangerous, given that the schoolgirl was possessed by an evil ghost. Fortunately, his worst expectations hadn't been met yet. The girl was leading everyone to believe that ever since she met the Lord of Bad Luck, her life had been changing. While listening to this confused but heartfelt speech, the protagonist mentally joked, saying, "Here you are. Look, this is a woman's intuition in all its terrifying glory." However, even he stopped being sarcastic and froze with wide eyes after Lin smiled sunnily and called him, in fact, her personal king of fortune. As for all these conflicts, intrigues, and other dramas, it was fine. One day everyone would realize that there was a really good person behind Lin Shuchen's appearance. Only then did the main character, with barely noticeable embarrassment, realize that all this time the brown-haired woman was hanging out next to him to give him moral support, and that was all. Then he leaned in and asked her in an eerily quiet, emotionless voice if he really looked like the kind of person who needed a personal cheerleader. The schoolgirl confusedly admitted that it was very rare to see him laugh or smile, especially after the disappearance of Headman Liu Xin, and at this point her voice became simply depressed. The protagonist looked at her again with an attentive gaze, which, however, no longer contained a hint of coldness or alienation, but some completely new feeling. After that, he took off his glasses against Shinfan's orders, smiled reassuringly at Lu, and told her that she didn't need to worry because he was just making a scary face. Just. The intrigue made her hair stand up, as if a very strong fan had suddenly been placed right in front of her face and then turned on at full power. After that, Shuchen called her to follow him, because they needed to find Wei quickly, since he would probably be terrified if he saw the three hostile deans. But before that, the young man put his dark glasses back on with such a pretentious movement and face that some metal and rock fan could get a heart attack from such a sight. And in a completely different place, a familiar voice was yelling that he couldn't just forget these grievances, not after what happened to his eye or to his boss's hand, for example. Ah Dong was extremely indignant at Zhou Meining's decision to just leave Lin alone and let him lead his normal life as if this bastard hadn't disgraced and humiliated them. But this was not yet an open accusation, because the gang was still loyal to their leader and sincerely believed that they wanted retribution as much as they did. She remembered that old flashback to her conversation with Lekong, how he called her a kind person whose purity of soul instinctively attracted people around her. But of course, it was also a coin with two sides, because the girl sometimes began to creep under others and give in to them, sometimes without knowing it. In any case, he wasn't going to blame her for any failures or misdeeds, so the blonde didn't have to apologize to him. This is probably what made her happy, but the sudden announcement that the big guy is also not going to return to the mantle of gang leader is completely the opposite. In a wise voice, Kong explained that everyone in their life invariably fails, loses, and makes mistakes. There is nothing terrible or shameful about it. It's natural. The antagonist was so surprised that she literally could not find the words to give at least some clear answer to her mentor. However, he didn't expect any special response, but he wanted to visit this exhibition and see the color of the modern generation, especially this little Lin Shuchen. But before getting to his feet and heading outside, Lekong added something else to his speech in a serious and even stern voice. She had to remember what the Shooting Star Gang was created for in the first place, and to get her out of the pool of memory, Ah Dun had to yell in her ear. The blonde began to answer in a hollow voice that reminded me of a bad recording, but with each word that they were defenders of the oppressed, a shield against the council, her speech became more vivid. So when they don't shed blood over a personal grudge anymore, no matter how much she or anyone else wants it, that's not why the Grand Seigneur founded them. And she didn't listen to the objections, saying that they had broken Li's commandments once and had been severely punished for it, and she didn't want to go through it again and disappoint him. As soon as she closed the door, all the respect that this thug had for her was thrown out of the window, and Dong was banging his fist on the wall, calling Zhou a naive idiot. It was the clearest confirmation yet that these damned women couldn't be trusted with a single job, and it meant that it was time to change the leadership of the group. After this grim, tense moment, promising a harsh change, the action shifted to a pack of lovingly screaming schoolgirls with hearts instead of eyes. Shinin watched in utter shock as Shui Xinfan interacted with them and many other girls, reading the stars and zodiac signs and promising all sorts of good luck and miracles. Not only the exorcist, Lin Shuchen and Lu Lin also looked at this performance as if it had caused them to perish a little inside, even if they understood its benefits to the club. Then a loud and brutal shout rang out, demanding that Lin Shuchen come out into the light, and the protagonist immediately focused as he sensed the appearance of new enemies. Wei loomed over the blonde man's desk like a living mountain and briefly explained what sins he and his friends had come to fight for, but the newly minted soothsayer wasn't afraid at all. He asked if Mr. Big Man would like to know his fate, and without waiting for an answer, he began to roll the cards in his hands until he found one. This lasso represented death, and the vile smiling Xinfan said sweetly that even these thugs should know what it meant at a glance. In a slow, cold voice, the bodybuilder ordered Zhue to stop acting like a fool and just call Shuchen here, unless he wanted to take his place. He was clearly enraged when the handsome blonde man said nonchalantly and very loudly that if Lin beat the deputies, then why shouldn't he beat them, the leaders? Fan, that sly fox, knew for a fact that hopeful, because of the already legendary story of Hero Rampage, the newbies would challenge the older ones, and so it happened. Three people immediately emerged from the crowd, the now familiar Scarface Yo-Yo fan, Captain Guoshuan, and makeup artist leader Ma Tai, to snatch their piece of fame. Previously, they wouldn't have dared to cast a sidelong glance at these famous, godlike deans, but now they were being spurred on by Shuchen's success and burning ambition. But the one-eyed swordsman only said with a laugh that their disguise had been ruthlessly destroyed, as if it was some harmless joke and not a fight for respect. Whatever it was, the young champions were not going to retreat. They even directly stated that if one protagonist succeeded, then the three of them, combined, even more so. Shui, smiling so brightly that the sun shone out, wished the youngsters good luck, and Scarface apologized sheepishly to his club because they can't leave all the glory to them. Oh, he definitely wouldn't have been so polite if he had known that Jinfan had decided to cynically use them as pawns in order to find out how the queens on the board worked in advance. Meanwhile, the leader of the swordsmen, on behalf of the other captains, calmly said that this year is really rich in violent beginners who require discipline. Wu Wei and the leader of the swimming section didn't need to strain their wonderful, hard-developed muscles, and he, who was frail and one-eyed, would be enough to solve the problem. Only the wrestler was even slightly taken aback by this overconfidence, while the rest of them decided that these arrogant bastards had just completely lost their minds. Perhaps they only had any doubts after this coxcomb, having received a weapon in his hands, smiled maniacally, and his whole body seemed to glow from the streams of lightning. To say that the subsequent reprisal was incredibly quick, easy, and humiliating, even though the last point only applied to beginners, would be a huge understatement. Like any swordsman, he used his sword to stab his opponents, but he consoled them with the fact that the design of his weapon did not allow for killing or seriously injuring a person. Watching the exploits of this guy, who, by the way, was called Du Ji, people were incredibly surprised because it's one thing to hear how cool these deans are, and another to see it for yourself. The one-eyed antagonist had defeated the yo-yo lover in battle mod, leaving only Scarface on his feet, but his muscular legs were currently shaking like leaves in the wind. It was their own fault that they decided to play Lin Shuken without thinking that defeating the second people in the sections was a small matter. After all, these assistants were just ordinary people. Real deans and captains are just as superior to other humans as they were to the mythical demigods. And so Du Ji was going to make an announcement. First, let what you see become a lesson for anyone who ever decides to ignore the authority of school leaders. And second, let the main character come out of the twilight. Let him stop hiding and face the punishment he deserved like a man. But the protagonist, for all his courage, was not stupid enough to do his will. Meanwhile, Scarface was finally angry enough to overcome his initial fright, and he growled that he wouldn't lose as easily as the previous couple. With his arms outstretched, he charged straight at Du Ji, wanting to squeeze him in a bear hug and turn him into a lump of flesh with broken limbs. Any smaller person would have run in terror, not wanting to turn into a pancake, but the one-eyed swordsman just coldly announced the name of his first swordsmanship technique. To be honest, from the outside, it didn't even look like a fighting anime, but a fighting game with magic martial arts designed for it. So quickly did Du Ji's handwork. The antagonist dealt Scarface hundreds of blows in a matter of seconds, so that the poor big man with a confused look began to fly and fall back, helpless and defeated. But this was not a barbaric, random swing of the blade. As befits a genius of sword fights, he hit only in vulnerable points, clearly and thoughtfully. And in his fragile, like a girl's body, such physical strength was hidden that the wrestler, weighing at least 100 kilograms, continued to fly right into the crowd of spectators. It was so unfortunate that he was right on top of the long-suffering Lu Lin, and the main character was so far away that he only had time to shout a warning to her. His voice was also heard by the other main characters, and Shinfan cursed inwardly because he was telling the idiot to stay out of the hornet's nest, damn it. The brown-haired girl instinctively closed her eyes and screamed in frustration, imagining how this muscular bully would slam her into the asphalt, turning her into a flat picture. What happened next caused absolutely everyone, even the ridiculously cold-blooded Shuchen, to bulge their eyes in shock and clench their teeth just to hold back the terrible scream. And it wasn't lost on the main character that the entire festival was plunged into a deathly silence, as if the gates of hell had opened before their eyes and Lord Satan had come out of them. Why, even the three deans, who were all so pompous, self-confident, and unyielding, could only stare like a bunch of rednecks right now. And yes, Xin Fan and Qin Yin were no exception, even though the former was already being thrown over her shoulder and the latter was fighting Lu Lin's body, which was possessed by an evil spirit. The reason, of course, was that the high school girl had reached up and caught the unconscious Scarface, and now she was holding him with ease. When the initial wave of surprise subsided, the entire stadium erupted in screams, and the passers-by were full of perverts demanding to meet Lu Lin. Shu had no idea about her true, supernatural nature, so he was just very surprised while Qin Yin was trying to figure out how it was possible after the demon's death. Tellingly, even the schoolgirl herself was in incredible shock, because she had long been used to those very throws over her shoulder. But this, damn it, was much worse and stranger. The main character only needed to say his name, and Pipa, who was instantly awake, began to carefully scan Lu Lin's aura for taint. Even for the weakest spirit or demon, such an ability was normal. The gaze of the red eyes of the imp penetrated into the very essence of a person like a powerful microscope. If another demon or wizard had been around at that moment, he would have seen the whole world turn purple for a moment, and the people turn pure white. After finishing his check, Pipa, who was extremely surprised, confessed to Lin Shushan in his mind that yes, they had indeed destroyed that demonic bully, but still. As it turned out, there were 2 more souls in the girl's body all this time, which gave her the strength of several very strong people, but these souls did not pose any threat. This news caused the young man to open his green eyes with even more shock, as if he was seeing this woman for the first time in his life, or perhaps afraid of her. Pipa was just as shocked to realize that his human partner, without the slightest enchantment boost, was fighting hand-to-hand with a soul summoner with 4 souls. This only served to further emphasize how colossal the main character's strength really was. But he was finally recognized as Shushan, and the crowd once again erupted in cheers. Looking around, the main character was forced to admit that this ridiculous situation completely destroyed his incognito. Even a great disguise did not save. There was a deafening bang, as if a bomb had exploded nearby, and then Wu Wei loomed over Lin himself as he finally found his long-awaited prey. Since there was no point in hiding any longer, the young man threw the umbrella case away without any delay, and even threw away his gorgeous glasses. If this ugly overgrowth wanted to fight, then you can be sure that Yuchen, the Lord of Bad Luck, will not run away or hide behind other people's backs like some people. Such audacity only made the tank man even angrier. And before striking out, he growled that he would finally be able to shut the little bastard up right now. People believed in gods, spirits, demons, philosophical and political movements, but he believed in his unrivaled muscles, the strength of which this asshole is about to feel. And no matter how self-confident the protagonist might be outwardly, he knew very well that attacking such a monster openly and artlessly was simply deadly. Therefore, he used the best and most effective tactic of all the kids who had to face the giants. That is, he ran to the side while it was still possible. And since the protagonist himself was very powerful, immediately after that, he counterattacked, hitting the opponent in the face and even immediately with his foot, to make sure to get the effect. Such an attack could easily knock out and even cripple most people. But the tank man's face even seemed to be made up of muscles, and he went on the offensive. He was also much faster than one would think due to his height and build, and he easily grabbed Lin Shushan's leg. Fortunately for the main character, the bodybuilder didn't think to recreate the legendary scene of Loki being beaten by the Hulk, but simply threw him out like garbage. Moreover, he threw it out with such force and speed that even such an experienced gymnast as Lord Badluck could not immediately jump on his hands and feet and still rolled his ass on the ground. However, the youth still managed to stand up without suffering any serious injuries. But before he could even take a step, a new barrage of blows landed on him. Not from Wu Wei, but Du Shi, the swordsman did not follow the rules of a fair duel and tried to injure the opponent while he was distracted, but to no avail. The protagonist still managed to get out his trusty umbrella and block a piece of sharp metal with it, but he asked with sincere indignation when the deans began to break the rules. The only answer was a derisive snort, as if one eye had heard a very funny and unexpected joke, and it was all he could do not to laugh. And suddenly the captain of the swimming club, who had grown up behind Jukin, said in a gentle voice that what was happening was never an arbitration court with its rules, it was sanctions. After that, they hit both of them at the same time, and Lin would have received a serious rib fracture along with a deep stab wound if he hadn't climbed to the top of his umbrella. Still smiling mockingly, the swordsman simply announced that the so-called Lord of Bad Luck wasn't qualified enough for them to fight him fairly. Even in this situation, he couldn't help but wonder what the hell the two of them were talking about. Unfortunately for him, this wasn't a template anime where you could spend whole episodes chatting with the enemy without consequences. The moment he was distracted, he was attacked by Wu Wei. Such a blow could seriously shock even a bear, so Shushan wisely threw his body to the side, protecting his vulnerable neck and shoulders with his elbows just in case. No one else intervened in this fight, but tellingly, it was Xin Fan, who usually couldn't talk to the protagonist without fighting, who shouted his name in fear. But fortunately, even if the main character was trapped in a defensive position without being able to immediately strike back, it wasn't the same as losing. Still, it was the heaviest fight Lin had ever experienced before, and he literally had to tear his fingernails on the ground to slow down and stop. Many people in such a situation would have already screamed in terror and pain, running around with the injured palm like broken dishes, but Xiu Chen was only spurred on by the pain in the battle. Wu Wei, the tank man, the greatest bodybuilder among China's younger generation, wasn't born with such a body, but he got it through incredibly hard and long training sessions. In order for his body to gain the muscular perfection and strength of 10 people, he had to endure an incredible amount of pain and go beyond the limits of his body's capabilities. Like all captains and deans, he went on to achieve his dream against all odds, not looking back at the competitors who gave up one by one, afraid of pain and difficulties. But the result was worth it, because each of them, the elite representatives of the Specialized Academy, was a real cut diamond even before entering here. That was why they didn't think Shukun was worthy of fighting him properly, because they thought he was a despicable thug looking for an easy path to fame. Oh, he didn't know that the main character had a constant companion, and that right now this demon was disdainfully thinking that Wei and his cronies were just worms compared to Lin. And for one single reason, all the same bad luck. The fact that the main character was still alive after 10 years of such a life meant that nothing would kill him. Dushi soon added that the main character would face mandatory elimination unless he allowed himself to be pilloried as a living reminder. In response, the brunette only snorted softly and muttered that first he was deprived of the legal opportunity to join any clubs, and then they came to punish him for it. This was the dean's boasted honor, but the three of them just disdainfully accused him of having a falling out with Quan Bo in charge at the same time. Help came from a very unexpected direction, namely from Xin Fan, who was completely tired of watching these jackals arrange arbitrariness. And in retaliation, he used his secret weapon, a smoke bomb that resembled a large purple crystal ball for divination. Despite the appearance of the circus props, this weapon could not complain about its effectiveness. In just a few seconds, the entire square was submerged in a cloud of smoke. The blonde had gone to such lengths to let the protagonist escape, because no matter how Shu treated him on a personal level, he was still a key figure in their plans. But the man-tank only shouted with fervor that it would still not be possible to hide from him and his associates in such a primitive way. Then he lifted his left arm, and the muscles in it swelled and twisted in an unnatural way that was impossible in the real world. But the other captains also prepared to disperse the cloud using their most effective techniques. For example, Du stood in the classic pose of a fencing musketeer, and the captain of the swim team had somehow moved into the water, this damned sorcerer who had broken every possible law of common sense and banal logic. What was even funnier was that the smoke cloud somehow outlined the main character's face in such a way that it left his scarred eye exposed like a half mask. After finishing setting up their chakras and other techniques of the school's cultivators, the three teenagers launched an attack that no ordinary creature could survive. All of a sudden, at least one spectator who had been watching Lu Lin furtively while she was watching the match herself reasonably wondered where Scarface's huge body had disappeared to. After finishing their punches, Ducey and the third dean once again smiled smugly with their eyes covered and nodded to each other that they had once again hit the opponent's target. They couldn't even accept the idea that Shuchen might have escaped their attack, even though the smokescreen still hid everything safely behind it. All of their smug and arrogant demeanor immediately disappeared as the iconic red umbrella with a dagger-sharp tip finally shot out from that cloud. And the sharp blow, which in other circumstances would have easily knocked out the blonde's last eye, so knocked the swordsman's arrogance that for the first time he showed fright. Of course, his instincts and reflexes, honed by decades of training, helped him block this lunge and move it away from his head, but that was what Lin Yi wanted. Taking advantage of the fact that both of his opponent's hands were occupied, the main character in the most vulgar way hit Du on the belly with such force that he almost threw up. He also dropped his legendary sword, which left all the young swordsmen of the academy speechless at the sight. So now the main character had twice as many weapons. The swimmer watching this cursing the main character in all sorts of ways as if he was the main villain in the whole story. As the best response possible, the brunette just let the cute athlete in rubber underpants run up to him and then kicked him hard in the face. After that, there was only one, but the strongest opponent, the bodybuilder Wu Wei, but Shuchen was able to dodge his crushing hook and then jump on his hand. Of course, he wasn't so bloodthirsty and insane as to gouge out the giant's eyes despite being able to do so. Instead, Lin once again limited himself to kicking the jaw. But if someone thought that this was the end and the demon host had already won, then this person was completely mistaken. All these kicks and slaps made the deans even more angry with the boy. When Du Shai snarled how Shuchen had the audacity to pull this off, the latter simply struck a pose with his arms outstretched, still holding his sword and umbrella. Oh ho ho, no matter how serious the main character may seem from the outside, even he had a love for cheap tricks and pathos typical of a stupid fighting anime. But to be honest, up close and live, it was so amazing that the entire audience froze with their mouths hanging open, just like when Lu caught Scarface. It was a commonplace part of human nature. Seeing a proud loner defeat multiple enemies against all odds made the students cheerfully applaud Lin. The fencing section captain couldn't believe his one eye. They were all pretty sure that their punches had hit a human, but here, this bastard didn't have a scratch on him. We might have looked like a thick-headed strongman with more bones in his head than brains, but at least he could keep both eyes open, and he was the first to see it. Yes, the mystery of the unconscious wrestler's mysterious disappearance was finally solved. And if the poor guy was still alive, it was due to a pure misunderstanding. A bodybuilder might still believe that such a trick, which requires great strength, was pulled by their opponent, but that the modest girl was responsible for it. And Lulin herself was hilariously praying that Scarface would forgive her for using him as a human shield for the hero quite instinctively. And there was no doubt that Chushin was genuinely grateful, not only to her, but even to Shin Fan and his smoke bomb, because otherwise there would have been a lot more wounds on his body. Still at a safe distance from their enemies, the main character sternly asked if they, three veteran duels, were ashamed to fall for such a trick. The aura around the three of them turned a dangerous shade of purple, and they unanimously declared that they did not fight at full strength, practically jokingly, but someone is really getting it now. Suddenly another mocking voice rang out, but this one belonged to a woman, and she was asking if this trio was not ashamed of bullying a new student so cruelly. Dushia, who had finally thrown his gallant gentleman's mask out of the window, ground his teeth furiously and snarled, "So who dares to make such a bark now?" As if two invisible knives had ripped through the ground, the woman on roller skates raced through the parting crowd with incredible speed and grace at the same time. Feng Wu, the permanent leader of the roller skating adept section, finally arrived at the playing field in order to balance the odds for the lagging party. And she wasn't the only one either, as the wind-tossed leaves themselves shattered into shards of glass as they were crushed by the powerful blows of the boxer's hands. Feng Long, the leader of the boxing section, was also ready to stand up for the main character on a par with his namesake or even a relative. Before starting the proceedings, Wu apologized to Xinfan for being late, as it happened, but the blonde kindly assured her that everything was fine. Looking down on the scene from the top of the pedestal, Shuchen logically deduced that these two were the sworn enemies of the student council. Suddenly, Pipa, breathing as if he personally had to run, jump, dodge, and hit so many times, croaked that he needed to say something while he still had the chance. For some reason, the archdemon decided to reveal to his human partner his most closely guarded secret, that violent emotions increase the energy of failure. Pipa went to such measures because the level of negative karma of the protagonist, apparently, had already reached a dangerous level, and it had to be transferred to someone from the outside. Well, the young man calmly admitted that if these three did not calm down and continue their attempts to beat him, then he would simply have no other choice but to take a radical approach. Pipa thought with a bloodthirsty grin that his small black soul felt calm and relieved when his autonomous human half thought that way. Grinning and acting extremely smug, the little demon chanted that the remnants of Lulin's demons that he had absorbed had not only strengthened him overall, but also given him some new powers. He could now sense all of his kindred who were only nearby, and he knew for sure that there was another demon besides Qin Yin's pet. Lord Badluck immediately assumed that it was Su Yishi, which offended poor Pipa, who really wanted to get respect for having some of his former strength back. As he finished cursing in his mind, the demon smiled contentedly, thinking of the gorgeous ability that he had inherited from the devoured spirit and dwarfed everything else. Of course, he wasn't going to reveal what it was so quickly, and the deans and captains, meanwhile, arranged an argument on the topic of which of them was in their right and which was a stinky dog. When Du Shi heard that they had done something dirty by attacking the three of them together, he asked if the police now also had to nobly defeat the bandits one on one or what. Wu Wei, looming over the two fans like a living mountain, said that he didn't care about any excuses. If they had problems, then let them solve them with his muscles. But the boxer and the roller skating girl didn't even flinch for a moment, because hey, they were also section leaders and knew how to stand up for themselves in a fight. However, before a new match could break out, the entire request was answered by the command stand, given in such a strong and menacing voice that every person froze. People couldn't believe their eyes when they realized that Li Li Kong himself, the Grand Liege, the oldest and most respected student of the academy, and mining were now in the square. Even Yin, who was, for a moment, the daughter of one of the three royal families and a powerful demon slayer, was shocked by the arrival of the former head of Shooting Star. The funny thing was, Xin Fan, who wanted to know everything about everyone, didn't recognize this living legend at all, and Lin first wondered if Zhou had come for retribution. However, he couldn't help but pay attention to the appearance of this mysterious strong man, because at first glance one could clearly see that this person was truly strong. Mining also kept her eyes on the main character, and he made it clear that even though she didn't want to take revenge, she didn't have much love for Shuchen after all that had happened. The intense exchange of glances lasted for a few seconds, and you might have thought that one of them would break down and attack, but still, no. The blonde turned away, closing her lids. Interestingly, even the captains who were about to jump at each other's throats stopped and could only repeat these words in respectful silence. Senior Lekong. Approaching them, the former troublemaker said that he had visited this festival in order to meet with the main character and talk with him privately. Xinyan immediately ran over with an incredibly worried face, and she was trying to convey something important related to the main character to this big man. The man recognized the daughter of the royal family at first glance, so he, without hesitating for a second, invited her to join the conversation. He and she have important words. However, Wu Wei, looking even at Li Kong from a head high, firmly said that he would not allow this to happen, with all due respect, but even the senior could not easily command everyone. The former rebel leader simply gave him a hard look and asked what would happen if he refused to obediently step aside. Without wasting a single second, the bodybuilder flexed his muscles so that he was 1.5 times bigger than before and thundered that it was time to show the old man his sunset. Li had defeated very strong opponents 4 times in the arbitration court, so the athlete was not going to underestimate him. He strained his muscles to the maximum. Using all of his colossal, almost superhuman strength, Wei threw his body forward to knock out the former bully with a punch. Such a blow could have smashed through a brick wall or killed any ordinary person, but Kong only raised his own hand, and his eyes lit up red. The shock wave that rose up after he blocked that crushing lunge was such that thunder rumbled in the air and the ground shook. The wind also picked up so strong that many people had to make an effort to stay on their feet and not let their skirts fly up. But the most amazing thing wasn't that, but the fact that the old student managed to block this punch at all and didn't even flinch from it, even though the king of bodybuilding was hitting with all his might. Even Du Ji and the head of the swimming department were shocked to receive a clear confirmation of all the rumors that described the senior's power as surpassing even them. And the main character, characteristically, was in complete agreement with them, because he himself would never have been able to demonstrate such superhuman power. Without letting go of his opponent's fist or even looking up, Li Kong sincerely said that the tenacity and discipline and training that Wu had shown was admirable. But like many bodybuilders, this young man faced the problem of an insurmountable limit simply because he strained his muscles too often, not allowing them to rest. Thug could hardly believe that the former leader of Shooting Star could understand this just by stopping his strike, and then Li asked him to back off in an ominous voice. This was said without open aggression, without a commanding tone, but with such ice that the giant shivered nervously, and the atmosphere around him thickened like a haze. For a moment, Wu Wei, the biggest and strongest person of the older generation of students, felt very small and weak against a huge demonic monster. Sweat ran down his face in hailstones as the older man asked him, in a deliberately friendly tone, to focus on his achievements and not on such petty nonsense. He was well aware of the terrible torment and humiliation that would await him if he tried to attack further, so he slowly retreated, releasing his fist. After taking a deep breath, the athlete dully admitted that he would no longer bully Lin Shuken, and Senior Li could take him back if he felt like it. But he had to remember that the Academy's management wouldn't turn a blind eye to the protagonist's sins, and if Kong couldn't meet them with another solution, then there would be trouble. The retired rebel only nodded and gave his word that no such outrage would happen again. Satisfied with this, the tank man urged his teammates to walk away from here, but they couldn't believe that he was seriously willing to let Lin go even after all this. It probably hurt him to admit it, but nevertheless, Wei openly said that their efforts were useless from now on. The great Li Kong was dozens of times stronger than them. This caused the other 2 deans to freeze with their mouths hanging open, and then one of them whirled around as an expensive sword slammed into the ground not far away. No matter what anyone said about the main character, he wasn't a thief, so before everyone went their separate ways, he decided to return Dushi to his rightful property. Wanting to somehow maintain his dignity, the one-eyed swordsman snorted and then muttered to Shuchen not to get conceited. His ass wouldn't always be saved from fire. The protagonist didn't say anything, but in his mind's eye, he still said in the voice of a snide and mischievous child that they were the only ones who should thank Lady Fortuna for the favor. It was only then that he finally jumped off the pedestal, arriving not far from Li Kong, and the latter turned slightly and asked the brunette to follow him. It looked incredibly pretentious and brutal, like the beginning of a duel between two great martial artists, but the moment was ruined by an incredibly panicked and nervous Lu Lin. Shu didn't know whether to laugh or cry because the shooting stars had actually fallen so low that they had decided to hire a grown man to fight the teenagers. Feng Dong laughingly explained that it was Li himself. He was a cool guy, not a villain, and Feng Long finally began to explain the matter in response to Xin Fan's questions. This, as the blonde man thought, middle-aged muzzle is actually the oldest and most respected student of the academy. He founded the shooting stars and led them before. His power was divine, his authority unshakable, and he was a spiritual guide for anyone who openly or secretly opposed these vicious snobs from the Quan Council. The longer the schemer listened to her, the more he realized how disgraced he was. And Lin, meanwhile, defiantly and coldly asked if he hadn't been called here for banal moralizing. Li Kong did not speak at all immediately, but at first he sat down slowly and even majestically, like the same old guru who sits on the mats. The former punk leader was going to speak briefly, so as not to waste anyone's time, he wanted Shuchen and Senior Joe to finally get rid of the hostility. Well, the two of them had expected anything, all sorts of banal koans or ramshackle moralizing phrases, but not that they would have to speak openly and peacefully to each other. Choking with indignation, the girl tried to prove to her idol that such a decision was absolutely unnecessary, but he easily interrupted her with just one word. For a few seconds, Mei Ying clenched her good hand so tightly that it shook visibly, because pride was clearly a family trait. But it wasn't some bone crusher who decided to play the wise peacemaker. It was a really smart and respected person, so the schoolgirl obeyed. She turned away shyly and immediately let the main character know that she was only doing this out of respect for Li Kong, but she still held out her good hand. The young man stared at the outstretched hand very carefully for a few seconds, as if trying to figure out if this really wasn't some kind of practical joke. Li gave him a look so hard that Lin's famous aggressive look would have been nothing compared to it, and reminded him that they had shown him respect. The last thing Shuchen needed was a feud with such a dangerous person, so he didn't hesitate any longer and tightly squeezed the street criminal's hand as a sign of peace. But he wasn't above saying in an exasperated voice that it was all their own fault, and that he was only out of the goodness of his heart forgiving them and not acting like a petty trash. Joe, taken aback, became very angry very quickly, squeezed his hand with such force that there was a crunch, and hissed that if he hadn't shot her sister's girlfriend in the leg, this wouldn't have happened. In response, the main character grinned bloodthirstily, squeezed his fingers with even more force, and asked if the same friends who threw each other down the stairs were in question. As he watched the quarrel between the two of them flare up again, a confused Li Kong mentally admitted that he had underestimated how much the two of them hated each other. And Pipa, contrary to his usual chatty demeanor, was very quiet, didn't look at Shushin or the other people, and only bit his lips hard in thought. As it quickly turned out, his reverie was simply caused by the fact that he could still sense the presence of another demon, even though he knew for a fact that Su Yishi wasn't around. As for the confrontation between the brunette and the blonde, it is unknown how it would have ended in the end, because at some point, beeps rang out from Joe's pocket. Letting go of the protagonist's hand, she picked up the phone only to be surprised to learn that the student council of the specialized academy had gone looking for her. She turned to her named big brother, and he calmly said that it was fine. He also had a few things to pass on to the main character. The girl gratefully said goodbye to Xungyun, and then only an elderly student, Lin and Yin, who arrived at some point, remained on this grassy hill. Pipa finally realized that his newfound instincts had never deceived him, that another evil spirit had indeed been nearby all along, and here it was, right in front of them. No, Kong wasn't a demon in his own right. On the contrary, he was just another descendant of 3 royal families, and in his case, the most powerful family in the triad. Not only are these rich people raining down on him like a cornucopia, but they are also fighting Quan Bo, who seems to be loyally fulfilling all their wishes. Yin calmly said that Li hated her father in his politics as much as she hated hers, and the hero said in confusion that their families were so interesting, with all due respect, of course. The founder of Shooting Stars added without any emotion that this is a normal situation for large clans, when everyone wants something of their own and is at war with their relatives. As he got to his feet, he asked if Shuchen was really Chin's assistant, as he thought, and the brunette confirmed with some embarrassment that it was true. Then she finally explained that the protagonist also has a demon familiar and fights much like Kong, so she hoped the latter would train him. All of this, of course, was to cut off the overgrown tentacles of the student council's influence and protect all the students. But Lee didn't really believe it. The schoolgirl was so startled by the skeptical reaction of her older tribesmen that her eyes bulged, and it took her a moment to admit that she didn't understand what he was saying. The man in the same quiet tone asked her if she was aware of what kind of people could become deans, and the girl replied in confusion that they were professionals who sincerely loved their work. In that case, hadn't she also forgotten the most important lesson that she had been forced to cram when Qin Yin had just started learning how to tame evil spirits? She was actually surprised by the obvious question because everyone involved knew that it took extreme concentration to successfully become a demon host. But after a moment, she saw the meaning behind the words, and the realization made her swallow her tongue in shock. Hell, what a shock! She was terrified in a way she'd never felt before, not even when she'd had to fight a possessed Lu or when Lin had seen her without a skirt. However, Kong confirmed without any mercy that this was the case. The royal families didn't care about the talents of ordinary people. This academy was their demonic petri dish. Qin was used to how much dirt families kept, but even she wasn't ready for this. And the man admitted that he knew more because of the fact that he would soon lead his clan. All the members of the royal families were aware that they were being degraded, that they would one day become mere mortals, so they set up an academy to look for new demonologists. Not an altruistic impulse to benefit the whole of China, but just a desperate attempt by long, decrepit heroes to pour fresh blood into their parched veins. Adults were poorly suited for this because they were completely absorbed in adult concerns, such as finding a job, but teenagers still had relatively good chances. In short, absolutely all the plans and operations of the Great Three within the Academy's life, all the intrigues of Quan Bo, all were aimed at finding and subjugating possible demon hosts. And now he asked the brunette one question: what she was going to do if she successfully achieved her goal, and the patriarchs would stop funding the Academy then. There will be no funding, there will be no school, so the main characters will destroy with their own hands the promising project that they so desperately protect. The realization of this vile paradox sent the poor girl into such intense despair that she literally could not keep her feet and slowly sank to the ground. The protagonist, as always, did not say anything, but only looked carefully at the people around him, and from his face it was impossible to understand what he was really thinking. And behind the door that blocked the way to the student council president's office, the documents belonging to the main character rustled softly, and a seal was placed on them. Yishi doubted the wisdom of assigning Shuchen such a high qualification, but Quan just shook his head and reminded him that enemies are created easily, but they don't die. But it didn't matter as much as before, because after today's fight with the other deans, the protagonist would find himself in the middle of a violent maelstrom. It was also very good news that Li Kong had finally decided to leave the academy, which meant that nothing would stop the dastardly blonde from destroying his entire legacy. When there was a demanding knock on the door, the four-eyed schemer calmly allowed the mysterious visitor to enter. He was all ears. It was mining, and she asked Quan in a highly displeased voice to explain what his business was with her, that he even dared to dial her number on the phone. At the same time, Kong frankly asked Qin Yin to just give up, because their life is not some heroic seinen manga. The brunette's aspirations will only ruin people's lives. And after that, the main character spoke, and he asked how the sacrifice of a certain number of people for the needs of the multitude differs from the suffering of the multitude. No matter what anyone said, but he who had drunk a full barrel of life in endless bullying was never going to put up with reality again, where such ordinary things are. The man frowned, looking very intently and carefully at the protagonist, and quietly told him that this kind of idea was actually extremely dangerous. But the teenager, without flinching, simply said that it is better to face the danger face to face, rather than endlessly bury your head in the sand or run away just to avoid seeing problems. Li Kong urged him to wake up and look at the real world with a sober eye, because they are now deciding the fate of cases that are not really even within their competence. The protagonist responded to his withering stare with his own, and in an openly dangerous voice asked how you can be sure without even trying. Flexing his huge gorilla-like arm, the heir to the greatest royal family acknowledged that this was a good point, and Shuchen wasn't one to compromise. He was Li Kong, the strongest student in the history of this school and a demon tamer, and now he was ready to use his legendary power to prove why such ideas were fruitless. Sure enough, the main character didn't even flinch, but only made his face even more scary, and quietly remarked that it would be a great honor for him to fight the strongest person. No, the two men didn't immediately pounce on each other, like two vultures fighting over the same carcass, but they let each other feel the atmosphere for a while. It was a duel of beliefs, a clash of philosophies, the most courageous type of conflict imaginable, and in the end, they both went on the attack. The protagonist was the first to hit his opponent, but Li Kong was not some ordinary clumsy bully. He stopped and blocked the blow with incredible ease. And then he himself struck, but not as one might expect, with a clenched fist, but in the traditional manner of martial artists, with an open palm. It wasn't any complicated technique. It didn't require years of meditating under a waterfall to learn Zen and Tao. It was Kong himself who was just fiendishly strong. Not only did the teenager fly far back until he looked like a small dark butterfly, but a second later, Li was next to him to deliver a terrible kick. The main character, as always, went to the side, but there is no doubt that if he did not do this, he would have gone to the world of pain for a long time. It would seem that after this, the young man will have the opportunity to gather his strength and strike back, but no, Li moved so fast that he literally turned into a blur. Once again, he slapped many times with his open palms, like an angry bodhisattva warrior who had descended from heaven to punish an unholy demon. The main character covered his body with a block as strong as steel armor, but these blows were still so crushing that his body just flew away. Oh, it wasn't without difficulty that Lin Shuchen managed to stop his fall and land on his feet this time. He hadn't experienced such a serious beating in a very long time. His body was trembling slightly and sweat was breaking out on his face, but his lips were still curled up in a smirk, because yes, Li Kong wasn't exaggerating or bragging about his fame in the slightest. However, the antagonist also had serious respect for the main character, because he, being a younger and weaker fighter, had excellent reactions in defense. While he was thinking, Qinyan finally came to her senses and asked in a frightened voice, "What are they doing all this for? Why would they wave their fists when they can discuss everything in a civilized language?" Without turning around, Kong said that it was a man's nature to argue without using empty words, and only some bespectacled, rationalizing bastards didn't understand that. Quan, even though he was a huge distance away from the whole drama and couldn't hear it in any normal way, still shivered and sweated after hearing these words. Ironically, right after that, he stopped the fight to explain to the hero that each clan had its own method of using demons. Say, the Qini summoned them as familiars. The Su made artifacts to use demonic power, and the Li dynasty turned their very body into a vessel and weapon through the most brutal training. In other words, Li Kong could fight with the strength of 10 mighty lions, and thus he urged Xu Chen to fight him with the same strength to give his best. Pipa immediately confirmed in response to the protagonist's question that yes, they can do this, but he is still too weak for such an improvement to last long. It was also still incredibly important to keep a close eye on the protagonist's condition, and it was impossible to let bad luck hit him at such a moment. Without much thought, the main character simply asked the familiar to finally get to work so that they could both show this bully what they were really capable of. Pipa, who was always nervous when it came to the supernatural, grinned, because here was the perfect opportunity to finally hit it full blast. For a moment, this tiny comical living ball with red eyes became truly creepy, like a huge ghost spider that had stuck its legs into the back of a teenager. All this demonic power flowed through Lin Xuchen's veins, causing his muscles to tremble as if under the influence of an electric shock, and his hair to stand up. The young man had never felt so good. Never before had he felt such incomparable power in his fingers. He felt like a powerful and experienced lone wolf. A triumphant Pipa explained that he had improved the physical characteristics of the protagonist, making them many times more powerful than before. And the effect was better the stronger the person was initially. He had declared them invincible in advance, but Kong, who had seen and heard everything, calmly explained that such a buff wasn't necessarily useful, and being intoxicated with power could even make one blind. Therefore, he didn't wait for Lin to attack with his new half-divine power, but decided to strike first again and show what true power was. The man, as before, moved so fast that he blurred and split in the other's perception, but this time the only thing that pushed his palms was emptiness. By the time he started to stand up straight in infinite surprise, a living projectile of pure annihilation was already flying at him, its very familiar green eyes glittering brightly. Most people wouldn't even have time to feel and realize what it was that sent them into a deep swoon. But Kong at least had time to turn around and be surprised. Yelling like a rampaging monkey, Lin slapped Li's temple with great force, which was given an extra boost by the fact that he spun his body in mid-flight. However, the senior demon slayer managed to lower his head, significantly softening the blow, and he even shouted at the newcomer to stop acting so reckless. His own sweeping fist attack wasn't long in coming, but his limb once again only struck the air, and Xuchen had long since moved to the side. 1/100th of a second, and that live, gritting teeth rocket had already slammed its knee into the man's monumental, heroic chin, forcing him to throw his head back. No, Kong felt almost no discomfort because the protagonist was still much weaker than him, but the former rebel was still amazed by his speed and reflexes. All in all, it came down to a discussion about how Lin was so good, how suffering the curse of bad luck had turned him into a lightning-fast battle and survival machine. Shin, who had already seen the boy fight on his own without magic help, now dropped her jaw to the floor in surprise at how much stronger Shuken had become. And even the protagonist himself was genuinely amazed at how his body, for the first time in his entire life, really manages to react in sync with his abnormal reaction. Which meant that now, damn it, he could actually win this duel and not just endlessly jump around and throw pinpricks at the elusive opponent. But before he could even finish this thought, the founder of the Gang of Stars said in a strange voice that he couldn't believe that he was going all out for such a non-entity. Kong's consciousness had completely changed. He was no longer a person, but just a window through which the primordial void looked into the world. His very heart became a mirror. This was the true power of a state of absolute calm, and it caused the adrenaline-intoxicated protagonist to immediately run as far away as possible. Pippa indignantly asked what kind of nonsense Shuchen was doing. They were so close to winning, but the teenager replied in a genuinely worried voice that they were in danger. The former archdemon frowned uncomprehendingly and wondered if the main character was getting too cautious, since their current opponent clearly wasn't planning on killing them. However, even from the outside, it was easy to see that Li Kong's condition was very far from normal, because ordinary people didn't have such calm faces. No anger, no fear, no despair, no thirst for victory. His face became the embodiment of absolute serenity, like the face of the Buddha himself, who had experienced true nirvana. At the same time, the main building of Rainfall Academy was shaken by an incredibly strong and loud wail of pain. No, Meining wasn't fighting with Quan. She was just endlessly surprised that this slick asshole would seriously suggest reinstating her as a gifted student. Yes, her, a notorious bully, a gang leader created to fight the council. That would sound too generous to be true, even if it wasn't about Bo. But the longer she was there and looked at that ugly, grinning face, the more sick she got, so she demanded a direct answer from him to all of this. However, the youth explained in the most good-natured tone that everything had been calculated and approved, so tomorrow Senior Joe would be able to return to her old boxing ring. Oh, and all her fellow gang members, the ones who certainly didn't commit real crimes, will also be able to return to school and faculty, just like that. The only fee that the student council demanded in exchange for this wouldn't be worth much to Meining. It wasn't even her vote, just to officially disband the Stars. This audacity first shocked the blonde, and then outraged her terribly. But Quan only coldly reminded her by asking if Kong had already given up his powers. Previously, all these punks were hovering around him like moons around a planet because of his charisma, and that infuriated Quan. But now that the deck has changed, it's going to infuriate everyone. Shooting Stars had long since turned into scum that attacked peaceful students, robbed them, and blackmailed them, all in secret from the unsuspecting Joe. His proposal will leave everyone with a win. Lee will go home. Adequate gang members will be rehabilitated, and inadequate ones will lose their main weapon and be punished. To further annoy Manning out of sheer pettiness, he held out his hand to her with a smile, and then falsely apologized, as if he had forgotten how she had recently been injured by Jushin. But she had a lot more common sense than her sister, so she just headed for the exit, coldly throwing out that Quan Bo was just looking for even more power for himself. Without adding anything more, she simply closed the doors with such force that there was a loud bang in the room, and the platinum blonde man with glasses stood frozen for a while. Su Yishi ironically remarked how ungrateful this was, but the bespectacled man calmly shrugged his shoulders and replied that Shooting Stars were destined to lead to their own demise in any case. This sly slug had put in a lot of effort himself, and in these 2 years he had never excluded decent or principled people, only the choicest scum. Xuchen and Lee continued their duel, which however looked more comedic from the outside, due to how easily the man blocked all the attacks of the teenager. Without opening his eyes, without moving his body or legs, he invariably created invulnerable blocks, and he attacked with exceptional accuracy, overcoming the new speed of the Tench. The protagonist simply didn't know how to approach this mountain of muscle at all, because now it was as if he had grown hundreds of sharp and attentive eyes all over his body. Without opening his eyes, Li Kong wisely stated that the world is not made up of black and white, and in his attempt to get rid of mold, teenagers will destroy the soil for the growth of many people. In response, the main character sped up so much that he was practically invisible. Even the most notorious cultivators would be envious of his agility. Naturally, he tried to strike again, while shouting out his old argument about whether it was even normal to sacrifice some people for the benefit of others. Only then did Li Kong open his eyes and explain in plainly tired tones that it wasn't a matter of right and wrong, but that if the clans lost their servants, they would ruin the academy. With even more fervor, Shuchen shouted out that it was precisely because of such pathetic thinking that these rich, arrogant freaks were getting their way by kicking at the same time. As expected, the senior student once again blocked this attack, but his face looked as if he had already accepted the opponent's stubbornness. It was even funnier from the outside, considering that a moment later the man literally threw the boy away, as if telling him to finally get out of here. But no, he was still continuing their argument, and now he was reminding the young people that one person simply can't remake the whole universe. Some things are beyond the realm of possibility. Shuchen, being himself, in response to this speech about how life is not a fairy tale, simply asked if it was normal for these guys to give sermons after beating up the audience. Unexpectedly, Kong said yes, because the weak don't have the power to influence anything anyway, and Lin said sarcastically how simple and brutal everything is here. Of course, he was still not going to give up. The main character was the type of person who preferred to break through mountains rather than go around them. Once again, it charged at the big man, accelerating so fast that it became a series of shimmering, blurry spots that only vaguely resembled a human. The antagonist immediately realized that the teenager was trying to copy Zhou Meining's martial techniques, but he was not at all impressed because, honestly, the strong always defeated the weak. With an even more tired voice, he put his hand back on the block and asked Shuchen to finally grow up just a little, to accept this damn reality as it is. Ripping off his vocal cords, the young man yelled, "Why the hell did that cursed guru sit on his ass at the academy for 6 years? Why did he even watch it?" This question was one that could break through any armor, and Li Kong's perfect calm technique was instantly broken. Just as the once unshakable surface of a lake ripples when a stone is thrown, so the prince of the royal family's soul became agitated, and he finally missed the kick. The dark-haired man's fist slammed into the older man's stomach, and this time he was so enraged that he literally put all his strength into this attack, causing Li serious pain. Qin had already been horrified to see two people she deeply respected tormenting each other, and now even more so. But Kong was quick to reassure her. He assured her that he was perfectly fine, though Papa made a mental note that this blow should have truly crippled any ordinary mortal. In any case, the man admitted that he was facing an incredibly stubborn little brat, and if he couldn't convince him, then there was no point in trying anymore. But before Lin leaves, let him think about it. Yes, he is stronger than most people, but the exorcist is still far superior to him, and yet he was unable to change the system. These words really got under Shuchen's skin because he couldn't parry them without revealing his most important secret, the curse of endless failure. However, the former student was well aware that there was something big under the guise of an endlessly brash punk, which he reported to Qin Yin a minute later. At its core, the young man was a classic example of the stereotypical lone wolf, such a proud loner who was too stubborn for his own good. Yes, such people are incredibly difficult to make friends with or maintain any other long-term relationships, but the man was ready to teach him anyway. When asked why, Kong calmly admitted that even he, with his incredible skills, still had room to grow, and he hoped that the disciple would open up that path for him. Everything that happened made the brunette look at the main character with a completely different look, in which there was a strange, but so familiar longing. Meanwhile, in an alley, a gang of scum cornered some unfortunate schoolboy, demanding his pocket money as payment for not being beaten. It turned out that this scum of shooting stars had attacked an old acquaintance, Ma Sha-Tzu, because everyone already understood that soon the masseurs would be disposed of, and they would also be criminals. Before that hyena with the vile tongue hanging out could finish his hypocritical speech that this wasn't a robbery, but a lesson from a future junior comrade, Lin forcefully clenched his jaws. As the bastard rolled around on the ground with tears in his eyes, cradling his damaged tongue, his companions screamed how the brat even dared to put a spoke in their wheels. Unlike them, Z recognized the protagonist at a glance, and was far more terrified of him than the punks, who just didn't realize that they were food for Damon. No more good manners and endearments. Here and now, Lin Shuchen will start his own crusade to clean Rainfall Academy of such trash. As expected, all of them were easily beaten and humiliated, with one bully being literally thrown into a dumpster and another having his pants slide off his ass. However, the main character himself very quickly became not joking when you heard that this principled idiot not only did not agree with the stars, but also beat them up again. The protagonist explained that he accidentally bumped into them while they were hurting an innocent person, and he couldn't turn a blind eye to it, but Shinfan wasn't very comforted. Desperately trying to control himself, he reminded them that the gang was one of the main enemies of the student council, but Lin retorted that that didn't immediately mean they were friends. Then again, wasn't this dude the one who spent so much time ranting about how he wanted to clean up the local air? Or was he actually thinking of swapping one mountain of shit for another? While the two were arguing about politics and school intrigues, Lulin finally returned from the kitchen with a fresh batch of fragrant cookies to try. The blonde man had shouted at first that they weren't cooking classes, but then, unable to bear to see her upset, he'd agreed to take one bite, just the crumb. In the end, he took at least 2 cookies, and chewing them both at the same time, with a very serious face, decided that in this scenario, they should forget about the Gang of Stars. And while he was excitedly explaining the importance of choosing the right moment to overthrow Quan and prevent the clans from replacing him with a new puppet, he ate the entire plate of cookies alone. The confused schoolgirl went back to the kitchen to see if there were any more sweets left in the oven, and the annoyed brunette asked Shu for more details. So, the right moment in this case meant that hypothetical time when the authority from the club will reach such heights that no one will dare to ignore it. While Lin hummed a song to herself and worked on the groceries, Shinfan argued that it was important to hit the dragon's head instead of its tail and not take revenge on the academy itself. And since it promotes the ideals of social Darwinism, albeit in a mild form, the best way to earn respect is to clearly show everyone their true power. After that, the brown-haired girl returned, and not with a few bites, but with a whole plate of cookies, especially for Xu Shen, who did not get a single crumb from the previous portion. But she threw the dishes and sweets on top of them away in a fit of hysteria and screamed as soon as the blonde man asked her in a completely serious tone if she wanted to marry him. Needless to say, the main character simply couldn't let anything bad happen to these flavorful, juicy, fresh desserts. Grabbing the plate before it fell and broke, with a grace that any ballerina or gymnast would have envied, he carefully caught all the cookies in seconds. It was also, to be honest, so beautiful and graceful, as if the performance of that very ballet was at its best, that Shinfan and Lu applauded Lin. With a sly smile, Shui announced that he had no doubts about the protagonist's abilities, so he would become the main fighting force of their faction, while the blonde man schemed and plotted. And right now there was a letter in his hands, with the following words attached in block letters: letter of challenge. The deans, the ones who attacked Shuchen and were scared and chased away by Li Kong, after receiving this letter, were not impressed because they still didn't consider the main character. The head of the tennis, Ma Lu, who was playing cards with the 3 of them, shared his thoughts that it wasn't too bad. At least the shooting stars wouldn't bother them anymore. Dushi decided to immediately pass the dirty work on to the silent Wu Wei, while he and the swimmer proved to the other losers how disparate their levels were. The one-eyed swordsman was very surprised that the goon, instead of enthusiastically agreeing, remained silent and generally looked as if his mother had died. In the end, the bodybuilder said that today he was still waiting for classes in the gym, so he would be the first to return to them. When he got up and started to leave, a dumbfounded Du got to his feet and asked what was wrong. After all, they had agreed to shoot these losers together just recently. As it turned out, the athlete decided to follow Kong's advice, so from now on he will be completely focused on improving his body and will not pay attention to such nonsense. The 5th person, who was in the same room with them, quietly noticed that the words of the founder of Shooting Stars really affected the giant a lot. The blonde took it in stride, because they were all harassing themselves with challenges to achieve their dreams, like turning into Wu Wei's strongest man. Malu also wisely added that it didn't make sense to compare himself to Li Kong, because their conditions were completely unequal. He was 22 years old, and he was truly unique. The swimmer captain, who was so narcissistic that he refused to wear clothes, relaxed and offered to entrust all the care to him because he had long wanted to shine. In the end, if he didn't regularly demonstrate the capabilities of his divine body, people would forget what qualities they called him the Mermaid Prince for. On another part of the campus, classes were in full swing, and someone was shouting at someone to speed up their uppercuts. While some were resting and others were plotting, the boxers were training and encouraging each other, wanting to achieve the best results in the ring. Mainan stared at the doors of their landing with the same longing that an old man might look at the ruined house of his childhood, where he would never return. It was possible that she would have stood there for a very long time, gathering strength to enter, or would have given up the idea altogether. But the door opened of its own accord, letting the student pass. Dun and at least one other thug were standing nearby, laughing out loud as they watched their former, terrifying leader show such timidity. Oh yes, any reverence and awe they felt for her had completely evaporated and was now replaced by cold disdain and simmering hatred at the same time. However, the one-eyed bandit immediately fell silent and urged his buddy to do the same so that they could hear how the young boxer greeted Joe with open arms. The young man tried to convince the girl that none of their comrades would ever judge her. On the contrary, everyone would only be happy that their former captain had finally returned. These words really managed to catch Mining's heart, but she admitted in a very regretful voice that she couldn't do it. There were still many unfinished business waiting for her. However, instead of indifferent silence or hot-tempered accusations, she heard a sincere request from her back to return one day because her old club really needs her. This was probably one of the main reasons why she started wearing a deep-cut hoodie in the first place, all so that no one could see her sobbing. As for Adong, his face was currently contorted with rage, as if he was currently suffering from the most monstrous and excruciating constipation in the history of human medicine. In any case, the next day, the entire Rainfall Academy was buzzing with the news like a disturbed beehive, as Shinfan had gotten his way with his challenge to a duel. But it wasn't a trivial attempt to punch each other in the face, as at the festival it was an official competition between the two sections, the like of which has not been held for a long time. This, with Lin Xuchen's involvement, made everyone so excited that the students were even interviewed, and some of them considered the main character to be just a glory seeker. Others, such as an anonymous student and otaku, who donned a pretentious cape and armband to resemble the heroes of martial arts anime, wished the main character good luck on his journey. Second-year student Wang Lu, for some reason, hated the protagonist so much that he wished his family dead on the air, and the journalist revealed his identity as punishment. It also turned out that Xuchen had a real fan club that worshipped him like a god. All these men and women dressed like him and wore big red umbrellas. Even Shinfan paid special attention to the fact that Lin had managed to get under the skin of every local disciple over the past few days, and no one was indifferent to him. Xuchen was very confused by this fact, but as Yue quickly added, people are just naturally like this. If a strong alpha appears next to them, the rest of the monkeys immediately follow him. Soon after, the journalist finally revealed the name of the previously unknown captain of the swimming club, Zhao Yu, who was now the main opponent of the failure club. Flashing his well-muscled abs, even in front of the TV cameras, he smugly announced that their contest would be a fight in the water, on his home field. After that, the report finally ended, and the presenter in a sweet voice wished all her viewers a pleasant weekend. The women were very scared that Zhao had requested a double duel, which meant that they would have to compete alongside the men, and Qinyin immediately stated that she would refuse to do so. Jinfan wisely did not press her, but he did not give Lu Lin any mercy. She will perform side by side with Shugen, and he will not accept any objections. This is final. Lin had been dead silent until then, but then he pointedly asked the blonde in a low voice why he hadn't said the war would be against water lovers. And there was something in his tone that surprised Xue into not even changing his mocking tone when he asked if their all-powerful Lord of Bad Luck was afraid of something. But then it dawned on him that of all the possible unrealistic and supernatural talents, the protagonist lacked the ability to swim, and that made him laugh out loud. Shinfan laughed for a long time, making fun of the main character, even letting out tears, but his laughter gradually stopped when he realized that no one else in the room was laughing. After that, the rich youth slowly turned to the protagonist, showing off his incredibly worried and sweaty face, begging him not to tell him the truth. The protagonist didn't say anything to him, but it wasn't really necessary, because his downcast gaze and even sweatier face spoke better than any words. The yell that Xue let out when announcing that Xuchen would be sweating in a special training session this weekend was so loud that it could have been used to shoot down planes. After that, there was a time skip, so the action was immediately transferred to the night when the only source of illumination was light bulbs, lanterns, and a growing crescent moon. Lulin went through all her clothes in the locker for a very long time, and carefully before admitting the obvious. She doesn't have anything to go to training in, and showing up into such things is a shame. But then she asked herself out loud why she was so worried at all. This is a banal swimming lesson. It can be successfully conducted by the same Qin Yin, for example. And then her eyes became incredibly languid and wet, like melting egg yolks in a frying pan, as she confessed that she desperately wanted to help Lin at least once. After that, it was as if a small light bulb lit up in her head, because she remembered that yes, there was one normal swimsuit in her wardrobe after all. The next day, Lin Xuchen, the Lord of Bad Luck who knew how to come out of any scrape with pride, was now drowning in the school pool in the most ridiculous way. Shu, without trying to soften his criticism, angrily threw out that it was an incredible shame. The main character's swimming skills were not even lacking, but just negative. Well, he was clearly going to have to do the dirty work in person once again, simply because he couldn't let the beautiful ladies see such a mess. The brunette couldn't answer him, because he was seriously going down with one arm dramatically out of the water, so the blonde stripped off his clothes in an instant and jumped towards him. Ironically, a moment later, the women also entered the classroom, Lu Lin glowing with joy and optimism as usual, and Qin Yin looking like a snow queen. Their presence was just as welcome, because Shuchen was clinging to Shinfan and drowning him along with him, and from the outside it looked as ridiculous as it was pathetic. Watching this and listening to their panicked, gurgling explanations, the brunette clearly felt like the heroine of those sitcoms where wise women save stupid men. In any case, she didn't have time to do anything, because something ran past her at such a high speed that it raised a noticeable wind. Lu Lin, seeing her beloved crash in mortal danger, and Zhu as well, didn't hesitate any longer. Just in seconds, she changed her outfit and then jumped into the water. Although one could joke about it as much as one wanted, the boys had indeed nearly drowned and were now in such a state that they were close to fainting. Even Pipa, the immortal demon who didn't need such trivial things as air or food to survive at all, was now rolling his white eyes and foaming at the mouth. He whispered telepathically that the damn protagonist had managed to infect him with not only bad luck, but also seasickness, and he was going to be sick, but Lin was already sick. Slowly turning his entire ball-shaped body to face him, the imp confessed that he had never imagined that great Shuchen really couldn't just swim. Wanting to somehow protect his face, the main character mentally argued with him that his evil karma was again to blame for everything, because water is much more dangerous than land. But, he quickly pointed out, whatever the reason, they should now thank the high school girl for saving them from the most ridiculous death in the school's history. Since she was wearing a bathing suit, she and Lin instantly and completely fell in love with each other. And even the cold-blooded Shinfan started acting like an idiot. Yin hissed in disgust that if this happened again, she would sue him for harassment. And Zhu also said in an angry tone, "Why the hell did she come here in the first place?" She shouted at him how he could leave another woman surrounded by such perverts, and Shinfan, for the sake of a little revenge, immediately announced that she and Lu were now teaching the hero to swim. At first glance, everything went even well, because the brown-haired woman, holding out her hands to the brunette as a sign of calm and trust, asked him to relax his body on the water. But Shuchen was on the mattress, so the exasperated blonde quipped that if you count it as swimming, then land turtles can also be considered water animals. When the main character shouted that he was a disgusting swimmer himself, Shui immediately flared up and started another argument. But Lu Lin gently asked the two of them to just calm down. The blonde grumbled that she was being too soft on her new student because they didn't have much time before the big sectional competition started. This confused her, an already endlessly embarrassing person, so much that she plunged into the water up to her nose and blew bubbles while muttering that she wasn't like that at all. And Shinfan, completely tired of all this stupid love games, just kicked Shu Chen so that he fell into the water, because if he wanted to live, then he would start working with his hands and feet. But the main character and people were prepared for such an outcome, so the imp wrapped a rope around the boss's leg, and the latter also collapsed to the bottom of the pool in a ridiculous position. With great relish, dipping this domineering asshole headfirst into the water, the main character growled that if he liked swimming so much, then why the hell didn't he compete himself? Shug suddenly broke free, climbed onto Lin's shoulders, wrapped all his limbs around Lin's head to dunk him in the same way, and growled that he would do it if he could. Hearing that this narcissist was only stopped by the fear of undressing in public, the hero growled that he was useless even for himself and sent him flying with a blow to the ceiling. And in such a ridiculous way, trivial swimming lessons were transformed into a fierce struggle to find out who was more useless and who was stronger. Qin Yin, who was reading a book on the shore, said in a very calm and even bored voice that it wasn't normal for a person with the buoyancy of a brick to swim so far. Both boys stared at her as if she'd just grown a second head, still clenching their hands at each other's throats and pulling each other's hair out. Unfortunately, these words had completely destroyed the miraculous effect of ignorance that had kept Shushan afloat so easily, and now he was once again enthusiastically sinking. Watching him flounder, Jinfan had already ordered Lin to pull himself together with genuine fatigue, because he had previously swam very easily without touching the bottom with his feet. The exorcist wasn't sure if it was worth leaving the young man alone in this artificial pond, but Jue simply replied that there was no other way to unlock his potential. Naturally, Lu Lin didn't agree with this, just like a stereotypical mother with the habits of a mother hen, ready to protect her precious child from the simplest threat. About this, Shui Yi tried to convey to the brown-haired woman, explaining why such an approach in their situation is absolutely not suitable and how the protagonist easily fought with himself in the water. In short, he was not going to listen to any objections. The oldest method of teaching Tony or swim was the most working and effective since the beginning of mankind. Let them at least listen to the sounds of splashes, or rather, the complete absence of them. Didn't that mean that the main character finally stopped doing nonsense and swam? No, quite the opposite. Lin Xuchen floated face down like a fresh corpse and didn't move a single muscle, which caused his companions to freeze in shock. When Lulin pulled him out, she probably got angry for the first time in her entire life and covered Shui with a choice obscenity, even though the protagonist was proving to her in a weak voice that everything was fine. No, it wasn't a fleeting rage because Xinfan had hurt her crash, so she spent a very long time explaining to the blonde why he sucked, and the brunette was good, and Shin also got hurt. In short, they are both arrogant and smug pieces of shit who have a nose that has grown to the ceiling, and the main character is a sweetheart, and he just wanted someone to help him. And then she, not at all embarrassed by the presence of others, in the most gentle and affectionate voice asked the hurrying main character not to be upset because of this. And as they did so, their noses brushed, as if they'd moved into some stupid, cliched comic book with romantic content. Needless to say, this caused the two of them to recoil from each other at great speed, their eyes bulging as if they had been stuffed into the underwear of venomous centipedes. Lulin's face was so flushed that if the scene suddenly shifted to an old American cartoon, she would literally boil the entire pool. As he watched her swim away with high-pitched screams and great speed, constantly hiding at the bottom and blowing bubbles, Xu Chen wondered what it was all about. But since he didn't give a damn about this woman, as a significant part of the people around him, the main character allowed himself nothing more than a good-natured, quiet laugh. Since he was standing with his feet on the bottom, Lin allowed himself a pompous pose and words full of courage that he, the Lord of Bad Luck, would never lose in such a trivial thing as swimming. Qin Yin squinted her eyes as if she really wanted to say something about it, but she was just being polite and decided not to spoil the moment for the lovebirds. And the brown-haired schoolgirl has already taken on the mantle of a mentor, so she began to show the main character how to act in the pool with excitement. Lin Xuchen wouldn't mind at all if she met one small but very important condition, keeping far enough away from him for it to be decent. Because right now, this unwavering, cold-blooded, and brutal youth just didn't know where to hide his eyes. But then there was a click of heels. Looming over the protagonist like a judge, Qin said in a cold, venomous voice that she had never seen anyone act like a pervert while studying. All he had to do was ask her if it was embarrassing that she was standing in such a position to show off her underwear, and the exorcist screamed in panic. Tired of tolerating the extravagant behavior of these women, Lin reminded her in an even more tired tone that he had personally, sincerely warned her about this. He did not look where it was not necessary. Desperately not wanting to admit that she'd made a mess of herself, the brunette retorted defiantly that just the sort of man he was, he could easily do such things. This unfounded slander infuriated the guy so much that the veins on his head literally swelled and throbbed. As he climbed out onto dry land, he repeated that he had already apologized for the unfortunate embarrassment in the locker room caused by the ill-considered advice of his familiar demon. But since she couldn't calm down because of this, then fine. Let her enjoy the view, Lin said. And then in the most vulgar way, he turned his back on her and slapped his butt. The exorcist was so outraged, frightened, confused, and discouraged that she looked like a humanoid nuclear bomb, especially when Yi Shui decided to put in a word. As for Lu Lin, of course, what really bothered her was her jealousy that some other girl had managed to overtake her in this regard. Undeterred by what was happening, Xu Chen repeated that he didn't want to do this, and he didn't like Qin's ass anyway, so let her stop stirring up drama. The disparaging comment about her appearance, as it was easy to guess, angered the brunette much more than anything the protagonist had said before. And she, very quickly going mad with rage, struck the guy with a fist on the head with such terrible force that it was difficult to expect from her fragile, not athletic build. Even Xinfan was outraged by the brutality of the main character and wondered aloud why all the girls in their club were unnaturally strong. Xinyin turned back to him with a look so angry and tear-stained that only a heartless and fearless psychopath would dare to say anything. The blonde man knew this perfectly well in his gut, and Lu Lin in the background continued to run around the unconscious Zhu Chen like a mother hen. Yes, just one hot-tempered girl, not even able to use demonic power to strengthen herself, like Li Kong, managed to knock out the main character. It took some time and long effort to finally get the Lord of Bad Luck to open his eyes, but they still succeeded in the end. Moreover, he had been in Morpheus country for 2 whole hours, which was so unnaturally long that Yu, with his dislike of the dark-haired man, was ready to call for doctors. Fortunately, due to Lin's very strong bones, flesh, and skin, it was only his ego that was affected, and he wanted to know where Qin Yin had gone first. Well, as it turned out, she was really mad at first, but then she realized what she had done and was so scared that she ran away in a blind panic. In any case, they should just forget about this embarrassment and go home. After all that had happened, it would be impractical to continue training. The protagonist modestly refused to take a taxi home, but Shin Fan still asked Lu Lin to at least accompany him home, since everything turned out to be on their way. This was something he could ask the brown-haired woman to do in any situation, and she would agree to leave anything to do. So soon they both approached the traffic lights flashing in different colors. When crossing the zebra crossing, she admitted that she was very scared when the main character lost consciousness, and Xu Chen, showing uncharacteristic submission, apologized. But she in turn shook her head sternly and said that he should apologize through Qin Yin, because what he said to her today was extremely outrageous. The guy had led such a harsh life as an outcast and despised bully, forced to constantly fight, that now he was genuinely perplexed by all this. Of course, she understood that men, due to their alternative way of thinking, might not attach much importance to this, but for women, appearance was a very serious matter. But even she disapproved of that outburst of hysterical rage, and Pipa bitterly admitted that Shuchen could easily have died with a fractured skull if not for his demonic magic. Without looking up, Lu Lin added that women's hearts are naturally incredibly sensitive and tender, and the hero, for all his virtues, can be incredibly rude to ladies. Without looking at her, the brunette explained that he was rude not only to girls, but to everyone in general, because every person in his life tried to offend him. He was used to being alone. Even now, he believed that their club only stuck together because of their shared goals. But once it was achieved, everyone would go their separate ways, so don't give a damn about Yin. He didn't even have time to finish when the brown-haired woman shouted with despair, regret, and anger that he shouldn't dare to turn such thoughts in his head. The looks they gave each other might have put puppies and kittens to shame, and if this was normal for Lu, then Wu Shuchen's face was so tender and confused. Choosing her words very carefully, she admitted that she had no idea what the main character had been through, but such thoughts wouldn't help him anyway. Again, the main character was the only one who selflessly helped her when she was brutally bullied. For her, it was a real salvation and a light at the end of the tunnel. As she gathered her strength one last time, she blurted out in one breath that even if absolutely the rest of the world rejected the brunette, she would stand up for him until the end. To say that the realization of what had just been said caused them both to feel incredibly embarrassed, which was reflected in the form of a blush on their cheeks, would be an understatement. Desperately trying to sound more casual, the high school student added that, in short, Xu Shen will definitely have friends, so don't let him think shit. And let him still go and offer his apologies to Qin Yin. And already these words were spoken in her previous hypnotic voice. In response, the main character simply looked at the girl, and perhaps even the best reader of faces could not understand what thoughts and emotions were boiling inside the guy's head at that moment. But in the end, he said that he would talk to the brunette, and also that he was really grateful to Lu Lin for everything she had just said, or to be much more precise, shouted. This was enough to make the schoolgirl consider the whole conflict over and smile. After that, she parted ways with the main character, and before literally walking off into the sunset, she waved at him with the same expression on her face. After giving her a thoughtful look, perhaps even longer than he originally intended, he finally took out his phone from his pocket and opened the contacts section. Even if you didn't count the obvious difficulties associated with the upcoming conversation, the problem was that Lin Shuchen practically didn't have any numbers on his phone. Well, it looked like he was going to have to wait until Monday to see her with his own eyes and talk to her face to face, just like he always did before. Pipa spoke up for the first time in a long time, and he genuinely didn't understand why a teenager had to apologize for something, or why he had to make contact with the royal clans either. But the protagonist had already learned the nature of his little astral symbiote, so a simple question was enough for him. Are you afraid that the archdemon will lose his temper? No, the imp wasn't worried about his own skin, because he was still an immortal, but he was worried about what these fanatical, elitist bastards might do to Lin. When asked if they couldn't just keep hiding their specialness, Peepa took a very deep breath and called Shuchen a simple-minded little bastard. Suddenly, there were sounds of a pop tune and vibrations, and the main character's mobile phone rang, much to his own surprise. The voice on the other end of the phone was distorted and unfamiliar, but he knew he was talking to the Lord of Bad Luck, and the dark-haired man demanded to know his name. He instantly knew that it was Qin Yin himself after the voice complained about what a lucky moron he was, managing to survive her own punch. After that, she quickly ordered the main character to come to the specified address at night, and then hung up, not giving the young man a chance to finally apologize. The fact that she simply wouldn't let him speak, but only gave him information before leaving didn't sit well with Shushin. It couldn't be a good sign. After that, hours passed, and the soft peach hue of the sunset was replaced by the deep blue of the night, which was diluted only by the rare, barely breaking through the clouds of stars. Even though the main character arrived before the latest time, the woman was still very unhappy with his snail-like slowness. And she looked very different from her usual self, as if she had suddenly decided to use this moment to ask Lin out on a date. Well, the Lord of Bad Luck is used to seeing other teenagers in school uniforms or in self-made clothes of the most insane covers and styles, but not in this. However, the brunette herself didn't need his compliments or anything anyway, because this despicable ant, the dust from under her foot, dared to come late. Even after all that had happened, she wasn't going to give up on their club's common goal, which was a swimming competition, and she was a professional in that regard. And about what happened earlier today, she just wasn't going to listen. Like, okay, I lost my temper, you were a fool, but let's get back to the real thing, special training. But Shuchen wasn't going to let her get off the subject, so he chose the right moment to apologize loudly, as if delivering a well-aimed verbal punch. She blinked in confusion for a few seconds before turning away as quickly as she could and, in the spirit of a true tsundere, telling him that she wasn't going to forgive him easily. Suddenly, a deep, booming laugh rang out, and its owner advised Lin to take it easy. This rose had sharp thorns, but there was no kinder flower to be found. It was Li Kong, and he greeted the surprised protagonist good-naturedly, as if they had never really fought a serious battle to break each other's ideologies. He hadn't come here for nothing, but Qin Yin had begged her senior-named relative for help for a very long time, and sincerely, so he decided to break his usual schedule. Right now, the senior demon slayer was willing to pass on all of his techniques to the young man to help him become stronger and win the competition. But let him remember that Li wouldn't be soft. However, the warning about harsh and ruthless classes not only did not frighten the main character, but on the contrary, he enthusiastically replied that he hoped so. And just like that, a new chapter in the life of the King of Misfortune began. During the day, under the ruthless and strict supervision of Shui Xinfan, he trained hard to work his limbs in the pool. And at night, Li Kong made him practice punches and blocks, taught him to go into a meditative trance while maintaining full awareness, and much more. Such a harsh regime continued throughout the weekend, right up to the very beginning of the fateful competition, which everyone was eager to see with great impatience. As she walked toward the building, she told herself that she had carefully prepared for all possible troubles, that she had already missed each other, and that she was wearing a bathing suit under her uniform. There was less than an hour left before the gathering with the rest of the Bad Luck Club, but for the nervous Lu Lin, it was such a huge amount of time that she panicked. Desperately trying to suppress her ever-present nervousness, she sang in an emphatically optimistic tone that everything would be fine. Shushin would beat everyone up. It would be gorgeous. She froze with even greater awkwardness when Ma Sha-Tzu, the guy from the massage section, suddenly turned to her because he recognized her as Lin's associate. But of course, she had no idea who he was, so she talked to him about as much as a frightened rabbit might talk to a hungry tiger. With a good-natured grin, he confirmed that the entire academy was now gossiping about the Wonder Girl who had lifted a huge muscular scar face with her bare hands like something out of a comic book. Of course, he started talking about the main character too, until the schoolgirl plucked up the courage to ask Z directly why he suddenly decided to find her. As it turned out, the future masseur hadn't forgotten how the main character saved his ass from being kicked by shooting stars a week ago, and now he was asking Lu to give him a gift as a thank you. Hearing this, the schoolgirl now understood why the boys had once again quarreled that day, and Ma Sha added that his dean would also be furious with the bullies. Unlike other thriving sections, their own club is on the verge of closing, and young massage therapists have to make terrible sacrifices to survive. Their leader is a wonderful man, but he is infuriated by the mother bear when his charges are bullied, and the war with the stars will only add to their problems now. That's also why the young man was so grateful to the protagonist for saving him, because it was not only in his own skin, but also in preventing the section's crisis. Listening to this, the brown-haired girl felt the sunlight flowing through her veins in liquid form, because now, finally, people were beginning to understand and love the real Shuchen. And she sincerely hoped that in the future, there would be even more such people, so that the main character would be happy, having gained a huge number of friends and buddies. After that, the guy said that he would go about his business and would no longer distract the schoolgirl, since the task was done, despite the fact that the brown-haired woman assured him that everything was in order. Little did they know that they were being followed by a group of very familiar criminal bastards, like flies following a trail of fresh dung. The poor devils didn't even hear one of the one-eyed scum activate the stun gun with a soft, crackling hiss, ready to plunge it into their necks like a knife. After that, the main character was shown walking towards the stadium, not talking to anyone, until Peepa decided not to ask him something first. During these long 2 days filled with damn tedious classes, the dark-haired man was completely focused on training and did not share his bad luck. And now this negative karma was oozing out of every crevice. And the ancient demon was extremely curious about what this thick-headed cretin he was attached to would do next. The protagonist indifferently replied that he would do the same thing as he had done all his life before the appearance of his familiar. And the evil spirit croaked tiredly that it never tired of being surprised by Lin. However, he himself noticed that the curse had become weaker and that the main character had only been in deadly situations twice in recent days. Peepa couldn't help but wonder if this might have something to do with something out there. He didn't finish the sentence, and the curious Shuchen demanded that he do it. The imp allowed for the possibility that bad luck simply changes its shape, evolves if you will, but all he said out loud was that it was nothing, just paranoia. This phrase was one of those that in any case could not be uttered in any fiction, so as not to tempt fate, and here it is, rock worked. At first glance it wasn't all that bad. The high school student just twitched as if caught on a snag, looked down and saw a strange mark on the ground. Nothing outright dangerous, but it was still more than enough to make the protagonist's legendary spider sense scream that something was wrong here. If you followed this strange trail a little further, you could find a really scary and not ambiguous piece of evidence, a crushed gift box. Not far from her, Mashatsu was writhing on the ground, beaten up and surrounded by many footprints from men's shoes. Despite the fact that the poor guy literally had no living place from bruises, abrasions, and bruises, he desperately held on to his consciousness to tell about what happened. Most of all, of course, he wanted to meet the main character and his friends. And after a few seconds, a leg in a green school uniform landed in front of his face. The bad news was that it wasn't Lin Shuchen, but his own captain, the same long-haired youth who had talked to Wu Wei and his buddies in the library. While poor Z was still aware that his worst nightmare was becoming a reality and blood was about to be spilled, the protagonist finally arrived at the school campus, apologizing for being late. He instantly guessed that something was wrong when Qin Yin, and especially Shui Xinfan, instead of yelling at him for coming late, looked terrified. Fortunately, the dark-haired man wasn't the kind of person who for some reason liked to dance around problems without touching them, and immediately demanded an explanation for what had happened. As it turned out, their friend was cunningly abducted by thugs from the Shooting Stars gang, just like in some stupid crime thriller. Shuchen wasn't surprised, but he was so angry that you could almost physically hear the thick layer of ice cracking somewhere out there from the awakened volcano of rage. Grinning in the most disgusting way possible, the thug on the other side of the phone assured the heroes that Lu Lin would be returned alive and unharmed after the contest. But if the main character decides to play a noble knight and rescue her, like in the fairy tales, then please let him come to the backyard of the academy, to the spare warehouse. And then Ah Dong laughed disdainfully, leaving the Misfortune Club with a difficult choice. Either save the schoolgirl and be late for the competition, or betray her and leave her in the lurch. As soon as the hideous hyena laughter subsided, Shuchen underwent a terrible metamorphosis, and he had never before allowed himself to be so openly and violently angry with anyone. When Xinfan shouted that it was an obvious death trap, and that Lin was an idiot for rushing straight into it, it was already too late, and the main character disappeared. He just didn't know that the main character had long since become a true cultivator who comprehended the mysteries of demonic power, so he was afraid, unlike Xin Yin. She also refused to explain it to the terrified blonde, since it wasn't her own secret, and only kept telling him that it would be fine with Shuchen and the competition. But if the need arises, then fine, they can both just replace the main characters as participants if they don't return by a certain deadline. Shinfan looked at her with such quiet despair mixed with shock and disgust, as if he had just been offered to literally eat shit. While he was in the background, desperately clutching his head, panicking that he would even have to take off his tie in front of the audience, the brunette prayed that the hero would not overdo it. She was afraid that major outbreaks of demonic witchcraft would declassify Shushen's existence to the three royal families, and she was damn close to the truth. If it weren't for the rage that paralyzed his vocal cords, there was no doubt that the main character would have been screaming at the top of his lungs like some creepy train. Meanwhile, Adong was telling Lu Lin with fake courtesy that she had left them no choice with her abnormal strength, and they had to electrocute her like a beast on a chase. And he wasn't going to engage her in heartwarming conversations about her motives, instead ordering her to think about keeping her own ass safe. And then, even more terrifyingly, he bulged his single eye, lowered his voice to a whisper, and slowly began to remove her clothes. But he stopped it as abruptly as he had started, laughingly explaining that he wasn't stupid enough to let himself down under the article, but he would definitely do it if Lin didn't show up. Let him come, and Dune and 40 of his friends, the choicest ruffians in the neighborhood, will be waiting for him with all possible cordiality. Zhou Meining was hurrying with all her might, and she still hadn't switched to sprinting just for fear of falling and injuring her already broken arm. Somehow, she knew for sure that her now former subordinates had set up a lair in an old forgotten warehouse, and now she was furiously demanding answers from them. She was extremely indignant that this one-eyed bastard dared to use her name to kidnap not even a random person, but a member of Lin's Shuchen section. And all those 40 thieves who thought they were just following orders from their boss were now looking at each other in confusion and whispering to each other. Ah Dun looked at her not even in surprise, but just with a dull weariness and thoughts like, "You should have ruined everything now." Aloud he said in a falsely polite tone that their dear queen of the streets needed to recover her strength and health, but the blonde wasn't going to play these shitty games. Before she could even touch Lu Lin's ropes, the one-eyed thug blocked her path with his arm, and his voice became much more sincere and threatening. However, the former criminal wasn't going to give up on this, so with just one good limb, she pushed the larger, heavier guy away so that he retreated. Looking at him with a murderous look that even Lin Shuchen himself would have appreciated, she loudly reminded him that Li Kong had ordered them to make peace with the protagonist. But not only did this not have the desired effect, but the antagonist responded with a contemptuous grin and a loud, truly horse-like snort. And then, without any hint of former deference, he simply tore off the girl's limb from his shirt, which frankly surprised Zhou Meining. Shouting so that his face was no longer very human, he announced that all was revenge for their noble brothers, and here she was, a traitor. The girl staggered back as if she had just been hit with all her strength, and even in a vulnerable place. And Li Kong, he added after a moment, is a long time nobody cares. He abandoned them first 2 years ago, so they are the real greatness of their gang here. Pointing out those freaks who had threatened Mashatsu with death, he stated that Shuchen had attacked and brutally beaten them for literally no reason, and what their dear boss would say now. She would start behaving like the same queen of streets and alleys that everyone equally feared and respected, or she would continue to grovel on her knees in humiliation. None of the ordinary bandits dared to speak right now, but everyone in the audience was watching the evolution of this conversation very carefully. Even Lu Lin was not indifferent, because this scumbag clearly decided to start a real civil war for his faction. After a long, heavy moment of silence, the girl looked straight into the villain's last remaining eye again, and angrily asked if he was aware of what he was saying. He indifferently replied that yes, the great Li Kong, the founder and first leader of Shooting Stars, the greatest authority among the guys and the strongest disciple, and so on. But the trick is that for the modern generation, he became just a legend. Everyone who saw how the big guy personally did something left the academy long ago. Therefore, for Ah Dong, this big guy is just a jock, some kind of complex freak who, at the age of 22, continues to play authority among teenagers. And he himself, of course, is not a villain. On the contrary, everything he says and does is done in order to help the Shooting Stars shine brightly again. So let Meining speak honestly now. Can she forget about this Kong for a moment, or is he literally dearer to her than those who fought alongside her like brothers? But this trick not only didn't work, but on the contrary, angered the criminal to such an extent that she literally lit up with a golden aura of power. Hearing the demand to apologize for his words, Dong thought contemptuously that he was giving this idiot a chance to save face, but if she rejected it herself. With a mournful sigh, he whispered that he didn't want to reveal such a secret to her, and that he had kept it for a very long time, for her own good. Joe stared at him intently, wondering what the sly asshole was going to throw at her now. Then he yelled furiously again that he was doing this to protect the honor of his sworn brothers because he felt more sorry for them than for Mining's feelings. The bandits were already beginning to lose their patience and openly talked about what kind of drama had started in general, what was being discussed now. The antagonist confessed to everyone that the blonde decided to leave them for the sake of the academy with restored qualifications. For the first time in their conversation, Joe was truly horrified, and the accusations were thrown at her like a cornucopia. Dong destroyed all her timid attempts to justify herself by saying that she had already filled out the documents according to all the rules. Everyone fell silent, as if a bomb had exploded over their heads, leaving them speechless. But this only led to even more violent accusations of deceit and treachery. And this humiliating, accusing cry was picked up by everyone who was in the warehouse then. The villain was openly triumphant because the crowd was now completely on his side. And the crowd continued to shout, growing more and more furious with each passing second. Joe understood that this was Kwan's scheme from the very beginning, but she didn't understand why her associates would blame her so easily. Bo got exactly what he wanted. He caught the juiciest fish without spending any effort on it. Yes, he had to expel bandits and freaks for 2 years in a row to join the stars, but this only brought the discord in the gang closer. And sending Jukin to this specialized academy only became an additional cog in the machine of intrigue. Finally, the banal envy factor also significantly fueled the general anger, turning the crowd into a collection of bloodthirsty animals. Such a scary and dangerous person was this elegant blonde man in a white suit and with platinum hair. Unfortunately for him, even the best plans sometimes fell apart due to an impossible factor, luck.